Welcome to Hardly Initiated. It is your host, Tyshawn Jackson, in here again with my co-host, Ryan Catchings, and it is election day, ladies and gentlemen. It is going down in here. Me and Ryan are once again in the studio alone, but it's a full house. We have packed it out.
Big facts.
With some very qualified gentlemen that's going to give us some great perspective on today. We in here with Marcus Rogers, Pastor Kurt Thomas, Benji Irby, and Justin G's in the building. So let's go ahead and get to it. Welcome to Hardly Initiated. It is your host, Tyshawn Jackson, my co-host, Ryan Catchings.
I can already tell, man. It's going to be a powerful one right here.
You need to watch too.
I discovered porn when I was a child. My mom.
To get that white man's option out of him. Pursued me, I ran.
It's the brother I want, don't care.
This is dope.
You need to have a threesome. There you go. When you mix God in there.
Oh, man. The chat is ready.
The chat is ready for this one.
Yeah. New things this week.
So am
man.
I.
Yeah. I guess it's like a little election week. Well, I shouldn't say little. A big election week series right now.
Absolutely. Y'all know
Yeah.
it's election week. So Monday through Thursday, this entire week, who knows about Friday? I'm just promising you Monday through Thursday.
Right.
We going live 8 p.m. every single night to let you guys know what's happening. And tonight is the election itself. So we'll even pull up the polls to let you guys see what's going on and keep you in here. For those of you who already voted, drop in the chat who you voted for. Drop a Harris or a Trump. Let me see who you got going just so we can test the temperature of the room.
Yeah, and guys, don't forget, guys, let your voice be heard tonight. The super chats were incredible last night, which was really impressive. But we're gonna continue that trend, and all chats will be highlighted. Of course, any chat specifically for today, any chat over $20, so that right at that $19.99 mark, will be read live aloud right here by myself, and of course, live every Monday and Wednesday. What Tyshawn told you for this week, we are doing Monday through Thursday at 8 p.m. Got things very special coming up for you guys. And lastly, don't forget to like and subscribe. Please sub it up all night. It's very important to us.
Yeah, so a couple of our guests got to get out of here, so we're going to try to get straight to it. The purpose of this show, though, is to keep us abreast with the most pressing issues in our community, right? And also to keep us abreast with what's going on live with the election. So again, we'll be pulling up the numbers as we move through. And I want to actually go ahead and talk and introduce the brothers that we got coming up on stage here. We got 4 strong brothers starting out here with one. I got a brother. This brother here is a conservative, libertarian leaning political commentator specializing in deconstructing the prevailing narratives that divide us by race and class. We in here rocking with Benji Irby. Welcome to Hardly Initiated, brother. It is a blessing to have you joining us here today. What's up with you, Benji?
What's up? How you doing? Y'all hear me?
Yeah,
absolutely,
we sure can.
Benji. Go ahead and pull him up, Lionel, so I can go ahead and see my brother Benji, man. There you go. Hi, welcome to the show, Benji.
Hey, what's going on?
Absolutely. I want to go ahead and introduce my next brother here, man, because I got Marcus Rogers in the building. This is a big one here because Marcus Rogers, man, this brother here is an author, a musician, a preacher, evangelist, social media influencer for the gospel of Jesus Christ. He gonna stand on it here today, and he has also advocated very strongly for Trump this upcoming election. So we will get into it. Welcome also to the show, Marcus Rogers. Pleasure to have you, my brother.
Thank you for having me. It's a real honor to be on here. God bless you guys.
Absolutely. I see you got the fireplace behind you too, keeping it cozy like we doing.
Like we doing. Hey, show our fireplace, Lano.
Yeah. I like that. Who else we got, Ty?
Man, next one we got on here, man, we got Pastor Kurt Thomas in the building. Pastor Kurt Thomas is the senior pastor of LA Renewed. This is an inclusive ministry, welcoming all backgrounds and lifestyles, okay? Pastor Kurt Thomas is an LGBTQ advocate, and he is here with us today. Welcome, Pastor Kurt Thomas, to Hardly Initiated.
Hey, how you doing? How's everybody doing?
I'm like, what's going on? I'm like, you got that slow Wi-Fi over there? Come on, brother.
I know I'm here.
All right, man.
Great conversation.
Shout out to you, Pastor Kurt. Appreciate you joining us here today. And then, man, I got another very strong brother here, Justin Giboney, man. Blessing to have him. Ordained minister, attorney, political strategist, and has done so much over the years in politics,
Right.
has ran on some of the biggest platforms over these last few weeks. You guys probably saw him on Meet the Perrys, saw him on In Totality, saw him on Lecrae's platform.
Going
Now he's
crazy.
here on Hardly Initiated. Blessing to have you here. Welcome to Hardly Initiated, my brother.
Blessed to be here, man. I appreciate the invitation.
Absolutely,
course.
man. You
Of
on fire
course.
right now. I done seen this man all over the internet.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you know it wasn't official till you made it to Hardly Initiated, though. So
Exactly.
welcome. So we're going to get straight into it, fellas. What I want you to know, everybody, that this episode, again, is brought to us by Hardly Initiated, Hardly in Love Dating Cards. Go ahead and get your deck here. No more small talk, 100 open-ended questions for you to go ahead and pop off incredible conversations, date night, late night, however you want to do it. This is what you need.
Absolutely. Let's break down these rules real quick, guys. Tonight's conversation will cover key issues one by one. Same thing we did last night. And toward the end of the debate, we'll open up the phone lines to hear directly from our viewers and initiates. Probably one of my favorite parts of what we're doing tonight. To our panelists, please refrain from personal attacks and excessive interruptions. Again, I know we won't have issue with that. And of course, to our viewers, keep the comments respectful as always, because moderation will be enforced if needed. And audience polls will be launched prior to each segment and will be closed at the segment's conclusion, because we really want to know where you stand on these issues. And again, all super chats over $20 will be read live on air.
Let's actually get straight into the first one here. This is a very big conversation that I'm hearing in our community. And we intentionally went ahead, guys, for those of you who see, we got a panel of black men because we want to handle these issues. And I want the perspectives of the brothers from our community. Wide background, and it's all happening here tonight. But one of the things that I keep seeing people talk about is the fact that the strategy or tactic of identity politics is consistently used to target the black community and get the black vote. So I really want to ask you guys, is identity voting harmful to blacks? And, you know, not only is it harmful, I want you guys, for some of you that may not even think that they're using identity politics, we can take it there as well. But it's an open floor, guys. Anybody can jump in. What's your thoughts on the concept of identity politics and how it's affecting our community?
If you don't mind, if I could jump in and kind of give a little context. I think
Yes, sir.
The context of this conversation matters. Identity politics in general is a product of racism, right? We all know that there was times where in this country, we had nobody representing us, right? By law, we were not able to be represented. And throughout the time, even when we began to be represented, it became very clear that if you don't have somebody at the table, then your interest is not going to be at the table. So I think identity politics initially is a very reasonable response to a society that did not have equal representation. It's an obvious response. You saw it not just with black people, you saw it with Italians, you saw it with Irish, you've seen it with everybody. So that's the context of where it comes from. I think it's a reasonable response. However, kind of your point, I think it can go too far. What we do know is that somebody's race tells you nothing about their competence. It tells you nothing about their character. And so I do see sometimes the left using it in ways where it could be manipulative. And so I would just say, while there's a reason that we have identity politics, certainly in some instances it can go wrong and be misleading and be toxic.
Well, I'm glad you spoke on that, because, you know, I do have concerns about this myself, just because it makes me very uncomfortable how, you know, the Harris campaign continuously panders to the black community. I see this on the people that they have, you know, coming up to represent the black community, the people who are, the celebrities particularly, who are endorsing, you know, the Harris campaign. And I think it concerns quite a few people as well. So I wanted to really throw this to Marcus. I'm sorry, not Marcus, but Benji, and give us an idea, Benji, of what you think, coming from a conservative perspective, what do you think about how the Harris campaign is going about communicating to black people?
I actually do agree with a lot of what the brother just said just now, as far as the identity politics going too far. I think a lot of times what the issue is in the black community is that we have a very corrupt leadership, and our leadership, a lot of our pastors and our entertainers and our people that are ahead of us are paid off and bought and sold by the Democrat Party. So they are taught to come in and just say whatever. For example, it's like what Kanye West said about how celebrities get the call. How you're all of a sudden seeing Beyonce looking like, she's reading a hostage script, and Cardi B and all those other people coming out here doing these, announcements because this is what's supposed to go for Black people, when you really don't have to do that, because Black people, we want the same things everybody wants. We want jobs, we want opportunities, we want safety, we want all those things. But for whatever reason, it has to be like a chocolate covered or a chocolate flavored version of America for us. And I mean, I understand why that was a thing years ago, but we should be moving toward coming away from that. But the boule and the people who are in charge, our Black overseers, as to say, don't want to do that, because that takes them out of power, and that leaves us, the individual, in the driver's seat.
That makes sense. Marcus, I'm curious here. What's your thoughts on the topic at hand? Do you see identity politics at play? Do you see it having an impact on our community at all?
I think that we only see it in play with the Black community. I think is very disrespectful. If you go to the Republican Party, they're not telling people you're not Asian, right? You're not white if you don't vote for us. This only happens in the Black community because you're supposed to think a certain way, right? If you're Black, it's expected that you think a certain way. They put you in kind of a box. And so if these identity politics are working and we have loyally voted Democrat all these years, where's the benefit from that? When you look at the predominant cities that have a big Black population, I was looking at it earlier today, the mayors have mostly been Democrat for a long time. I'm here in Chicago, and you look at the schools, they're horrible. You know what I'm saying? You look at, so they keep telling us, Joe Biden said, you're not Black if you don't vote for me. All right, but what are you doing for me, right? You don't see this with any other group, right? Well, if you're white, you can vote Democrat, you can vote Republican. If you're Indian, you can vote Democrat, you can vote Republican, and nobody brings your race into it. They just want to know why. But for Joe Biden to come out and say, look, because you're Black, to me, that's a plantation mentality, right? Because the color of your skin, hey, we just automatically assume something got to be wrong with you. You got to be weird if you don't vote Democrat. And so with the identity politics, if we're for that, how has it benefited the Black community when you go and you look at Chicago, Atlanta, all the places where there's a pretty big Black population? When you look at the schools, when you look at the fact that, the average high school graduation rate for Black students in the United States was 81%, right? That's lower than the Asian Pacific Islander, 94 white, 90% Hispanic, 83. And according to available data, only around 10% of 8th grade Black males read at or above a proficient level. So if you look at cities where most of our people are, I mean, what has Democrats done for us? And then if you go look, last thing I'll say is all of the mayors, all of the politicians, they've had control of those cities for a long time, and we're voting for them blindly. And I just think it's nonsense. I think it's actually racist.
Well, and I want to throw this to Justin, because we get flooded with tons of DMs and tons of emails from our following, especially our niches, and they really have concerns about Kamala. And the biggest issue is that they're stating that, hey, she's not Black. She's not Black because of who she decided to marry. She's not Black because of where she's from. And she's not Black just because they feel like she's just been very dishonest when she presents herself, especially when she talks about coming from the middle class and whatnot. So I'm just curious, Justin, like from what you have seen and from the people that you have spoken to about, which way their vote is going to swing, do you think that Black women are able to relate to Kamala Harris?
Well, I think we'll see tonight that the majority of Black women will, in one way or another, relate to her. I'm not too big on that conversation. I'm not sure that it matters that much. I kind of let people say, if you say you're this, then that's what you are. We know she went to HBU, things that matter. But to me, it's really about the substance. This has been played up. This is an issue, and I think I can't disagree with Marcus on this point. This is an issue that has been played up too much, and it is, and to some extent, manipulative. I want to get to the point where we're looking at people's substance. What have they done prior? What policies have they supported? And things of that nature. Now, I might push back against the idea that Republicans have done much more. I would also add that in many of the places that we're talking about that are larger cities that have these problems, part of it is a class issue too. You won't find me defending a lot of the Democratic leaders There are some good leaders who are doing really good things and have good intentions, and there are some ones that are really just doing whatever they're told to do. I think that happens as well. But I think we have a class issue, because sometimes if you go to these smaller counties today, which are all white, but they are lower class, they suffer from a lot of the same issues. So I don't know that going to the other side is better, but I do want to get to the point where we're looking at character and competence, even though within the context of understanding why race is an issue in this.
Well, see,
Understood.
and I think that's very interesting that you mentioned character. We had a conversation at nauseum yesterday with the 4 panelists that we had on, and it seemed to be an agreement, at least from 3 of the 4 panelists, that character and morality just should not even be really considered when it comes to politics.
2 of the 4 were unanimous that they want their bills paid. It ain't about character. They just need their bills paid.
Right. So, Pastor, I mean, you've been very quiet. I want you to chime in on this. How important is character, and what in your personal opinion is conducive? Like, what is character composed of when it comes to how voters should be moving tonight at the polls?
Well, I think that in construct, and I agree a little bit with what each one of the other panelists stated. But I think that if we go back to the 15th Amendment, when it was implemented, and we see it was implemented, I think like in 1869, and then we dropped down to 1965 when they had to come back and create the Voting Rights Act. And so from then until now, people have been fighting right in a race dynamic. And so can you take race out of the equation? I don't think that you can. But I believe that the important thing is that we make sure that we push the candidates that we need to push forward, that we make sure that they're competent enough to be able to handle, like, I think who is it, Marcus talked about the Democratic mayors. Well, the mayors can only do so much as opposed to what the city council. And so I think we need to look at like the long stream of everybody being congruent together in order to make something positive happen.
So you know
Can I
what?
jump right there?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So what I would say to that is, I think that's nonsense, respectfully, because you bring the migrants in and immediately they're giving them apartments, they're giving them credit cards, they're giving them loans, they're giving them cell phones. The reason why Kamala's race came up is because it seems like she's using it to manipulate us. She was known as the first Indian this, the first Indian that. And then when she realized, hold up, I need Black people, now I need to appeal to them, which the Democratic Party is very good at doing. And I think it's actually disrespectful that you can bring Meg Thee Stallion out and she's twerking for votes. Like, that's what they think of Black people. You can bring these rappers out, right? There's so many other qualified, capable, intelligent Black people that you can bring, but this is what the Democrats believe. Let's bring these rappers, these filthy rappers out there, let them shake something. Let's bring Beyonce out there, and you guys are just gonna give us the vote. But hold up, you guys got all this money for Ukraine. Where's the money for the hoods in Chicago? You got all this money for these wars, but you can't find no money for our schools that have been bad in Democratic cities forever. So when we say, oh, well, the mayors and, certain Democrats, they can't do anything, it's simply not true. I know for a fact here in Chicago at the town hall meetings, they're fed up and they're holding the mayor accountable. They say, hey, we voted for you. You're a brother. We supported you. But how is it that you guys are taking care of the migrants? How is it that you guys are finding money for the migrants? And all these years, right, we're over here struggling, we're over here hurting, and we're tax-paying citizens. So it's just funny how they can magically find money for the migrants, they can magically find money for the wars, they can magically find money for everything else. But when it comes to our community, and we've been voting Democrat for forever loyally, where is the benefit from that? Like, where is the benefit? I don't see it. And then here come the migrants, and boom, we're gonna take care of them quick.
Wow.
We got a few more minutes on this one before we move to the next one. But Benji, you look like you had something to say here. Benji, what you had?
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, for the black community, the reason why our community is so messed up is honestly, it's our own fault. I mean, we vote 90% for Democrats for like 60, 70 years. And do we get 90% of Democrats' effort toward us? No, we do not. At the end of the day, it's all about political leverage. The Democrats realize that now they put in what, 20, 30 million illegals now. So the future is Hispanic. Black folks, our little issues, our little 13% ain't gonna mean nothing. I tell black people all the time, if you think things are bad right now at 13%, then what you think they gonna care at 5%, at 3%? No one's gonna give a damn. And all these illegals come in, they don't care about your black struggle, they don't care about your slavery, they don't care about none of that. And these are the people in our country now. I think even going back to reparations, which I always like to talk about, because if we want to go back to reparations, let's talk about the fact that Obama had the votes for reparations from October 2009 until February 2010. They had supermajority in Congress. So Obama could have passed reparations, and the Republicans couldn't have done a damn thing about it. But why would they do that? Because they don't have to. They have our votes regardless. The same thing even going down to January 6th in 2020. All these things that black Democrats make fun of, oh, them crazy white folks. But guess what? Them crazy white folks, they took their problem to the Capitol, who actually did the thing to them, not burning up their own community. Also, if you look at when they were trying to seat what's his name, and Matt Gaetz and the 20 in the House would not seat him until they had certain concessions. Why could the Congressional Black Caucus not say, we're not seating Nancy until we get reparations? We're not seating Nancy until we have to do X, Y, Z for the black community. But they know they don't have to do that. All they gotta do is go to the black church like Kamala did, do a little show, and we're gonna vote for them. And they already know that, because at the end of the day, why should they do anything for votes they already have? It's like we're like the woman who's on the side of the bed. We done gave up our cooch. The man and putting on his clothes and his jacket, leaving us sitting there holding the cover looking crazy. That's black folks. We give our leverage away every time. I hope and pray tonight that black men, especially black people, can make some kind of dent away from the Democrat Party. I really want Trump to win. The reason why I want him to win, not even so much because of Trump, to be honest. It's bigger than Trump. The Democrats cannot feel like they can pander and put this curry queen, fake black lady out here in front of us and put Megan Thee Stallion out front. Because guess what? If this wins, then they're going to keep doing that. So the only way that's going to stop is Democrats have to lose. They need to lose this election. So maybe they can come in 2028 at the jump ball election when it's free fall on both sides and say, hey, black people, let's do some actual financial stuff. Let's actually make your schools better. Let's actually do something instead of telling people, oh, you're racist, and if you vote for Trump, the police gonna kill you, and all this other foolishness. Like, I'm just so sick of this foolishness from the Democrat Party. And I don't even blame the voters as much as I blame the leadership, the preachers. They just had this whole video with Erica Campbell and all these gospel singers and the Clark sisters pushing Kamala Harris, the abortion queen. Like, what kind of Jesus do you people have? What kind of Bible have you read? And mind you, of all of you, I'm the most secular. I'm the most ratchet. I'm actually trying to keep my mouth together, like all these pastors here. My mom was a pastor, so I'm very respectful because I cuss. But it's just like, y'all are supposed to be examples of Christ, and then y'all are supporting the curry abortion queen. No wonder people don't go to church. You wouldn't catch me dead in the church now because they don't live up to nothing. Like, it's just a whole bunch of boule foolishness. And it's like, for black people that are independent minded, this is foolish. So I really hope and pray to God that black men have saved America tonight and put Trump over the thing, because we don't need to have any more.
So check this out, Benji, because
very strong opinion here.
A very strong opinion. This actually takes us right into our next one, because
well hold tight, because I want to close out with Justin on this, because I think the race thing is
we got about 15
important.
minutes of Justin time.
I understand.
Heads up.
I just think the race thing is so important, because I can't even walk. I mean, today I can't even walk down the street without a Harris supporter assuming that I'm voting the same way.
For sure.
I'm getting copious amounts of text from family and friends talk about you voting. I tell them I'm considering who I'm voting for. All of a sudden the text stop. Not to say I'm voting for left or voting for right, but just because I'm not voting Democrat, it's an issue. So I do think it's a real issue. But as Justin stated, I do think it's important that we get down to the substance. So Justin, my question for you as we close this out, how do we get that? How do we get past voting for who is black, or judging people for who they vote, and if they're not voting for somebody who is black? How can we get past that and get to the substance? What do we as voters need to do?
I mean, we have to be honest. I think somebody brought up, the mayor in Chicago right now. I think that's an example of a mistake being made for getting everybody behind somebody that it doesn't seem like he's ready for the job. I think he has a 14% favorability rate. That's an example of that. And we have to be honest about that. That's the first thing that needs to happen. Somebody needs to point and say, if we really care about these kids, if we really care about the issues like we say we do, then we got to make sure the person that we put in has a level of competence. And our first category that we care about. 'Cause I think representation matters. It does matter, but it can't be the first category that we look at. And I would just add this though too. I want to make, while there are many things that the Democratic Party does wrong, you're not going to hear me defending some of the celebrities that they brought up on stage. I think we can use our leverage better there. I want to look at the alternative too, because I don't think the alternative has been great either. When we talk about migration is hasn't just been a Democratic issue. It's also been an establishment Republican issue, where they've had their incentives not to want to get rid of migrants or handle it in a different way. And I also want to say this: the black community has many issues that have to be dealt with. Some of an institutional making, some of our own making. I don't want to put all that on migrants. I don't want to put all that on these people, many of whom are just suffering and trying to survive. I think as Christians, we have to have compassion for that, as well as good policy to make sure that we have some order on the border.
First of all, my boy Justin in the church right now, so it's really it's really righteous over there. But I want to let's actually go into this, because just some off what Benji was talking about. When it's some really touchy topics. We went into abortion yesterday, where, you feel like there's this moral issue attached to the decision that you make that really drives people away from the Democratic Party, because now Democrat and abortion has become synonymous. Another thing that has become synonymous is just the LGBTQ concept, because a lot of people feel like if I vote Democrat, I'm pushing LGBTQ on my children, on the future generation. I'm endorsing the LGBTQ community and movement.
And then you have others that are just saying, hey, I can vote this way and still not be agreeable. I can be Christian, I can vote left and still not be agreeable to that. So I do want to get some perspective from you guys, but really quick, I want to close out this poll. I dropped the poll: is identity voting harmful to blacks? And it says according to the poll, 88% of people say yes, absolutely. And really quick, Delano, I want you to go ahead and pull up that article from the AP really quickly, and I want to read that. Now, this was very interesting to me, because I think it's important to know the background of, kind of, and we're going to get into Trump. I want y'all to think we just attacked the Harris campaign, but we just want to pull up these things to really keep going up. We want to bring up these things. Now, you got the LGBTQ community, and I was pretty blown away by this, but this is 2 decades ago in 2004. It says that pretty much Kamala was only one of few who was actually in support of the LGBT community at that time. Mm-hmm. In fact, she actually presided, or I don't know if that's the proper word, but she pretty much married a LGBTQ couple, officiated a LGBTQ couple, which really, really blew my mind. So she has actually been a proponent for LGBTQ rights for 20 plus years. Yeah. So this is my question for the panel. Okay. This is my question for the panel. Is voting Democrat, is that an automatic endorsement of the LGBTQ community? And Pastor Kurt, I want to start with you on that one.
Well, I would say no, and the reason why is because there are many there are issues on both sides. The Republicans have voted to allow certain things to be in play, which is why you have LGBT people that actually vote Republican, and then you have LGBT people that vote on a Democratic lens. Is the Democratic lens more exposed than the Republican lens? I would say yes, because it's more forthright, it's more open, it's more honest. On the Republican end, it's like, we're going to allow you to do this, but if we allow you to do this, we're going to scale it back to this degree just to make sure that that we're getting the things across that we need to get across without causing conflict. Whereas in the Democrats on this side, we're saying, it's going to be conflictual, and we're going to stand up for our rights, and we're going to be gay and present versus suited and present.
Understood. I want to go ahead and get my man Marcus. Marcus looked like he was making. Yeah. Marcus looked like his eyes was closed the whole time he was speaking.
Yeah, what's going on
Marcus,
over there, Marcus?
Give me your thoughts on this concept here. Is voting Democrat endorsing the LGBTQ community?
And as a Christian, is that the right thing to do if that is going to typically be on the agenda for the left?
Let's put it this way, right? You look at the Bible. Let's go to the Bible. Daniel in the lion's den, the 3 Hebrew boys getting thrown in the fire, Esther. All of them had legislation that was passed by people who were trying to get at God's people, right? And so we're going to throw you in the fire, right? If you don't bow down, we're going to throw you in the lion's den if you keep on praying. Why, as a Christian, would I vote for the ones that, you know, are turning America into a modern day Sodom and Gomorrah? Why, as a Christian, would I vote for the ones where you see when Obama, you know, signed that legislation, we opened the door a little bit. And as we know from a spiritual perspective, right, once we open the door, it has gotten worse and worse and worse to the fact we had to take some cases up to the Supreme Court. You're a Christian business owner and they come into your shop and they say, hey, I want you to make a gay wedding cake. I want you to put this message on there. As the Christian business owner, you say, no, that doesn't line up with my beliefs. Kind of like the 3 Hebrew boys, that's me bowing down. Now that LGBTQ couple says, well, I'm going to take you to court. I'm going to sue you, right? I'm going to make you bow down. It's the same thing that was happening in the Bible. Same thing that we see with the pronouns. You're going to use my pronouns at the school, at the job, right? Or there's going to be consequences. I'm going to counsel you. So why, as a Christian, would I vote for people that are creating legislation, pushing legislation that's going to be to persecute me, right? That makes absolutely no sense. Why would I, as a Christian, would I vote for men and women's sports? Why, as a Christian, would I vote for men and women's bathrooms? That doesn't make any sense. Now, if both sides were pushing that kind of legislation, hey, then it would be a different story. But as of right now, that's not true. Conservatives don't want men and women's sports. They don't want men and women's bathrooms. And then even it's witchcraft. God made a man, right? He told us to be fruitful and multiply, right? He said marriage is between a man and a woman. So anything that goes against that is the spirit of the Antichrist. So we see the spirit of the Antichrist. The Bible says, roaming in the earth already. That's defying God. 2 men cannot be fruitful and multiply. 2 women cannot be fruitful and multiply. There's so many Bible verses that talks about this, right? But they're also trying to push this in the education, in the media. Why? Because it's a demonic spirit. The Bible says we wrestle not against flesh and blood, period. And so the devil will use politics. He'll use media. He'll use entertainment. The Bible also says, guess what? In the last days, there'll be doctrines of devils and seducing spirits, that there will be a great falling away. People will have itching ears. I could do whatever I want. I could live however I want. That's what the Democratic Party runs on. Love is love. Let everybody just love whoever they want to love. Let everybody just come across the border. Let everybody just do whatever they want to do. And the problem with that is no matter how respectful we want to be about it, eventually there's going to be a collision. Eventually we're going to have a problem. When you let everybody just do what they want to do, that's why you got people identifying as cats, identifying as dogs, doing all kinds of crazy stuff. At some point, there's going to be a collision, and you're going to try to impose your will on my children, impose your will through legislation, and that goes all the way back to the Bible.
Now, Pastor Kurt, I think it's important just to recognize, I'm happy that he's in this conversation because Pastor Kurt has an inclusive church. He embraces the LGBT community in his church. You are a pastor, and personally, on a personal level, a part of the LGBTQ movement. Yes.
Yeah, I'm a gay black man. I do, and I respect Marcus. And I do want to say that contextually, that there are, I mean, we could argue, scripture can be argued for context and history. But what I will say is that I think that when we look at the landscape of where we are in this election, that it's super important for us to understand the love factor that's associated with God loving everybody. And so I think that in that contentious moment, there are things that we can agree and disagree on, but who is the better party to move us forward so that we can all sit at the table together rather than existing separately? I think that's the main thing. And I hate that that people think that just because gay people want rights, that it causes us to be an infraction towards people's children or whatever the case may be. I think that that is not the imposition or the pose that is the stance that's taken, is that we want the same rights as everyone else. We want to love as everyone else. We don't want to be disenfranchised in the way that we love, not exposing ourselves to anybody that doesn't want to be exposed to us, but let us be us and make it a normal thing.
I respect that. I would just say that the reality, though, it might not be you, but we've seen, videos of like a whole gay men's choir saying we're coming for your children. We've seen guys at the gay parade, naked in front of kids, and they don't think that's a problem. We've definitely seen that in Chicago. We see how that community seems to have a fascination. Like, why are we teaching this to my fifth grader, fourth grader? Why is it that I have to be concerned if I send my kid to school that, there's some girls who might want to dress tomboyish or something, and then the teacher feels obligated to say, well, or to suggest, well, maybe you're the opposite sex. Like, just teach my kids math, just teach my kids reading, and keep it pushing. And so that might not be you. You might move respectfully, and I respect that. But the reality is, if we're being honest, why does it have to be in every cartoon? Why does it have to be in every kid's show? You know what I'm saying? So there is people from that side that are pushing it. We even see, on another note, Kamala Harris, she wants to use tax dollars for guys in prison to have that sex change, but we can't pay for cancer patients. How do we have money for guys in prison to get a sex change? What about all the cancer patients? So that lets me know there's some kind of agenda going there. There might be people out there who are respectful like you, and what you do, that's between you and God, even though I don't agree, but we got to be real. There's some people out here who are really wilding, and they seem to be targeting children. Why do we have these drag queens reading books to little kids? Why do we have these drag queen strip shows where it's like we're not allowed to say anything, and they got little kids dressed in a provocative way with grown men twerking, shaking, rolling on the floor, dancing in front of them? Why is that okay? Because if a grown straight man danced in front of a kid like that, it would be a uproar. It would be all over the media. But if a grown man dresses up as a woman and he's twerking and shaking it in front of little kids, the Democrats don't have no problem with that.
So check this out.
But
I want hold on one second.
Isolated.
I got 5 minutes of my brother Justin's time here.
Right.
So what I want to ask Justin real quick while he's here, Justin, do you feel like there is an intentional agenda by the Democrats to push homosexuality on our generation?
I think there are some elements on the left who do have an agenda in that regard. I also know a lot of Democrats who are Orthodox Christians who disagree with those things. So yeah, there are groups who are powerful groups in the Democratic Party that do seem to have that agenda. I'm not going to deny that. But I do want to inject. I do want to say that let's deal with this issue in its complexities. I think we're focusing on the extremes and not necessarily saying, okay, let's look at this full issue. We can talk about the church. We can talk about the country. If you look historically, these are groups of people that have been treated poorly. I hope everybody on the line can agree. Historically, people have been dehumanized and treated horribly in some instances, even inside the church. So as we talk about this, I think it's a mistake not to talk about it with a level of compassion to say, okay, I may disagree with you. I'm not affirming myself, but I would say I don't think you should be discriminated against when it comes to housing, when it comes to banking, and a number of other things in just trying to live your life. When we just talk about the extremes and when we just talk about our disagreement with it, we miss the human side of it and how we have to care for people, even if we have those disagreements. The church has not always done that. And if we don't acknowledge that, I think it's hard for us to have the credibility to disagree constructively. And that's kind of what I'm asking for.
It's really interesting because when Marcus made the statement, that's how I know very powerful people have to be a part of it, because even just myself, it's very difficult to turn on a television, watch a TV show or movie without seeing some aspect of the LGBTQ community being inserted in it, even in, shows and movies designed for children. So I think that's why a lot of heterosexual guys are just generally concerned about who in power might be bringing this to us at scale, even though, Pastor Kerr, I don't think Pastor Kerr has the power to even be the person that's in charge of making those decisions. But it does seem like people in power are trying to put this in front of us more than we've ever seen it in our lifetime.
Right.
So that's the strange thing about it. Is it safe to put that, though, with the Democratic Party? Is that the Democratic Party that is pushing that? Or is that somebody? Benji, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, I actually wasn't speaking Democrat Party. I was going to actually speak to it from a political lens. This is the thing. We were talking about compassion. Everybody's like, oh, okay, I have compassion for the gays, the trans, or whatever. But there's no compassion if I go and misgender somebody and I lose my job. There's no compassion where, oh, if you say XYZ thing and you're a teacher in the school and you don't go with the trans agenda, you lose your job, your other person, or your social media is taking away all this stuff. So I don't want to hear about no compassion when y'all don't have compassion for people who are not 100% for that. And as far
So
as
we only have compassion for people who have compassion for us. Is that how that should go?
it seems like there's just no compassion for people who don't toe the LGBT line. So what I
I would agree.
saying
I don't think that
was-
justifies it on our end now.
But so what I was going to continue saying was that there are people, and they happen to all be Democrats, who push these sort of things. I don't believe too many Republicans pushing this. I will say this: as a Trump Republican, Trump is not the most conservative, person. Obviously, he's actually more liberal than most Republicans. Actually, a lot of Republicans don't like him for that reason. He had the LGBT flag when he was he actually held it when he was campaigning in 2016. But the thing is that I just feel like it's like my mother says, it's like you give the devil an inch, you want to take a mile. Most conservatives are okay with, fine, you're gay, be gay, that's fine. Keep it away from our kids. We don't have to teach you how to be institutionalized. But the problem is when you stand against that or have any type of disagreement, now you want to take your show away. Now you can't say this on Twitter. Now you can't say that. And that actually radicalizes people against gay people, makes people say, no, F these gays. I'm going to go straight hard right now because of what they're doing. I think that we can have some sort of balance in between, but I think that the LGBT machine needs to show some compassion to regular people. At the end of the day, no problem with gay people and all that stuff, whatever, but it is an alternative lifestyle. It's not the default. The default is man and woman. The default is what can produce children. That's just what it is. So I just feel like it's fine. I feel like gay people are normal. That's fine. But what's not normal is some big old trans man in a sports game with a woman beating her up to the point where she's got concussions and whatnot. I don't understand why the trans community can't have their own trans games. They insist upon destroying women's sports. And this is what radicalizes people against the trans community, because it's like we were minding our business, but now y'all want to come and be an affront to us. And that's the problem. So I think that's where a lot of that comes from. I don't think your average lay gay person wants to terrorize or make other people feel a certain way, but it does seem like a lot of these people that are in power, a lot of them being Democrats, some San Francisco, like Kamala, seem to have this issue where you gonna take LGBT, and if you have any disagreement, we gonna come for all your stuff.
Can I say first, I don't believe that that being gay is a lifestyle. I think it's an orientation. So let me make sure that I clear that up.
And what Pastor Kurt, an
What's the
orientation? Yeah, what is that?
So a lifestyle means it's something that a person actually chooses, or a person actually just, like, you could go just pick up something. Orientation is an innate nature that the person actually, this is who I am. This is who I believe that God created me to be. And so I believe that God created me to be the person that I am, wholly, as a gay Black man. And so that is the way that I accept myself. I don't look at it as me being intentionally just choosing a side and deciding like what I want to be. And as far as my trans brothers and sisters as well, I believe that innately that God created them the way that they are, and that's the reason why they are the way that they are. But that's a conversation for another day. But what I wanted to make inference on is that I think that it's super important for us to understand that as we talk or discuss about LGBT issues, and we talk about the LGBT community, there are things that Trump has done in society and got convicted for, that we could ride on that as well, but we're not riding on it. I think that we need to look at it from the perspective of voting from your heart and what matters to you most. And I think that that's the choice that should be made for the people, whoever's voting tonight, is that what matters to you most, and that's who you vote for. If it's Kamala, you vote for Kamala. If it's Trump, you vote for Trump, and we leave it there and we move forward and we allow it to be exactly what it needs to be.
Now it's a lot of
talking about convictions. We can talk about Jamal Truelove, the man in which Kamala convicted wrongly, or the Black woman whose child had sickle cell anemia that she convicted wrongly for having her child out of school because she was sick. We can talk about convictions. And we can talk about.
So-
we can talk
now,
about
Benji,
hold on,
hold
one
tight, hold
second.
tight, because
we can talk about that too.
Because real quick, I dropped the poll, guys. Is voting Democrat an endorsement of LGBTQ? So please answer that poll so I can close it out. But I did have a follow up for Pastor Kurt.
Go ahead.
Because tons of media personalities, political commentators, and all of the above have consistently stated that the Democratic Party has done nothing for black people, has done nothing for black men specifically. But Pastor Kurt, you being black and a man and also gay, how do you personally feel like that? Do you think that the Democratic Party has done anything or enough for? He's cracking up laughing.
He was struggling. Hey, I think he's offended to say gay because he just really stumbled. He stumbled all over that. That's why I'm laughing. But go ahead.
Well,
I'm
first
sorry,
off, because I've
brother.
been saying, Kamala, I'm trying to make sure I say things the right way. So I'm trying to make sure I say her name the right way and make sure I say this the right way. But as a black gay man, do you feel the same way? Do you feel that, hey, the left has done quite a bit for the LGBTQ community, but has done nothing for black and black men specifically?
Well, I think that that the Democratic Party has done a lot for black people in general. I think it goes all the way back to structurally to think of healthcare is something that's super important when you talk about all of the pre-existing conditions and stuff that black people have, like having a healthcare that is expanded to be able to help us. I think that when you look at what was done for the black people as far as small businesses were able to go and get a percentage of a loan difference under the Democratic Party. There are a lot of different things that were exposed and open to the black community because of that in small strides. But it is stuff that was open to us. When you look at it from the Republican lens, I think that I was just looking at something last night, and it was talking about under Kamala's administration that we would save like $4,000 a year in taxes. But when we look at it from the Republican lens, that we would be negative $4,500 in taxes. So when you look at it from just where the facts are, I think that the facts tell us where we're being helped.
So this is man, we reaching a really big time constraints here because unfortunately I got to lose Marcus, and I also have to lose my brother Justin here in just a few because they got interviews to go to. But this is big because obviously, this is a big platform here. We talk about faith. We talk about relationships a lot. I really want to bring Marcus and Crump back, and I'm sorry, Pastor Kurt back in particular, because I'm seeing that this is a conversation where I want to really go into the depth of this, because I'm seeing the chat communicate. When you spoke about orientation, this is more on the level of my Christians, because I got a big Christian community. I'm a Christian. I want to talk about this. You stated that you were born a man who was holy as you were born, even though you're gay and holy as it is. And trust me, you're a pastor. I know you preach the word, and I know you shepherding souls, and that's a huge responsibility. But I really want to get Marcus's perspective, because I feel like Marcus has a perspective on this that's important, especially as we have a Christian audience. And I want to get some perspective specifically on that topic. Marcus, do you agree with that sentiment that you can be gay and have the holy and be holy all in one?
Before I give my just talk, I want to give the word first. Romans 1:24, wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie and worship and serve the creature more than the creator, who's blessed forever. Amen. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use unto that which is against nature. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one toward another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves the recompense of their error, which was met. So the text here is clear, and we know that God is his word. God is his word. So when we see this, this is like God speaking. You clearly see that it says it's unseemly, that it goes against nature, that it's unnatural, that he gave them over to vile affections, and that it's unclean. And so that is not the natural way. Now, people will have this argument from the spiritual perspective. Can a Christian be born gay? Well, when people tell me that, I say, look, you got to be born again, because here's the reality. And I don't mean to be offended to anybody, offensive to anybody. This is just my perspective. If you don't agree, that's why the Bible says, work out your own salvation with fear and trembling. But when two people have sex, they become one flesh. So let's say my daddy was out there and he just had multiple girlfriends. But let's say some of them girlfriends were experimenting, or they slept with some guys that was on the down low. Them spirits are passing over. And so when you come and become one with somebody, you become one with everything they are. That's why it's dangerous to just sleep around with whoever. So if somebody was on the down low and not being honest, if somebody was experimenting, when you come and your parents come together, you don't know, everything that they did. So that spirit could be there, and that spirit can attach, to the baby and the children. So that baby comes out and has those feelings. And then on the flip side, there's a lot of, young kids that got molested. You know what I'm saying? That's just a fact. We can do the research on that. So I think from the text, put aside what I'm saying, the Bible says that it's unnatural. God created everything and he said it was good. So the way that God made it to be, men, women, be fruitful, multiply, that's what it is. And God literally says in his text that because people were burning with their lust and because people were rebellious, he gave them over to something that was unclean. And it even says that they received the reward for their error. So, that's what the text says. Some people might not agree with the second half of what I said, the more spiritual side of it, but I mean, the Bible is clear on it. And obviously there's many more verses we could go into.
So Pastor Kurt, obviously you're a pastor, you study the word yourself. So when you hear those aspects of the Bible, how do you interpret that?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of context that we have to look at. There's a historical factor of Romans and et cetera, et cetera. But what I will challenge everybody to do, and this is what I do when people come to my church or people hit me up online, is there is a great resource. It's called A Fish Out of Water. It's a documentary that actually walks through all of the scriptures that my brother Marcus spoke about. And I would just challenge everyone to watch that documentary, A Fish Out of Water, and it'll take you through a timeline of the historical factors behind each scripture that he read openly. And it'll talk
just to get context, and I'm sorry to cut you off, brother, but just to get context, is it that those scriptures you're saying might be just wrong, or are they being misinterpreted, or the person who wrote them miswrote it, is what you're saying?
No. I think that our interpretive value is the interpretive value of the text is wrong. The way that it is interpreted and read, I think that it is contextually wrong. I think that we have to look at it from a different lens in order to really understand the construct of what the text is actually saying, the historical value behind it. Like what was Paul saying when he was talking to those Romans, when he was telling them, you quoted Romans chapter 1.
Yeah, Romans chapter 1, verse 24 through 27.
Verse 20, right. And so during that time, what was happening during that time is that the people were doing stuff that people were doing stuff in the streets. They were, if you look at the history of everything, and what Paul came and said was, this thing that you're doing is wrong. This is not how this should be happening. And he corrected them. But God honors covenant. And so we have to explore all of that. And we don't have time to dissect it and break it down. If you bring me back, we can bring up quotes and do all of that kind of stuff so that I can give a contextual value to what I'm saying, and we can really explain it in a way that is precise.
Hold on, wait. You know what? No. I would like that, Pastor Kurt. Marcus, because you got to get up out of here now too, don't you?
You actually got your own show, don't you, Marcus?
I got 10 more minutes, and then Hop. I just quickly say to that, God created everything to sustain itself and reproduce. The sun does exactly what God told it to do, the moon, the stars, the animals. There's a natural process, there's laws that we see, and Paul talks about this in Romans. There are laws that God put into place, that it's his word. He said, sun, shine. He said, moon, do this. He said, male and females reproduce, have dominion on this earth. And so we don't see the sun going against the rules that God put into place. The sun has to shine. We don't see, nature going against God's order. It's only men, because they have free will. And so the reality is, the reason God said it was good when he created Adam and Eve, in the same way that he created trees and plants and animals with the capacity to reproduce and sustain, he gave humans that ability as well. And so it wouldn't be good if he put 2 humans down there and they couldn't reproduce. That would be a malfunction. There would be something wrong, because there would be no existence. The earth would cease to exist. So it wouldn't be good. If everybody just, was LGBTQ, right, the earth would cease to exist. And so when God created everything, it was good. So there's laws in place.
The great thing about it, though, is that that's the reason why God uniquely made everybody the way that they are, so that the earth can continue to reproduce. I want to add, I chuckle sometimes when I hear people say that everything that God made was good and all of those things, because if you look it up from a factual standpoint, you'll see that if God made animals, there are animals that have homosexual nature. There's fish, there's mammals, there's insects, there's all different types of things that God created that have the innate nature to be same gender.
Now, Pastor, I want to interrupt here on this one, because we're not made to be beasts. These are animals. So this is why animals they cannot master themselves. They cannot fight against what is wrong. This is what makes us very unique, that we can actually take mastery of our actions, whereas animals are doing something completely different. So we are not supposed to be in bestiality. This is not how God actually made us to be.
Right. Well, bestiality is people sleeping with animals, but
no. Of being a beast. I'm not talking about of the sexual nature.
Right. But
I'm talking about fighting the flesh. This is not how we made.
Right. My inference is that that animals were created the way that they were created, and if we're saying that everything was created in God's nature, then that means that all of us are created in God's nature, and so we're all innately who God created us to be.
Problem with that argument is grown men. It's okay to sleep with little girls and marry little girls, and they could argue that there's nothing wrong with it, and that's innately just, hey, you know what? She hit puberty, so there's nothing wrong. She can get pregnant. There's nothing wrong with me doing that. So where do we draw the line would be the question.
Well, I think the line is drawn at the place of us of, I mean, that's not natural. That's not like something that is natural. The Bible talks about the natural affection. Is my natural affection that I'm attracted to a man? I'm not attracted to a woman. So
it's not
go against my natural affection to be attracted to a woman. But if we get back to voting, and we can have that conversation, I'm cool with having that conversation. But I want us to talk about voting, because we'll slide here and we'll be here till midnight. If we could get back to voting, then as far as LGBT folk are concerned, as far as Black people are concerned, which was the question that was asked, I believe that the Democratic Party has done a lot of things for LGBT folk. I believe that they've done stuff for Black people, and I believe that they've done stuff for Black men to cause us to move forward.
Man, well, let me tell you this, because I know Marcus gave us a couple extra minutes, and you always feel free to hang out. But I'll tell you this, I honestly think that's a fascinating conversation. I appreciate you getting us back on course, Pastor Kurt. But that's a fascinating conversation, especially, again, we got a big Christian audience. This is something that's very, I would say, polarizing.
Especially with black men. This is a conversation that black men are having every day. They say, hey, I don't vote that way because I don't want to see that in my home. I don't want to see it on TV. I don't want to see it around. So this is an issue that black men are having. And some of them are, they feel, how they feel about Trump as well. And so they're in the middle. This is why you hear about a lot of black men just abstaining from voting, period. So I think it's a very compelling conversation.
No, it is. Matter of fact, Pastor Kurt and Marcus, we're going to have to run a part 2 on this on Monday. See if we can get y'all back on Monday, y'all too, because I really want to bring some context to this, because we literally just put a post out with one of our listeners calling up. Literally, she's married to a woman, called up on the show to speak to Jackie Hill Perry about it. It just went out. It's getting a lot of press and viewership right now, because a lot of our viewers are also of the orientation as you stay, but they also love God. So this is a really tricky situation, and I would love to invite you guys back to have that conversation. But, thank you, Marcus, for giving us your time here, brother. It looks like we down to 2 Mohicans at this point. They're going ahead and trickling off. But man, I appreciate you, Marcus. Much love to you, my brother.
Yeah. I'm down to come on here whenever. I love what you guys are doing. Just want to say thank you. It was a great honor to be on here. I love having these kind of conversations, and I don't duck from no conversation. So whoever, whenever, as long as it's respectful, we glorify the kingdom. I'm for it. So I appreciate you guys. God bless you.
Appreciate
God bless you as
man.
well,
God
brother.
bless you as well. We got to get Marcus back, man.
Absolutely. I mean, and just, man, it's crazy. It's election night, y'all. And by the way, put the polls up, Lionel, so everybody can see what's going on with the polls. But it's election night, guys. Okay, so we see where we at right now.
And Benji,
Trump at 120, Harris at 99 right now.
And Benji, looks like you. Trump is winning over there. What you got to say about that, Benji?
Well, yeah, we knew Trump was going to come with the most amount of states, because he always has most. Republicans always win more states, so I'm not surprised by that. I mean, it's going down. This is my wheelhouse, by the way, because like gay stuff, I don't got nothing to say about that. But like this stuff, this is me right here. So the states that he's winning already. I mean, these are the states that we already knew that were going to be safe. You know what I mean? Like Florida, it's small for me to see, but like Florida, Louisiana, Oklahoma, like these are states that we knew he was going to win. The Dakotas, Montana, Kansas. So we knew about these. Texas, he's going to win as well. It's going to come down to the battlegrounds. My prediction, I'm here in Philadelphia, the ballot printing scam cheating capital of the world. So I think he's going to have a hard time in Pennsylvania. Because as I said on my Instagram today, on my Instagram story just now when I voted, was that it's not about Pennsylvania is not won by how many voters there are. It's how many ballots they can print in Philadelphia in the middle of the night. So we'll see what happens with that tonight. Same thing with Michigan, because there's a lot of corruption as well. In Detroit, he looks better in Wisconsin. I mean, there's a little bit of a worry about Milwaukee, but it's a little more conservative. I think that Trump will sweep the Sun Belt. I think he's going to get North Carolina. He's going to get Georgia. It looks like he's already got North Carolina, if I can see very small. He's looking good in Nevada already. The early voting for the Republicans is really high there. And he's also looking good in Arizona. As far as expanding the map, people are talking about possibly, and I don't try to go out this far, possibly like Virginia and New Mexico, possibly. New Mexico, it's very liberal, but it is a border state. But I do think that he sweeps the Sun Belt, and that's the way he gets through. He sweeps the Sun Belt, and out of the 3 blue wall states, he's probably going to do the best in Wisconsin, but it can be either way. In Pennsylvania, we are seeing some differences right now. I have a friend who is out in Berks County, which is where Reading, Pennsylvania. The lines are crazy. She just got in line there, and the line was so long this morning she couldn't vote before she went to work. Now, for Kamala, which is not good for Kamala here, I'm in the hood. I'm in West Philly. So I'm in like Kamala Central, unfortunately. And I went to my polling place, and it was hardly nobody there. As you can see on my Instagram story, I'm real Benji Irby. I'm real Benji Irby on everything. So if you want to follow me, argue with me, like I'm there for that on Twitter and on Instagram. But I have the video from my polling place. There was hardly anybody there, which is not a good sign for Cams. She's going to need Philadelphia to really, really, really rack up in order for her to run out Pennsylvania. There's also been really long lines in Pike County, Dauphin County. I saw Laura Trump had put out some alerts about that there, and Scott Presler, who's been doing amazing work in Pennsylvania to get people registered to vote. In Dauphin County, Pike County, and some of the other far out counties in Pennsylvania, they're still voting and the lines are still long. So these are all very, very good signs of Trump. But again, it comes down to how many ballots are we going to print in the basement in Center City, Philadelphia in the middle of the night to make this work. So as Trump said, we got to make this thing too big to rig, and I think it just might be.
So just so we can get clarity, when it's saying that Harris, for people who don't understand, when it's saying that Harris has 99 and Trump has 137, break it down to the people what they're actually counting there, Benji.
Well, those are like electoral votes. So basically, what electoral vote is how the House seats are apportioned. There are 535. Well, the 535 House seats, roughly. So they apportion those to the states, and you basically win the amount of electoral votes and you get the entire state. Except for usually, if you win one state, it's winner takes all. Except for Nebraska and Maine, they actually have certain congressional districts that can vote separate, so you can split those states. For the most part, that's how it is. So yeah, Trump has the most amount of states, but the state populations aren't necessarily as high. Like Harris is going to get, and the Democrats in usual are going to get the high population states with a lot of electoral votes, the New Yorks, the New York and California, but the Republicans edge out by getting anywhere between. But it goes down to the 7 battleground states of Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's where the battle's going to be won tonight. And they're saying if Trump wins Georgia, that's a good thing. So it looks like he's winning in Georgia. So that's a good thing. I think it's going to be a good night for Trump. We'll see.
There you have it.
And I wish we, because we down 2 panelists, but I think you guys can handle this conversation because the issues and the concerns that Black men are having are just not from the Harris campaign. It's also from the Trump campaign as well. And like we talked about, it's, a big deal for people, for men specifically, saying they're abstaining from the vote altogether.
Yeah.
They just can't get down with either side. So one of the issues, of course, is Black men being concerned that there could be possibilities of unjust incarceration of Black men. And I want to talk about this. You can pull this up. And this is, quite some years ago, in 1989, okay? This is Donald Trump, and this has been a lot of conversation about this, how he took out the full-page ad, which, promoting bringing back the death penalty for the Central Five specifically, and who were later exonerated. And, but they served many years in prison over this. So this was a huge issue. And so my question is, guys, will Trump potentially his presidency lead to unjust incarceration of men? And before you, I'm gonna let Benji handle that and then go to the pastor. But first, before you actually answer that question, I want to show that other one because you just showed the full page ad. I want you to show that other ad from back in the day. So look at this ad, Negroes for sale. Okay, okay, and let's go back to the other ad. Now, let's go to Benji real quick. Now, this is the thing, Benji. When I see stuff like that, that kind of worries me. So, I want you to explain what's going on here.
So fonts are racist now. Is that what we're saying?
Now, come on,
racist fonts now.
Benji. Now, you know good and well. Listen, Benji. Listen.
That's a new one.
Listen,
That's a new
fonts detail a lot. When you see horror movie, the font is a certain way, right? When you see a love movie, the font is romantic, right? So let's not deny that fonts communicate quite a bit. Otherwise, they would not have put the big, large size on it. Now, I'm not saying Trump is this or Trump is that, but when I see that, and I think when Black men see that, they have issues. So listen, explain it to me. What's going on?
I just think it's the Central Park Five argument is just so hilarious and it's just so old and worn. What I love is how we're so concentrated on what a man who was a regular citizen who happened to be a Democrat at the time said in 1989 about these boys, but no one looks at the actual Democrat prosecutor that put them in jail, who was in New York at the time. The same way with Eric Garner, where everybody talks about what happened when Eric Garner was so sad, how he ended up getting killed. He was selling the loose cigarettes, right? The cigarettes that are from out of state. But that happened in a Democrat municipality with a Democrat mayor and a Democrat governor and a Democrat police commissioner. Everybody was Democrats. I don't understand how we're like, Trump is bad and Trump did not have the power to do anything to anybody. But let's talk about Joe Biden and the 93 crime bill. Let's talk about Kamala Harris, the prosecutor. She wants to prosecute Trump. You prosecute a whole bunch of black men for weed. So I just think this whole Central Park 5 argument is hilarious. And the people, the black leadership pimps who push this garbage, because it's garbage at the end of the day, Donald Trump can have an opinion. Okay, he thinks they're guilty. And does that mean that he thinks every black person for everything is guilty? Because I recall Donald Trump actually signing the First Step Act, an act that Republicans like Lindsey Graham and like the senator from Tom Cotton from Arkansas went against him a lot on, but he went and did that on his own. So the Central Park 5 argument is just really dumb. And I think that for people who want to hate Trump and want to find a reason, I guess, make this a thing. But at the end of the day, he was a rich guy who put out a newspaper article and that was his opinion. So a lot of people think OJ's guilty too. But at the end of the day, did he govern in a racist way? He did not. He put his whole political everything on the line to do the justice reform, which he did not have to do. So
Benji,
the Central Park 5 thing is just so, and let's not talk about the fact that these Negroes got millions of dollars from the state of New York. These Negroes are whole millionaires. They ain't gave my black ass nothing. So if I'm going to vote for higher gas prices because of some shit that happened to them 39 years ago, I think not. It's dumb.
So Benji, I think, because the black community, especially black men, toxic relationship.
I'm smarter than to fall for that foolishness.
Well, that's
this foolishness.
What I was going to say is
please tell me how a newspaper article from a regular citizen is supposed to mean something when you had actual Democrats put hundreds of thousands of black people in jail, Democrats who are sitting in Congress right now, who signed that bill. These same on the Congressional Black Caucus, no smoke for them, but Donald Trump is the problem. It's bullshit. And I'm glad black men are opening up to it because it's dumb.
No, see, that
argument is stupid.
I think when I remember back with mass incarceration, a big part of that was, stop and frisk being a part of that. And I think when people hear Donald Trump speak about giving the police immunity and potentially bringing back
immunity from civil lawsuits, not immunity to go and kill people. The thing about immunity from civil lawsuits is that if you're a police officer and you involved in whatever, you get arrested somebody or whatever it is, they don't have the power then to civilly sue you, which makes sense because if you're working under offices of the city and you're working for the city and municipality and you're a police officer for them, you have to file criminal charges. You don't get to just sue people for doing their job. Like that's frivolous. In that case, why would anybody be a cop? If I could just get sued, why would I do anything? Why would I go out there and risk my life every day and run into bullets for what? Like that makes us it makes no sense. And it's crazy. All these people, that's all this, police are bad, defund the police. But all them Negroes live in places where the police are funded. They don't live I live in the hood right here, right now, West Philly, outside Belmont Avenue. What's up?
So
I
real
live
quick,
in a place with police.
So real quick, Benji, because I forgot to close out this poll. Is voting Democrat and endorsing the LGBTQ?
Yes.
We got 3/4 of the community that says absolutely yes. And so Benji, I want to just kind of close this out with you and then go to Pastor Kurt to see if he has anything contrary to state. But are you stating that pretty much the information about potential mass incarceration or just unjust incarceration of black people is positioning from
governing record? Don't look at the fake news. Look at the governing record. Look at the people that he pardoned. He pardoned Jack Johnson, a boxer who was racially put in jail, which Obama did not pardon. And you can look that up because that article is there. I actually have a video on my YouTube where I break that down. Obama was supposed to pardon Jack Johnson, and he didn't. Obama was supposed to pardon that other black lady, the lady who was in jail, the grandma, I forgot her name. She's supposed to get pardoned by Obama too, and Obama didn't pardon her either, and she was from Chicago. So there are many people. And let's look at Angela Stanton King, who we all know and see. He pardoned her too. So I don't want to hear this bullshit about the Central Park 5 bullcrap because we look at how Trump actually governed. He did not govern in a way that was putting black people needlessly in jail, and nobody can deny that.
Wow. And Pastor Kerr, we're going to bring you in here. Do you have anything contrary to state about this?
Well, I think that because we didn't bring up Project 2025.
Which is not Trump's. We're not doing that tonight either. That's not Trump's.
You know, I've heard a lot about Project 2025.
Absolutely.
And it's not Trump's. It's from the Heritage Foundation. That's not his. He not write it. He already denied it. So we're not doing that tonight either. What else?
But
nope.
But if we do look at his second administration, it does threaten. It threatens to incriminate and cause mass incarceration. I think that that's something that we need to look at. And I believe that I read something that that stated that Trump had buy-in from some of the the people that like create the prisons and stuff so that he could actually make money from it. But that's allegedly, so I'm not really pushing that. But I'm saying when you look at all of the stuff that Trump is implementing, mass incarceration, further dehumanizing people in the criminal legal system. When you look at the death penalty and how he's creating, his administration is saying that they would allow like a lot of people to be that are on death row to actually be executed. When you look at at all of the different things that he's saying that he's going to level up on as it relates to which we said we're not looking at Project 25, but it kind of correlates to what his administration is pushing for if they do win tonight.
Again, no, he has already denied Project 2025. And I guess when you get so desperate for a win, you got to try to put stuff on other people. That's a real shame. Anyway, I look at facts and look at the way he actually governed, not hearsay, not speculation. Because if we want to look at that, let's look at all the people that Kamala actually prosecuted, put in jail for real black folks with weed and things like that. Real black folks that Joe Biden put in jail. Real black folks. Not speculation on what they going to do. I'm talking what they actually did.
It was
how many people had Trump put in jail as opposed to Biden? Very slow.
Kamala
is a prosecutor. That's what she said. I'm a prosecutor. I prosecute.
Hold on, Benji. Hold on, Benji. Go ahead.
It was less than 1,000 people that she prosecuted while she was the district attorney, while she was the attorney general.
How many did Trump prosecute?
Probably millions.
Probably zero. He's not a prosecutor. Zero.
He's not a prosecutor.
No, he's not. But she is though.
But he created rules and laws that actually caused harm for people.
Like the 93 crime bill, that was Joe Biden and Bill Clinton. Actually, Bill Clinton actually took a picture, which you can Google this picture, when he was running for governor in Arkansas with a whole bunch of black men in chains behind him. That's Bill Clinton in a picture. So I don't see that of Trump. We can look those things up. Like I hear a lot of conjecture, but I'm not hearing where between 2017 and 2021, what racist policy did Donald Trump put out? I want to hear the policy. Where is it? Who did he put in jail? Was there a 93 crime bill under Trump? No, there was not. But there was a First Step Act, which he put his whole political self on the line to do, and was a bipartisan thing that even Van Jones' crying ass was for. So I don't want to hear that.
hold tight, Benji. No, you good. You good. So this is what we're gonna do, Benji. I want you to bring that poll back up, Benji. If you could walk us through that poll real quick. What's happening live time, really quickly. And in the meantime, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drop the link for the initiates to actually call in, and we want to hear from both sides, and we want to know where you stand on these issues. So I want you to call in and let us know where you stand on these issues. I'm getting ready to drop that in the chat right now. And Benji, if you could walk us through what's happening right now.
I mean, right now, nothing's really going to happen until the turn of the hour, because after every hour, we're going across the country, and, we're obviously it's a time delay and polls close. Right now, it's 9:22. So, I mean, the 9 o'clock polls close. There may be a 9:30 poll, but I don't think we're going to really get another drop until like 10 when the mountain states drop, and then 11 the western states drop. So right now it's kind of, we're kind of just sitting and waiting right now, but it sits where it is. It looks like Trump is doing all right in Minnesota, which would be crazy because she went and got Tim Walz, which thank God, because I will say this, to give Kamala a little bit of credit. We were a little bit afraid because we thought she was going to pick Josh Shapiro, but her dumb ass didn't. She picked Walz because she hates the Jews, which is awesome. That was a great thing, but we breathed a sigh of relief for that. Thank you, Kamala, for picking that weirdo. And it looks like Trump is actually going to, looks like he's, like, it looks red in Minnesota, which is nuts. If he wins Minnesota, I think Trump got this. Like, how do you win? Like, he's the sitting governor of Minnesota. Like, what does that tell you if Trump wins Minnesota? That's an embarrassment. That would be like them winning Ohio with J.D. Vance as the sitting senator. That's an absolute embarrassment if Trump wins Minnesota. If he wins Minnesota, this thing is done. We gonna know this tonight. If he win Minnesota.
Benji, appreciate that info. Now, Benji, curb that language just a little bit, just because we're trying to stay monetized on YouTube, okay? But it's okay. Benji turned the part that we do.
I'm ratchet. I told y'all. I act like my mama here. Okay.
Right. No, you fine. I just dropped that link in the chat and listen.
Let me know we got somebody backstage, Lamo.
Yeah, and let me know if we got somebody who disagrees.
Absolutely. And what do you want them coming up and exactly to say here?
Give us your name, your location, who you voted for, and tell us who you voted for and why.
Okay, so just who you voted for and why. I got you. So go ahead, come back, say. And by the way, we put the link here in the chat, guys. We went ahead and we dropped the link here in the chat. Stay muted while you're backstage. We'll bring you up, and we want you to go ahead and let us know, rapid fire, guys, who you voted for and why.
Absolutely.
All
Bring them up as soon as you can, man. It's just such a passionate conversation. I can tell Benji and Pastor getting a little turned over there.
No, absolutely. For those of you who are already in the chat that may not want to come up, drop who you voted for here in the chat. Put a Harris or a Trump in the chat. And listen, it is happening tonight. Tonight is election night. Here, we started off with 4 panelists. We're down to 2. We had, some for people who are confused, Marcus Rogers was up in the building here with us. We had Justin G. Now we're in here rocking with Pastor Kurt. And we also have Benji in the building here with us. And we are watching this election here live. The next part, the last part before we close this out tonight, election week all night, guys. So we will be coming back in tomorrow as well as Thursday to go about covering what's happening, because tomorrow's going to be a lot different. We're not going to be talking about what we think is going to happen. We're going to be talking about what happens next. That's going to be a bit of a different conversation.
Yep, and the IG handles are in the chat or in the description for both Benji Irby as well as Pastor Kurt. And I'm going to read the super chat real quick. Shout out to Tanya Austin. She got that white badge, so Tanya new to the game. She says, how many of you that voted for Trump currently make over $300K? Because if you don't, you're going to be hurting.
I wonder why she says that. Then.
Well, that's and Benji, if I'm not mistaken, that's because of the thought the thought about the tax implications that come from people making under 300,000.
Which was talked about.
Wait, so what? So okay, give me some feedback on that. I mean, it sounds like Pastor Kurt and Benji, you got something to say. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, those are lies. I mean, we had the Trump tax cuts in 2017, which cut tax on everybody, which when Trump gets reelected, we will keep going. I would hope that Kamala would do the same thing if she were elected. So I'm not seeing where this 300,000 situation, especially when you have Kamala who wants to raise taxes on businesses, which is just going to go down to consumer anyway. So I just find that, and this is the other thing about the tax conversation too. This tax conversation is so disingenuous in general, because you're not doing anything with taxes unless you attach the carried interest loophole. The carried interest loophole is the loophole where investment funds are taxed at half the amount of regular working people funds, which all the rich people know that already. They already know they have a loophole through tax. Oh, we're going to tax the rich. It's bullcrap. They don't tax the rich. The rich have loopholes that are written into the government. So we're really going to talk about taxation. Let's get rid of it. And that's something that both sides need to do. That's not even a one-side thing. That's something that both sides did. Carried interest loophole is unfair to everyone. That is why the rich get away with all. Because you think Mark Cuban supporting Kamala Harris to be taxed to death? Please, like, you really think I'm gonna just give half my money away? Hell no. These rich people, they all have tax incentives and loopholes to get through.
I think the issue is in conjunction with the taxes, is that Trump is pushing the fact of implementing tariffs. And if he does implement tariffs and that's combined, then it's going to cause clothes and furniture and all those different kind of things to go up, which is going to be a great taxation on the underclass, which is why whoever that was that posted, if you're making under $300,000, you're going to be affected, because it's going to hit the bottom line of the people that are actually buying and paying for stuff and living from paycheck to paycheck.
If that's so, then why did Biden keep Trump's tariffs against China? Like, what tariffs do is they actually protect our industry, so you don't have people like China selling second-rate goods in our country and shipping our jobs out to overseas, like what's happened with the auto industry. That's why Detroit looks the way it looks. That was a city full of black people that were working and making money in the auto industry, which has now been sold out to China and other places. That's what tariffs do. They protect our American industry. They're not a tax on top of people. Because if they were, then why has Kamala and Joe kept Trump's tariffs? Why would they keep them?
$78 billion increase to our economy is what is expected under the Trump administration if tariffs are.
So check it out. We actually got somebody here from backstage on here. And by the way, guys, we went ahead and dropped the link. We want you to come up here and tell us who you voted for and why. And let's start with this sweetheart that's on here now. What's your name, sister?
My name is Tia.
Tia, give me your age and location.
I am 55 years old, California, and I voted for Trump. And I haven't voted in I don't know how many years. Didn't plan on voting. was always a Democratic, but I just seen how California has gone under due to Democratic policies with the theft, the homelessness. And it's just funny how ironic how when Trump, before he was a politician or a Republican, every celebrity loved Trump. I remember Trump from the 80s, 90s. They used to host all of the Mike Tyson fights at the Trump Plaza. He was cool with Oprah. He was cool with Whoopi Goldberg. Now everyone's flipped the script. And I'm voting for him because of his values. In 2016, the economy was much better. And Kamala Harris haven't done nothing for us in 3 years. How is she going to do something for us now? And I know a lot of people say, yeah, she's vice president. She really doesn't have that much, say as far as policies are concerned. But, just look at the border crisis, the inflation, gas, everything is out of control. And for anybody to vote in that way, it's a disgrace to our country.
And I wanted to also talk about Kamala too. Another thing with this whole price gouging thing, which is also ridiculous. If there were, first of all, there is no American company that's price gouging right now. If there were, then why would you not go to Joe Biden and get an executive order to stop that immediately? If you care so much about the American people, like if we're getting gouged, that's something you can stop. Like if there are American companies that are out just charging people crazy because they're just evil American companies and the supermarket just want to charge you extra bread, that can stop. Mind you, supermarkets only make a 1% to 2% margin anyway because half of their stock goes bad and gets wasted. So it's like they're just lies. Like I saw this Kamala commercial because I'm in Pennsylvania. They want to put a 4,000% tax on you. All this like Trump wants to raise taxes. In what life does a conservative raise taxes? In what life? Like that doesn't even make any sense. Mind you, Kamala's gonna raise taxes for all these daggone illegals coming up here. And even over everything, whether you like Trump or hate Trump or whatever, black folks, black men who work with their hands like me, don't get this suit confused. I'm in the trades. So black men, they're importing your replacements. I don't give a damn how you feel about Trump. I'm not supporting the importation of my replacements. You're wilding. Like I don't care if Trump's Adolf Hitler. I'm not supporting legal immigration. As a black person, as black people, that's our public enemy number one. How are we ever get reparations with 25 million people now in our party who don't give a damn about our reparations? Like please make that make sense. It's a lie anyway, but if we're gonna even do that, it's a thing. How does that even work?
Tia, thank you so much for coming up and sharing your perspective in here. I think we got somebody else backstage. Lionel, go ahead and keep them coming. I want you guys to come up here. Let me know who you voted for and why. We're going to go ahead and chop it up here tonight, family. Lionel, we got somebody else backstage, right? Go ahead.
Just bring them up right there.
Yep, go ahead. We about to bring you up. The link is in the chat, family. I want you guys to go ahead, hit the link. This is where we chop it up with the family here because it's about to be a decision made tonight.
We got a whole watch party. Benji walking us through.
Oh, Lano over here. Okay, he getting us right. I see you getting us right, Lano. You are here, sister. What's up, sister? How you doing?
She got that smile on.
There you go.
Hello.
Hey.
Thank you for bringing me up. I thought I was just watching, so I did not know I was going to be pulled up to the platform. It's all good.
Hold on, wait. What's your name?
My name is Erica.
And give me your age and your location.
I am 42 and I'm in Louisville, Kentucky.
There we
go. Just went all the way Trump.
Wow.
I'm from Louisville. I'm from Louisville though, okay? Not the rest of Kentucky. Louisville voted blue actually.
Wow.
But the state went red, yeah. So
now why is that? Tell us why. We want to hear more.
You know what? I don't know. Louisville is the inner city.
No, why did you vote? Why did you vote Trump?
Why did I vote? I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for Kamala.
Oh, plot twist. See, you confused us when you first got up here.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying Kentucky's red now, but you voted blue.
Yes, I voted blue. My state is unfortunately red. But Louisville, where I'm from, is the city, and our city is technically blue. Does that make sense?
No, that makes perfect sense. So tell me this: why'd you vote for Kamala?
Okay, I voted for her. Probably for the worst reason ever, because she's a black woman and I'm a black woman. I know. Did she roll her eyes? I see the lady in the Zoom chat.
No, see, this is the thing. I'm glad you were honest about that. And I think they was trying to escape that earlier. Jason talked about it just a little bit, but we have to talk about that because that's how people vote.
And that's how they get. Yes, that's identity politics that we talked about at the top of the show. I don't know if you saw that.
I have a question. Oh, okay. So, I mean, this lady is not black. And the thing is, I don't have no problem you vote for Kamala. I understand a lot of black women vote for whatever. I get that. But I have a real issue that our first quote unquote black president, and now the quote unquote first female black president. Neither of these people are black. They are not ADOS. They're not FBA. They do not have the black experience coming from slavery to have come up in this country. They are people from other countries. To me, why can Kamala just be Indian? Like that's the part I don't. If she was Indian, I would have no issue with that. My issue is that they're using the black struggle like they always do. So if you have anything to say to her, oh, you're racist, you're being against black women, Van Jones, oh, she's your sister. That heifer is not our sister. She was raised in Canada. Where is our sister at? Candace Owens exposed this whole thing. She is not from here. I have no problem. You vote for her, vote for who you want to vote for. You in Kentucky, we got you anyway, so it's fine. But but she's not black. Like, my thing is, like, be black. And what's crazy was even going back to Joe Biden, him picking a black VP. He had Val Demings to pick from. He had the other black lady who was now the mayor of Los Angeles. Why can he pick a real black woman? I just find that so insulting to me that the Democrat Party, when they even go to pick a black woman or a black man, neither one of them are black. For real. Like, she's not you. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're ADOS, I'm ADOS. You know what I mean? We're actual black people. No issue with you voting for her. I just wish that she was really black for real if she's going to be using the moniker as black. Because in the AP article when she won, you could look this up online, it said the first Indian American senator. It did not say nothing about no black. And her father is not black. He's from Jamaica, because guess what? Elon Musk is from Africa. He ain't black either. So her father is half Brahmin Indian and Irish, and they were slave traders. Candace Owens, we had this whole thing, the whole genealogy down. I just wish that this woman were actually black and she was going to be our first black anything. And I think black people, we deserve, if all we've been through in this country, we deserve real black representation if we're going to do that.
Now, Benji, hold tight, because I want to ask this young lady. I want to ask, did you relate on any level with Kamala?
And I'm really embarrassed to say the only reason why I voted for her is because she was a black woman and I identify as a black woman. Some of her belief systems, I do not.
So nothing about reproductive rights.
No, we're here with you.
My screen disappeared. I'm sorry, my whole screen disappeared. The reproductive rights and all of that stuff, because I'm a Christian as well, and so I really battled with that. But I just couldn't see myself bubbling in Trump. I just could not do that either. So it was like, which one do I do?
That's the thing, because like you voted for her because she was black, and they know that. That's why they had to make her black. That's what I'm tight about it, because that's why we have to blackify her, because they knew there'd be voters like you who were gonna identify with her and say like, yeah, like, oh, I'm black, she black, Al, sisterhood, Al, AKA Al, all of that. Like, you know what I mean? But she's not really that though. And now, hold tight, Benji. Let me she could really black.
Let me ask this young lady, because I hear that from a lot of women. I hear a lot of women say, hey, I actually don't support, certain levels of access to abortion because people are, many people are using it as a means of contraception. And I hear, but hey, listen, there's no way I could vote for Trump because they think he's racist, he's big, all these different things.
It was more for history too, to show our young women that there is a possibility that we can sit in the highest seat in the land too. So it's kind of like, okay, let her pave the way so that we can, show that we can do this as well. So that's where I was on that.
I just got so many questions for you.
And at the end of the day, the president has never really affected my life at all. When, to be honest, it's no matter what president has been in office, I cannot say it has affected my life personally, negative or positive. So I did it for him.
I understand that. Let me
follow
up.
Better example of somebody who actually was black and didn't sleep her way to the top. I just wish there's much better example. We know it's true, huh? Willie Brown. Let's be real about it.
Wait, Benji.
I'm not the starter. We already know what
Benji, hold tight.
I wish there were a better black woman.
Benji, because I still, and I don't want to use you as representation for all black women in America, but you talked about not being in support of the abortion, correct?
Right.
Now, what about, you got Pastor Kurt here? And you're a Christian woman. What do you think when he talks about and because I got to go back to this. What do you think about a Christian man being gay?
Oh goodness, that's hard. I mean, I think I put gay being in the same category as all sin, period. And so we're all going to be judged. We're all sinners and we all fall short of the glory of God. So I'm not going to crucify somebody for their choice on who they want to sleep with.
So I'm just very confused because
I know.
Because she's saying she's saying that she doesn't agree with the LGBTQ community, doesn't agree with certain access to abortion, but it's just
I didn't say I didn't agree with the LGBTQ community. I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. You're not saying that.
I just said I'm not going to judge somebody because of it. I am a Christian and I do believe that it is a sin, but just because you sin doesn't mean that you can't be saved by grace. That makes
this is interesting because essentially the main reason you voted wasn't necessarily to make any political or policy based change. It was really so you can have the imagery of a black woman in that seat. I think I remember back in 2008 when Obama was running, man, I remember that was just the greatest thing that could have ever happened, us seeing a black man hold that seat. I remember literally on that day when Obama won, I was in school when we found out. Everybody crying tears. Like there was crying tears like the slaves just got freed that day. It was a very emotional day for us as black people to see that and the imagery of that. And I wonder if that is like a version of us voting from a place of our trauma, like us voting from a place of our lack, instead of voting for things that we actually gonna tangibly get in that. Because I think just even hearing, because I've spoke to just a lot of people about this, it just seems like we don't really have a transactional mindset from politics. We don't vote to get. We vote based on these, and that's why I appreciate you being honest, because it's these very emotional places that we cast our vote from. Almost as if we literally expect nothing from the government. They have never done anything for me. My life has never changed. The government can't help me. These policies are not for me. They don't help our black community. But you know what? I'll see a black girl in there. And I think that's why identity politics, it works so well on our community.
Right. This is why they communicate to us like that.
I think that's what they say too. That's how black people purchase. Like we buy and spend money from a place of our trauma.
Look at Obama.
Well, we ain't buying black.
That's why everybody. He had a whole quote unquote first black president, couldn't even get us reparations when he had the votes for it. And this is what we revere this man. He's a snake, a Kenyan con artist, and a homo from Kenya. That nigga ain't no good. Ain't never did.
Okay, Benji, you going too crazy. Yeah, Benji, you getting out of control.
Benji getting slanderous.
Yeah. We gotta get you. Listen, but thank you for being courageous and really telling us how you went about casting your vote. I think it's a lot of people in that same situation that's doing that as we speak right now.
And
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Let's pull it up one more time. Pull up the polls real quick. Pull up the polls. We're gonna just take a few more people before we close this thing down, because Benji gonna get the whole damn YouTube channel shut down.
I'm telling you.
So we're gonna go ahead and just bring a few more people up here. Why can I only see my sister's forehead? Right? Oh wait, she fixed? There we go. Fix your camera, sister. There you go. What's your name?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah,
I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you could see me or not. I didn't know if I was like a half screen. My name is Rashida, and I live in Philadelphia. And I'm here in Philadelphia.
Me too.
Oh, great. Oh, nice to meet you.
West Philly, right here, Belmont Avenue.
Okay, Germantown right now, but born and raised in North Philadelphia.
I'm up the street.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you, by the way?
I am 47.
Man, Rashida, you are fine.
I agree with that. Hair on point, beautiful. Smile on point.
Okay, good. So Rashida, who you voted for and why?
I won't say out loud who I voted for, but probably as I provide my commentary, it probably will be very honest. I mean, very obvious.
Whoa, how you gonna come up here?
I'm not going to say it out, and because
she's gonna let us know the commentary.
I'm going to fill you. I'm going to fill you in, and like I said, as I continue to share, it will probably be very obvious of who I voted for.
Rashida.
So what I will just let me finish. Settle down. Take it easy. Be easy. So what I will say is the reason why I did not vote for Kamala. I'll say that.
Okay.
I did not vote for Kamala Harris because I feel like there was a lot of play on identity politics. There was a lot of sensationalism. And I feel like we as Black people, we have to move beyond voting based on our feelings or how people can rile us up, and also play to our traumas, as Tashawn mentioned. And I feel like, especially being a person in Philadelphia.
You there. Keep
I'm
going.
born and raised in North Philadelphia. Anybody who knows North Philly, yeah. So anybody who knows North Philly, knows that could be like the bottom, or just like, you have to kind of really rise your way to the top. So I also work in social services. I also work in foster care, all of the things. So my pulse, my finger is on the pulse of many Americans, and I feel like I have a good idea what people need. And we don't need people playing to our emotions. We don't need people dancing on stage for our vote, but then have no clear articulation of their policy. And I have listened to Kamala several times to try to give her the benefit of the doubt, because I want to give her my vote just as a woman. But we also don't need to keep saying, oh, we need to identify with another Black woman. Black women are rising. I'm sitting here with a PhD, all these other things. Black women and Black men are already rising to the top. So we can kind of put that trope to the side that we need to keep finding another place, another person to identify with. Enough of that. We are succeeding. We are leading in several spaces. So I feel like we need to stop playing as if Black people are not thriving. We are. And so with that, we also can talk about what are the policies that are going to move us forward, if that's what you really want to talk about. It also does not make sense that you have now couched this whole abortion argument in women's rights. That is BS, to put it lightly. So I'm also a researcher by trade. So what is not being communicated effectively is that why is it that we are still 13% of the population? So again, we're 13% of the population over the past 10 years. All other races are rising statistically, rising as far as like birth rates. We're still 13% of the population, but we are 60% leading in the amount of abortions being had. Explain that to me. Nobody is talking about that. So we talk about abortions rights as if, so what are we saying? Okay, we don't talk about safe sex. We don't talk about making sure that we are being, responsible with our sexuality and, really taking care of ourselves. But we can highlight, oh, I want to give you the right to have an abortion without any other preventative measures being talked about. And then also put on the public face, on the public side of it, it's like, oh, this is your human right. And then we want to, again, play into emotions, bring up people who have lost children because they were 5 months into a pregnancy and something happened. Those percentages are almost less than 5%. Come on, people, read, wake up, ask questions. Every time you get Kamala on any interview, I can recite her whole speech just to test and kind of just play to play around with my daughter yesterday. I was like, I'm going to recite her whole speech and I'm going to put her on mute. I can recite it verbatim.
Wow.
Oh, I'm a middle-class American. I did this. It's word salad. She offers nothing. There's no policy to fall back on. Nothing. You go to her website, it's a whole narrative of just words. You go to other candidates' website, it's bullet points. I'm going to do this, 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 and this. It's clear as day. And it's like, why can't we get information? Why? Because you want to keep people ignorant, you want to keep people stuck, put real information in a book, or keep the real message hidden, or don't explain the facts. That's how we stay stuck. And then we get lost in our trauma by all of these promises with no real facts. Everything is, I believe this, I believe that. I believe things too. What does the policy say? What does your policy want to say? Don't tell me about your belief system, because what you're not telling me is that you believe in Jesus Christ or that you believe in God. That's obvious, because if you did, you would not be pushing this abortion. That would not be the top of your campaign slogan. So don't talk to me about that.
First of all,
the passion.
And stop playing to people's emotions. There are real people hurting out here. I also work on the Philadelphia Crisis Line. I also teach students from New York City who also talk about the immigrants and not being able to have funding for people who live in New York, but then there's tons of money available for people who have just come across the border illegally. So we're not saying don't come here and come to the American dream. Absolutely. There's abundance here. There's a lot of things to do here. cross legally, get what you need to do, work, because we provide the American. I'm a part of the American dream. I work from the bottom up. There's other people doing the same thing. I'm not a monolith of the Black community.
Hold on, wait, Rashida, hold on, wait. Let's get it. No, listen. We feel you, sister. We feel you, and we also know who you vote. You might as well just. You might as well. I don't know what kind of secret that was. Let's go ahead and give. She got it off her chest. But see, this is really where. Let me tell you. After last night, I got on the phone with my mom. My mom gave me one of them same speeches you just gave me about this whole pilot. This is where people. This is like touching the deepest parts of their soul, because it's connected to your morals, it's connected to your life, it's connected to your money.
2,300 people in the chat.
First of all, can I say something about abortion really quick?
Benji, I'm scared as hell for you to say something.
Yes, Benji, just clean it up, Benji. What's up?
I promise I'll be good. I promise. Okay, look, I will say this about abortion. I feel like the abortion issue, because I mean, she's desperate, that's all she has. They're going to take our rights away. When Dobbs was put down, it puts abortion back to the states. So for all of y'all, abortionists in New York, California, PA, like, you will always have abortion. And what's funny, even in Kansas, which is a bright red state, they did a memorandum on abortion. They did a vote on it, and they kept it. So I don't understand why everybody's so afraid. Oh my God, Trump's taking our rights away. Trump's not taking anything away. Trump is actually not for an abortion ban. He said that. He's for IVF. So they have to continue to make all these lies to scare women into, oh my God. And for the Black community, as much as we are losing out here, abortion should not be our thing. It's so funny to me that the wokest of us are going so hard for abortion and going so hard for a Democrat trying to take our gun rights away, where if you think that the white folks are trying to get you and they're so bad and they're so whatever, then why would we want to not have guns? Why would we not want to have more soldiers to fight against the quote unquote white supremacy y'all have this issue with all the time? And if we look at abortion, the beginning of abortion, let's see where abortion actually started in East New York, Brooklyn, with Margaret Sanger, who is the head of Planned Parenthood, who actually has this as a Negro project abortion, because she wanted to exterminate the Negro like a weed. So if all y'all so woke supporting abortion, Planned Parenthood is out here to kill Black people, and it kills more Black people than anybody else. So I don't understand how you can call yourself woke out here. You can just say, look, I'm wild, I want to have an abortion. Say that, but you're not woke. You're not special. You just want to be wild out here and have abortions. Abortions are supposed to be, I was with Bill Clinton, and most conservatives were, safe, legal, and rare. I can do up to 3 months, life of the mother and all that, that's fine. But like this commercial Kamala has out with this lady crying on the floor, oh my God, I'm gonna die. And then a Republican Congress says, we're gonna stop your abortion. That's ridiculous. No one is saying that any mother anywhere in any state should die. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is retarded.
We did the estimates. All these
things that are lies. There will all, if you want an abortion, as much as I don't like abortion, but again, I in addition to take one or give one or whatever, if you want an abortion, Americans, there will always be abortion if you really want it. Donald Trump's not taking that from you. It's a states' rights issue.
We had an estimate yesterday from the time abortion.
Wait, hold tight. I think Pastor Kurt, you gotta head out.
Yeah, I have to head out, but I do want to say this about abortion. 14 states banned abortion when Roe v. Wade was pushed back. 11 of those states imposed harsher sentiments on people that wanted an abortion. And so when we talk about like the effects of the laws and the rules that are made on the different levels, it creates a monopoly and a trickle effect. One, every state that is not able to have abortion, it creates a longer travel time for a woman that may want to get an abortion. And if her if she's not reproducing correctly, and if she needs to have an abortion and they can't do it in that state, there's different things that have to be signed in order for her to actually have that abortion. So the travel time to clinics is longer for her. This is all public knowledge. You could go and pull it up. The public support that person may need, the access to abortion pills, and on and on and on. The global impact. There's different things that happen as rules and laws are created. And so as we sit and as we talk about the different effects of the different laws and pushing it back down to the states, yes, I'm in California, and I'm sure that abortion will be okay here in my state. But what about the states where it's not going to be okay? What about those little small towns? We're talking about cities and stuff where stuff is happening, but what about the little small towns where people are restricted and not able to get the things that they need because of the rules and the laws that are being implemented and either taken away or pushed forward? And so that's what I wanted to add to that.
Right, but
I
then
thought the
can I just
Democrats in the
add
party of
something really quick? Then I'm going to shut
democracy,
up. Can I just add
what
something
happened to the
really
states
fast?
voting?
First of all,
Hold
Rashida,
tight, hold
Right,
tight.
can
No,
I just
no,
add
Rashida,
something really
listen.
fast, and then I'm
Rashida,
gonna
I think
shut up?
I think you officially became another panelist.
So-
So,
so-
Rashida,
I'm sorry.
what you got?
And then I'm
She can
just,
stay. She can stay.
I want to respond to Pastor Carl. So Carl, again, we're straddling both. Kurtz, I'm sorry, we're straddling both sides of the fence here. This, from what I understand from watching Harley Initiated, this is a faith-based community, right? So I'm going to assume that everybody here is walking here by faith. We're here because we collectively agree on a higher power, God, Jesus Christ, all these things. So we're here under the same agreement, correct? So if that is the basic premise of this audience, then we can't straddle the fence and say, okay, they're going to have to go to travel a longer journey to get to an abortion clinic. Okay, that might be God's will, because maybe along that journey they will be somebody will intercede on their behalf. Somebody might be praying for them on the background. They might run into a great social worker. They might come across a great therapist. They might come across they might end up in my classroom, and I can say something to them that speak life into their heart, and they can find some other resources other than the top resource being an abortion. Come on, we're straddling the fence. That is our problem. Pick a lane, pick a struggle. We can't keep doing this double Dutch thing where it's like I'm in, I'm out, I'm in and out with no clear guidance, no clear direction. That is the problem with America. That is the problem with this us as a society. We can't.
That's the problem with church.
We can't decide. We're indecisive.
Double-minded.
Hold on,
bring that person up.
Wait.
So again, we really have to. The only way that we're going to. The only way we're going to restore hope or some sense of true resilience is to us all collectively work together for one common goal. All this flexibility, all this lukewarm, all this, oh, I think I can do this, I think I can do that. It is creating chaos. Mm-hmm. It is creating chaos. It is not the right path to go. And then, speaking of all this flexibility, the gender fluid, yes, I have no issues with anyone. However, when we are now creating animals and the animal can show up in the school building, no, animals belong in a zoo. If your child is coming to school and they are saying, I identify as a cat, a dog, a giraffe, they need to come to my office and see me as a client. That there's something else going on if that is the case. But we're now putting educators in positions that they have to now provide accommodations for these type of situations that are arising. Right. However, there's all the rights that are going for this community. However, how quickly we forget Black America, the one who gets all hype and we can dance and jive to the latest tune. How quickly we forget how our movement has been hijacked to some degree. But we forget that part.
Now hold tight, Rashida, because we got Winter. We got Winter in the background. We got Winter. She's shaking her head, so I want to get some feedback from her. But go ahead, Ty.
And I want to, because you were talking about your profession here. Pastor Kurt, you out of here?
Don't leave, Kurt, please.
Pastor Kurt, you can't. Pastor Kurt.
Am I gonna get a chance to do whatever I got on camera? I didn't want to get on camera.
Hold tight.
Backstage, you cannot be talking if you backstage.
And find out who that is.
Like literally.
And bring her up too.
Jesus Christ,
right now.
What is happening?
Pastor Kurt, listen. Well, shout out to Pastor Kurt for joining us.
Thank you, Pastor Kurt, for joining us. Pastor Kurt, obviously you see that you bringing some polarizing conversation. You know you got to come back next week.
Yeah, we can work it out. Let's see what my schedule is like on
Pastor
Monday.
Kurt said, "Hell no, I ain't coming back dealing with y'all."
I will come. I will come back.
On business.
We just need to make sure that my schedule allows me to do it. If not, then we'll pick another day.
No.
But I definitely will come back.
Well, thank you very much for your presence here, Pastor Kurt. You inspire some very important conversation for the culture here tonight. And again, you're welcome back. I'll contact you off camera so we can talk. Okay, brother?
Appreciate it, Pastor Kurt.
Thank you, brother.
Benji's getting the crowd riled up. Bring that young lady up now.
Wait,
'cause
who
she
was
got a
that
lot to
talking
say.
in the
She's
back?
got a lot to say.
That was me.
My name
That
is
was me.
Sierra.
Hold
I
on.
just want to say something real quick
First
about
of all,
abortion
hold on,
politically.
hold on, Benji, hold on.
Because we're getting turned
Because
right
you
now.
cannot be talking all this mess, and then you come up on here with this bonnet. Okay, listen. Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on now.
Sorry.
Now hold
It's
on,
not
wait.
a bonnet though.
You gotta
Because
wait,
no, because it's turned into it. This is a watch party. This is official. We got 3 initiates. We got Benji in here. It's going crazy. Hey, chill out in the back. We're gonna bring you up too. We're gonna bring a bunch of people up because it seems like
First of
everybody
all,
got something to say.
Because
Wait,
first of all,
you got
listen.
your bonnet? Hold on.
Hold on. No, Benji. Wait, Benji better not get a bonnet. Benji, if
Now,
you,
Benji,
if
he
you,
gonna lose some credibility with me.
you
when
get
bring
a
that
bonnet,
This ain't a bonnet though.
if Benji
What is that?
if
Get a
Benji
language
get a
right.
bonnet, we about to get his ass off the stream tonight if he get a bonnet.
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, this is truly an initiate watch party.
Honestly, none of this is planned, y'all.
Yeah,
okay,
this is
this
crazy
is
right
all
now.
really happening. Benji, what is that?
To get my do-rag. Like, we gonna be mad.
Oh, okay. Benji, you all right,
Getting
cool.
real black in here
'Cause
right
I'm
now.
about to hit you with this right here, Benji. Hold on.
I am delivered.
All right, we're gonna have to hit you with that one. But let's go ahead and we brought 2 of our initiates on here.
And this is Sierra and Winter, correct? Okay,
Yes,
good.
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Okay. Sierra, my girl back there that was popping off in the back, big bonnet energy back there. Sierra, give me your age, your location.
All right, I'm in Tampa, Florida, and I'm 36.
Okay, sweetheart.
Okay. Now, Winter, let's give us your age and your location.
She can't hear us?
My age, yes, I can hear you. It's a bit delayed because I have it live playing on the TV. But my age is 35, and I am in San Antonio, Texas.
Okay, now we're gonna get to you, Sierra. So hold tight. But Winter, I gotta talk to her because she was shaking her head the whole time. Rashida was really cooking.
Okay.
So Winter, what are you thinking about what your fellow initiate is saying right now? What do you think about what Rashida has been communicating?
I think she was on point with everything that she said. I'm a bit sad that the pastor left because I have a lot to say to him because I just feel like he brought a lot of confusion to the table as a pastor, as a man of God. My issue is, and I'm trying to calm down to like I have this righteous indignation. As a pastor, he cannot push his thoughts, his views, his interpretation of scripture. He has to push Christ. He has to share the gospel. It has to be God, the word. So when someone mentioned in the chat that, and I'm not highlighting his sin, but because he is actively in promoting a sinful life, living a sinful life, it's easy for him to excuse sin. I don't understand how he could promote abortion when there's multiple scriptures that support that God knitted you in your mother's womb. John the Baptist leaked, my goodness, when Elizabeth and Mary were having a conversation. John the Baptist leaked in his mother's womb because he knew who Jesus was in Mary. So it's just like, how dare you just push your own interpretation in a time where, in all reality, we are living in the end times. We are literally living in the end times. So I am not a component of Trump. However, I was not going to vote for somebody who's literally pushing for children to change their genders, that you can't even undo it. It is sterilizing kids. It is literally aiding in population control. So I can't join the military at the age of 18. And I had to be signed over when I joined the Air Force right out of high school, even though I graduated. My mom had to sign me to join the Air Force. But you're telling me that I can, my 3-year-old, when he turns 8, if he decides that he is a girl, he can fly to California, unbeknownst to me, and get his sex change, then abortion. My goodness. Literally at your rally, you had a whole automobile promoting people getting abortions. So how do you say that you're a woman of God
but you don't say, okay, you know what? Maybe you should practice abstinence. Maybe you shouldn't have sex until you get married. We're just going to now make abortion a level of birth control. It is insane. Now, I'm going to say this from a spiritual standpoint, and then I'm going to shut up. The left wing and the right wing is still the same bird. So they're going to take us into judgment. Because God got to come.
You just lost Benji. You just lost Benji just now, but go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Keep going, sister. Keep going, sister.
Right here.
But from a spiritual standpoint, this world will end. It will burn. Jesus Christ has to come again. The second coming of Jesus Christ is in our near future. So the left wing and the right wing is taking us in the same direction. I just and I'm quoting Tiffany Montgomery, if I'm saying her name right. I would rather get there a little bit slower so my brothers and sisters who haven't accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior can hurry up.
Hold on. Now, let me tell you. No. And I'm sorry to cut you off, sister. I just really want to hear what my other sister here got to say. But listen, thank you for sharing, because y'all, first of all, my initiates are powerful. I am just glad to know and see. I just love seeing y'all faces and hearing y'all voices, because I'm like, yes, these are our people. Sister, go ahead. Up in the corner. And I'm sorry, I forgot.
Hello.
Winter or Sierra? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. What's your name, sister? I'm sorry.
Sierra.
Okay, Sierra. You see, it was a lot of conversation going on in here. And you was popping up, you was popping off in the back. What was your thoughts?
Listen, I don't play when it comes to the Lord, when it comes to Yahweh, because I wasn't raised in the church. My family does have a religious background, but my parents work, black household. Mom got 2 jobs, single parent, whatever. And so when God found me, I was 15 going on 16. I had identity confusion. I liked it women, and I didn't know why. I didn't act on my desires, and I always pray like, God, if you real, why am I like this? Before the whole gender transitioning thing was a thing, I'd be like, I got facial hair, I got hair on my chest. I'm like, well, maybe I am supposed to be a man. And so I would be like, Lord, if this not it, I don't want to go to hell. Like, I could probably just be single, be abstinent or whatever, and have these desires, but I don't have to act on it. And when I began to pray and open up unto the Lord about this, he began to show me in my bloodline where the door was open through rape and molestation, where this perverted spirit came in, and it just finding somebody that it can subdue. And it wasn't going to subdue me. Even if I didn't know God, I just was not going to act on it. Lo and behold, I married Jesus when I was 17 years old. I made up in my mind that I was going to marry Jesus and figure it out. He took me on my deliverance journey. So I am not going to sit here and go with a woman like, girl, you the devil in a blue dress. Like, you the wolf in sheep clothing. Like, you Satan all the way. You the one in Revelations that talk about the whore. That's you. Like, no. And listen, Trump ain't no better, but at the end of the day, the lesser of 2 evils. At the end of the day, if he can stand for some type of righteousness, I'm going to stand right there with him. And it's always my prayer that, Lord, someone can reach these celebrities. Someone can reach these people that I can't reach, to witness to them, to evangelize to them. I don't know this man from a can in the paint. All I know is what I see on TV. But at the end of the day, he ain't trying to push transgender. If this was a thing when I was confused, right? I mean, it was, I'm 36, right? Back when I was 15 or whatever, it was very taboo to talk about being gay. But if it was open and full out how it is today, it's people, I got a niece. And it's more acceptable, right? I got little cousins. I got, younger children. My own daughter, actually, I'm married and have a daughter, by the way. Like, God did a whole 360 for me. After I married Jesus, 2 years later, I got married to my husband.
Amen.
But, yeah, like, no, I can't I don't want to play with my own salvation, let alone my bloodline. I know what my bloodline is going through. Like, God has revealed it to me. So, nope, I ain't vote for her. I ain't voting for her. I voted for Trump. And that's that.
See, what city you in, Sierra?
We got
I'm
new
in
states
Tampa,
in,
Florida.
by the way.
You in Tampa, Florida?
Benji.
Yeah.
And
That's
guys,
for you
listen,
right
we
there.
gonna have a party.
Y'all
Now,
don't even know the half. I come from a line of witchcraft, all kind of stuff. Like,
Now,
this
hold
ain't the
tight.
testimony thing.
No. First off, this will turn into a testimony night, a watch party, a little bit of everything. Benji said we got some new states in, so Benji should walk us through those states real quick, and then
Can we just
come
make
back.
this full screen? Can we? Oh man.
Then we're gonna come back and we're gonna continue to bring y'all up. So I want y'all to stay where y'all at right now. Stay where y'all at. We're gonna be bringing up people all night. We really watching this thing until I don't know, until it's shut down all the way.
Absolutely.
Benji, what you got for us?
All right, yeah, we got a new state. And speaking of states, what I wanted to say before about the abortion real quick, which is that we're talking about a bus ride. If you really want an abortion that bad, get on a bus like Spike Lee. The fact that the left can't stand that, God forbid, there's a state where people don't want to kill up their kids, why does that bother you so much? I feel like on the right, like I said, Trump said states right. So if you want to abortion up California, that's fine. If you want, that's what the people of those states want, that's fine. But why are the people in Brooklyn, the people in Williamsburg, the hipsters, why are you so concerned with what a woman in Alabama gonna do? Because the thing is that even if it's a distance thing or whatever, just move. I'll give you an example. I had the same argument with an abortion friend that stopped talking to me and blocked me because I got her ass after we had this conversation about abortion. I said, because at the end of the day, she's like, oh, well, the women should be able to do whatever in their state. I said, well, I moved from New York to Florida. Why? Because New York had COVID restrictions and wanted me under a curfew. I said, hell no. I voted with my feet and moved to Florida. If you're in a state that does not align with your values, then you pick up your things and you go to a state that does. That's what federalism is. That's the whole point of the United States of America. A state outside of our country is a country. So these are 50 small countries that come together under a federal umbrella. That's how this works. So you should not be lording yourself. And for people who swear it's a democracy puts it back on the states, not on the Supreme Court to lord over the whole country. Okay, that's what I want to say about that. Okay, but now as far as new states coming in.
Yeah, pull that up.
New
Pull that
states
up.
coming in. Yeah.
Take them off of this one so Benji can walk us through this, and then we'll go back to him. So Initiates, I want y'all to stay. If you already live on with us, I want you to stay in there because we want to continue to have this conversation with you. Benji, go ahead and walk us through what's happening right now.
All right, so I'm looking at the AP results, which is, maybe a little biased, but we'll go with AP right now. So new states have come in, are obvious ones. Right now, Trump is winning Montana, which we know he's probably going to pick up a Senate seat from there as well. Wyoming, Utah, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Missouri, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia, South Carolina. Now, he's leading right now in Minnesota, which I said if he wins Minnesota, that's nuts. Leading in Minnesota. He's leading in Wisconsin. He's leading in Iowa, leading in Pennsylvania, leading in Virginia, leading in North Carolina, leading in Georgia, leading in New Mexico, and leading in Arizona, and also in Oregon right now, which Oregon's going to go for Harris. So right now we're at 109 Harris, 198 Trump, but she's going to get a big jump when, because a lot of people, I look in the shade room and, no shade to the shade room, but a lot of those voters are low information voters. They're like, oh my God, Kamala's going to lose. But it's just that the Western states haven't come through yet. So that'll be a big jump for her. Because I mean, California has like 50 something electoral votes by itself. So we're still kind of, it's still going to come down to the battleground states, but it's still looking good for Trump right now. The states that he's leading in right now, he's leading in Pennsylvania. So
wow,
pretty good. So we'll see. It's night's not over yet. Like her big ones are going to be like California. She's going to get, even though Trump is leading, if Trump wins Oregon, he's leading Oregon. If Trump wins Oregon, Trump won. Like, shut it down. It's over. If he wins Oregon, it's over. But I don't necessarily think he's going to get that one. I just think that there are just a lot of votes that have just not started yet, or they're just getting votes in, because I believe that the eastern part of Oregon may not necessarily be Pacific time. So like the eastern part is going to be more conservative. So those votes will come in first before we get to like Portland, which is the big major blue city that's going to decide Oregon. So we'll see. Right now, looking pretty good for Trump. It's looking better for Trump than the media would have put it out at this point, because according to them, Kamala was everything and he was going to lose. So
Benji, first off, thank you so much for walking us through this. And I cannot, yo, that do-rag is dropped. That's crazy.
Yeah, honestly,
that's turned up.
As long as she has the bonnet on, I'm not the do-rag on because I feel like we
no
here.
complaint.
Okay?
No complaint.
No, listen, hey,
Mama.
it's a slumber party. I should have brought my pajamas today, okay?
Yeah, you see, I'm relaxed.
Fact,
that's why I told you I was coming relaxed.
I'm gonna be honest. Thank you, Benji, for breaking this down for us, because just from the common eye, when I'm looking at it, pull it back up, Lano. When I'm looking at it, the first thing I'm thinking is Kamala's getting whooped. But no, you're saying that this is actually not necessarily because the way the states work, the way the electoral college work, the votes are very different. California's huge. It's a lot of different things that still need to come here. So Oregon, you're saying, is the big state that we really got to watch here to see. So we'll periodically check into it. I want to get back to my initiates because we got a couple new initiates that came up in here tonight. We're going to really get to know the initiates.
Y'all support Benji. Benji Irby on everything. Yes, Twitter, Instagram, because he's just literally kicking it with us at this point.
Honestly, we were introduced because we wanted somebody who could speak for the Conservative Party well. We do a lot of recruiting. He was recommended, and he officially came the reporter for the election tonight. This was not the plan.
This before on another network, so I love that I'm able to do this. It's funny because I didn't get an invite this year to do stuff because I didn't really start. So I love that I'm able to do this for the people in the grassroots sort of thing. I'd rather do this here than in some stuffy, newsroom somewhere. So, and I put a little do-rag, and we have it.
Listen, we're going crazy tonight.
Let me talk to my sister.
2,300 people in the chat.
I'm going to acknowledge you guys if I don't know your name by your square. I got the top middle square. Top middle square. What's your name, sweetheart? Make sure you're muted.
Yes, hello. My name is Rachel.
Rachel, you got.
What's up, Rachel?
I can't see your face, so you got to lower yourself a little bit, Rachel.
Rachel coming back real mysterious right now.
Yeah. Okay.
I know. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, Rachel, you look like you just hit a lick a little bit.
She got that
you
black
got your
on black.
all black on right now, Rachel. Just so I can know, Rachel, give me your age and your location.
Okay. My name is Rachel. I am 39 years old. I'm from Washington, D.C.
Okay, you in D.C. with it. Who you voted for?
Yeah. I voted for Trump.
Wow.
Because I voted for Trump because my whole thing is it's not about race or woman or man. It's about the person who's best fit for the people. That's what it's about. It has nothing to do with like I think the lady and the guy said earlier. She want to cater to our emotions and people are giving into that. And what God is teaching me, what He has been teaching me lately is just even on a personal level is don't stop moving by your emotions all the time. It's not about that, because even in serious situations that has been happening and coming up, sometimes I want to cry and the Lord it just would hold my tears back, and I'm like, wow, I really want to cry, but I can't because it's like you don't need to. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not about It's not about our emotions all the time, and not only that, I also feel like other nations. It's already a thing with black women and black men, and I say that as far as not to be it's already. I feel like it's already a thing with black men and black women as far as like conversation wise with social media, how women is this and black men is that, and we're going against each other on social media. And so for this woman to come in and and they want her as president, and I'm not being funny or anything like that, because now had it been a woman who was fit, then I would have voted for her. But I don't feel as though she is fit. And so it's almost like when she become president, it's like it's going to be a laughing stock to black women, so-called quote unquote. And another thing is, I also feel like when it comes to these other leaders in different nations, when they come together and sit down, it's like, can she really sit down and talk to the leaders about what's going on? You already can't do that. You already didn't do that and can't do that right now. You didn't do it when Biden was president. When he really never, to me, I felt like addressed the nation on any serious matter. So my whole thing is, what makes me think that she can do it even now? You understand what I'm saying? And she never answers the question. She always circle back around, but she never gives an exact answer to the question. And I just don't feel as though she's fit at all, and under no circumstance. And not only that, just my last point. Not only that, what president has been so hated like this ever since presidents was presidents? Like, it doesn't even make any sense. And I feel like everybody is just throwing rocks at him only because of the fact that it's been put in our face. They're feeding us that, and we are taking it in. Those ones who are taking it in. And my whole thing is, it's not about what they're giving us. It's about the bigger picture. You understand what I'm saying? It's about the bigger picture and not just what we're being fed. And that's it.
No, so first of all, let me tell you, I'll be shocked if at this point I find a damn Democrat in the chat.
I'm learning a lot I'm learning a lot tonight.
I'm learning a lot. On my Instagram right now, trying to invite people to come. I'm on this podcast right now. Join Kamala voters, Trump voters. Let's get the conversation going.
And by the way, I want to encourage. Don't be scared if you're a Democrat right now. Don't be scared.
Right.
Like, listen. I got to give my Democrats a motivational speech right now because I understand that you see it's a whole Trump rally happening on Harley Initiated right now.
I was not expecting this.
But if you voted for Kamala, I'm not going to judge you.
Right.
We going to love on you. Okay. Yes. I ain't going to lie. Look, Bonnet might buck up on you a little bit because
Sierra might turn up.
I don't know. Jill Stein voter here, so.
Rashida. Rashida definitely put you in a headlock.
Moment.
Now let's but no, definitely. I'm dead serious. I really want y'all to come up here, regardless of your who you supported. Don't be afraid. Matter of fact, let me see if we get lucky at the bottom.
Get that bottom right corner. What's this young lady's name? Aura.
Aura. What's up, Aura?
Unmute it, Aura.
You gotta unmute.
Not yet, Aura. Just unmute it real quick.
She about to get kicked off that bottom block.
Hey,
there
what's
you go,
up?
Aura. What's up with you, Aura?
So,
what's your age and where you located?
My name is Aura, and I live in Massachusetts.
All right.
Yeah. How old are you?
34.
Okay.
There you go. Massachusetts in the building. Who you voted for?
Kamala. And before, listen, it was such a hard decision.
She about to get jumped.
No. No, I think that with Kamala, I was almost not gonna vote because both of them, I don't care for either one. There's so many things that happened with Trump. Like, how does Trump get to have 91 felony charges and still become a president? Like, certain things, that whole, I want to do, give police full immunity was crazy to me. I don't agree with Kamala when she said she never answered the question about abortion. She was asked several times, like, is there limitations? Like, for a woman to go ahead and abort a child at 32 weeks is crazy. I'm not the most perfect Christian. I have dealt with abortions and things like that, but I'm not waiting 32 weeks to have an abortion. I feel like that certain things should be addressed, and I don't think she didn't even, honestly, I felt crazy because to think about it, she never addressed Sandra Massey, neither did Trump. Like, so many things that are going on, but I felt like I had to vote, and if I had to vote, I would vote for her because I live in Massachusetts where racism is different up here. I understand in the South it might be a little bit different, but racism is really different up here. And I have a daughter who's gonna start driving a car who I just fear for, like, my friends, my black friends, my black male friends, like, I fear for them, and it is hard out here. And I'm a nurse, and I have to take care of all types of different people. These Trump supporter people, as nurses, as cops, as doctors, is something crazy. And I don't know. I don't know if I made the right decision.
Listen. First of all, I'm gonna be honest. I hear even as you speak the confusion that you're experiencing. That's really what I hear.
And
it's the confusion.
Yes, it is. And not only that, but I was raised in a Christian home. So I almost feel like, dang, did I let God down? Like,
well, hold on.
I have to live in this world.
Check this out. Marcus Rogers actually came back on the stream
Oh,
here.
yeah.
Big shout out to Marcus
I like that.
Actually coming back and joining us here. I didn't know, Marcus, it just, look, I don't even know if you was expecting to see all our initiates here on the screen here with us. But this how we getting down here tonight.
And let me tell
the
you,
initiates is having a watch party. We watching the polls.
Pastor Kurt, we invited him back, but he had to get up out of here. Because the ladies was about to, they was about to go in on him.
Oh, yeah. The ladies, our ladies don't play no games.
I was trying to catch him. My wife said he was talking a little bit spicy once I got off.
That's usually how that works. That's usually how that works with the lib. They can't say it to your face. They wait till they get off, they block you, and then got something to say. That's usually how that goes.
Let me ask you this, Pastor, because it's interesting that this young lady just came on and she pretty much expressed something that I heard a couple ladies express via email when they sent this to us too. I literally had somebody say, "Yo, I voted for Kamala, and some parts of me feels like I need to repent because of this vote." Like,
wait, can I just clarify something? I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't want to take too much of your time.
Go ahead.
I also feel that God gave each and every one of us free will, right? Everyone has free will. We cannot take it from someone if God gave it to them. And the truth is, everybody is not a child of God. There are some people who are, in fact, a child of Satan. So no matter what I choose, people are going to do what they're going to do. I feel like as the church, this is when the church should step in and change the way you minister to women altogether. Because I've heard, even on your podcast, some man who claims to be Christian talking about women like they're dirt, like they're useless after they have a child, when in all reality, God calls us above and not beneath. Like, there's no word in the Bible that calls the people that he created as less than, right? So I think the church has to have a different ministry for women, especially young women, so that we don't have to even get to this abortion issue. I feel like at this point, it's just out of control. And it shows, because Christian women have abortions.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No, yeah.
But that's their free will. That part.
So now going back to what you said. Thank you for finishing that off, sister. No, you good. It's just that kind of night, y'all.
It is.
It's just really that kind of night. All right, we getting it off our chests tonight. All right, y'all get ready. All right. So now going back to Marcus. Marcus, for the people that
hold on,
feel,
where's Marcus at? Marcus, you rich?
It looked like what is he at? We in the church? Oh, he in the church?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in part of the church.
Okay.
Am I rich?
Okay. There you go.
Right, I'm like, this man in the mansion right now.
So let me ask you this, Marcus. For the people that's out here and feeling like, especially talk to my Christians right now, that feel like they voted for Kamala, and there's this double-mindedness where they feel confused.
Ain't no double-minded.
They feel confused Wait, who is that talking?
Wait a minute.
Yo, y'all backstage can't be talking. Yo, what's going on right now, Lano? But let me, I'm sorry, y'all. But for my people that's just confused and they feel like they made a mistake, this is something they need to repent from, whatever the case is, what do you say to them, Marcus?
Well, if you're a true believer, there's no condemnation to them that are in Christ Jesus, number one. Number two, the Bible says all have fallen short, the glory of God, but not the grace of God. The Bible also says that, he who says he's without sin is a liar. So everybody makes mistakes, We just all do it probably in different areas. Maybe because some of us were more, right about, the Trump thing or whatever. That don't mean we're right in every other area of our life. So I would just say, don't beat yourself up. Like if you feel, convicted, hey, that's probably the Holy Spirit. And then you got to make a decision. Believe it or not, some people be too prideful to be like, man, I missed it on that one. I was wrong on that one. But the reality is everybody does that in different areas. As far as I heard her say something about, the abortion thing. She said Christian women have, abortions. Yeah, Christians make a lot of mistakes, but even Jesus in the garden, he said, not my will, but your will be done, right? And so part of being a Christian is I'm dying to my flesh and I'm going against what I feel and what I want. And I'm saying, not my will. This is what I feel like doing, but this is what your word says. And Jesus says, you're my disciples if you continue on in my words. I am not a disciple of Jesus Christ if I'm going against what he says. Now, there's a difference between making a mistake and a lifestyle of rebellion. We all make mistakes. But if somebody's saying that they're Christian women and they just keep going out there, keep having abortions and keep doing this, first of all, that wouldn't even really be an issue of discussion if we were doing it God's way in the first place. It's because of sin that that's even a thing coming up. If we were led by the Holy Spirit, and it's like, and I tell this to the ladies at my church all the time, like if a man is trying to pursue you, talk to you, date you, and he don't want to tell the pastor, he don't want to be accountable, he wants to keep it under covers, why even waste your time with that? Because either he's hearing from God or he's not. Why would I follow somebody that can't hear from the Holy Spirit? So if the Holy Spirit is saying pursue her, then he should be able to stand on business and be like, hey, I'm going to tell the pastor, this is what God told me. I'm bold. But the problem is we've gotten away from God's order. And that's where the chaos comes. That's where the mistakes comes. But there's grace for everybody because everybody's at different levels. So I wouldn't say anybody should feel like, you know, I'm better because I got it right about this. We all get it wrong about certain things, and I think people should not feel bad. Like, you should feel good. That's how you know that you're a son of God, you're a daughter of God, if God corrects you, if he chastises you. You're in a dangerous place when you can go do these things and you feel no conviction. You can miss it and you don't even feel bad. You can sin and don't even feel bad. So to me, that's a reason to rejoice. Like, if you feel that way, hey, God, my bad, I missed it, and he gonna give you grace.
So just so you know, everybody, it's crazy. Benji, I bet you didn't know you was coming to church today, Benji. So big shout out, because Benji, you about to get saved up in this live today,
right? And Benji, keep us updated too. When we get some new poll results, let us know so we can take you back to the poll. Okay.
What's funny is I come from the Holiness Church. I don't know how familiar you are with church, but I come from Brooklyn, New York. I come from Greater Broadway Temple. Huey L. Rogers, like holiness. Like I grew up in the whole it wasn't no pants, it wasn't no makeup, it wasn't no movies. Like I grew up in the holy church. That's why I look at some of these people today that's supposed to call themselves holy. I'd be like, y'all niggas ain't holy. Y'all niggas, like my mama say, y'all niggas ain't saved. I'm sorry, like, you know what I mean? I know what saved look like, and a lot of these people that swear they so saved, right? It's giving Kojic, right? It's giving Baptist actually. Like Kojic actually do a little bit better, but it's giving Baptist out here. They got a smoking section. Some of these or whatever. I'm very much, and that's why I feel such not disdain against the church, but I just feel like church is full of crap, because when I grew up in church, you know what I mean, you had to be holy. You know what I mean? Like you ain't gonna just do any old kind of thing. And I feel like the church is trying to be too much like the world. I mean, not to gang up on that pastor that was here before, but that's why I can't do the gay church and accepting church, because like it's too much gay, not enough church. You know what I mean? I can't do it. You know what I mean? It's like if you don't, I told my mother this. My mother, God rest her soul. She's my grow lights just went off. That wasn't. I paid my light bill. My grow lights went off. I ain't, whatever. But I told my mother years ago that, like, I'm not going to be in church if I'm not going to be living right. Like, I believe in come away clean or stay away dirty. I just feel like in the church, and this is very controversial, I'm about to say, y'all going to jump me for this, but like, I think that like the Amish people have it right. I believe in like a Rumspringa. I feel like when you're a young person, you need to leave the church, do what you gonna do, and don't bring that mess in the church. And when you decide you want to live for Christ and be for real, come back. But it's like I'm kind of in, kind of out. I'm doing mess in the church. I'm sleeping with people. I'm doing it. I just feel like that's foolishness. If you can go to hell outside. No point in bringing the hell in here, because I feel like to me, it taints the people who are trying to live right in the church when you in and out, in and out, in and out. That's
that's where the pastor got to come in and check them. You know what I'm saying? Because the problem with what you saying,
he doing stuff.
Yeah, exactly. That's the issue. It starts at the head, because the reality is tomorrow ain't promised to everybody. So I'm not gonna tell the young people. I tell them keep coming. I got people here who struggle with homosexuality. I say, look, I ain't gonna judge you. I had to go through my process. I was fornicating at one point. I was doing I wasn't no pastor, nothing like that. But I went through my process, and God gave me grace, and I kept pursuing Him. And if I fell, I got up and He forgave me. You know what I'm saying? And He never looked at me like I was too dirty. That's the other problem. Let's stop with the fake holier than thou stuff.
Laying down. Like if you laying down and you know what you about to go here finna do, you may as well go on and do it. Like, why are you bringing that here and trying to pollute things? I
get it, but that's a dangerous game to play, because you aren't promised tomorrow. You might not get a chance to repent and get right.
There you have it. In fact, we got
in church not right, you going the same hell anyway.
So by the way, you guys listen. Backstage is jumping so much that we're gonna have to actually switch the initiates out. So we love y'all. I love your faces, but we're gonna actually rotate the people in the square.
Wait, somebody,
not you.
No,
not
no.
you. Hold on, it's getting
And I'm
too
a
long.
Stein voter. Ain't nobody. I'm representing the Jill
listen,
Stein. I think I'm the only one in the building.
Y'all gotta let me talk because that was
Right.
not a that was no period at the end of the sentence. Okay, what I was saying was after you speak, I'm gonna rotate you out. And so we can hear some fresh voices, some fresh
Yeah,
faces.
let's go ahead and talk to her.
Let's
talk to her.
because she's
been
bucking
ready.
down there right now.
right.
Matter of fact, she ready down there. All right, so bottom, what's that? What is that? Square number? I got to get numbers on my squares. That's square number 8. Square number 8 at the bottom middle. You go ahead and let me know. Give me your name, your age, and your location.
Okay, but why y'all gotta know my age though? I don't understand that. But
See, hold
hello.
on. You can't be up here being difficult.
And we
all
just
right?
want to prove. We want to prove that the platform is intergenerational. So we just want
Absolutely.
to.
Don't be ashamed of your
okay.
age.
Well, my name is Sony, and I am 47.
There you go.
So, yeah, like Sierra. Thank you. So, this has been great. Just everybody.
Location.
on here.
Location.
Location. Sorry. I am currently in Alabama. I did the absentee for Georgia, so just moved from Atlanta, Georgia to Alabama.
And who you voted for?
Trump and Vance.
Trump
Wow.
and Vance. We got
Wow.
another one. All right. So now let me ask you this.
Sure.
Why'd you do that?
Okay, I'm gonna try to keep it brief.
Brief
there
and
was so-
brilliant. You know how we say it.
There was so much. The first is just my relationship with God. That was number one. And the practical things that we have here on earth. And I will say that the young lady who's gone, she said she voted for Kamala, and I kind of rolled my eyes only because it was wrong. I'm sorry. So that's her choice. I will say this, the Lord has been dealing with me, and, hopefully all of us spend time in our word and our quiet time, and we can hear from him through his living word. And basically, I was one who voted for Obama twice, and I will definitely say that was because he was, it was identity politics. I was like, oh, okay, he's African American. Let me do that. And this time around, I feel as though I have more of a spiritual maturity. When I was a child, I thought as a child, I spoke as a child. I put away my childish things, and I have to look at things as, character of God. And I don't, for what I currently see, the principles, and I follow Pastor Marcus Rogers all the time, and I think he's great. He was great on here today. But basically, it couldn't line up. The things just didn't line up for me. I really feel as though, Satan, who is the prince of the air, he is definitely trying to rewrite the book. It's so many things. The nuclear family is so important. A father and mother in the home. All this talk about abortion, and is sexual immorality, heterosexuals fornicating. That's what I used to do. I don't do that anymore. He says to be done with sin, and we do have to have grace and compassion for those who are in that. But we cannot continue as a culture of Black people to keep playing patty cake with sin, literally. Abortion, it shouldn't be on the table as if like Pastor Marcus said, if we were doing things the way God wanted us to do things, and really we do need to get back to that as a culture. We do. We need to get back to Mary before Carrie. Let's have some dignity about ourselves. When you know better, do better. And the older women should teach the younger women, in love and not from a place of judgment, because we've all sinned. Like I said, I used to do that. And that, and now it's about breaking generational curses for my nieces, for other family members. We have to stop this. We have to. And what I've seen in the Democratic Party is just basically, and this is for anybody who, under the sound of my voice, if you're a Democrat, listen, I am not here to judge you or to belittle or ridicule you, okay? Everybody has their walk with Christ. For my walk with Christ right now, playtime is over for me. I do believe that we are in the last days. We don't know when he's coming back. And he's coming for the church without blemish, spot, or wrinkle. So we are all responsible for what we know. Okay, so there was a time where I was in sin. I thought that that was the right way to do it. Really? But basically, I don't see this lining up with God, and I really feel like this was a test for our nation. I feel like it's a call to repentance. I really do. For those of us who know, the rainbow that the alphabet community, I don't know all them letters that they represent. The rainbow was a covenant given to Noah from God, saying that he would never flood the earth anymore. And that is what that group, displays. It's a mockery. And then pride is a sin that got the devil kicked out. So what are we doing here? For those who have ears, let them hear. We have to, when God is speaking to you, when you know where you are with your relationship, you are responsible for that word. You are. And it's not about slogans. It's about the word of God. Whether you read the King James Version or the NIV, it's about the word of God. And people can say, well, Trump did this and he did that. Of course, we know everybody here has sinned, but God can use whoever, whatever he wants to use. And I'll say this.
Hold on. There you go. Hold on. There you go.
Sorry.
Listen. I love you preaching, my sister.
She's turned up.
I'm not even trying to.
But I know y'all not. It just be on y'all chest. All right. My initiates, y'all ready to save the souls.
Right.
But I want to make sure we able to get to everybody because we got so many people backstage and we got people on here and they just piling up. So I want to be long winded like we was with the earlier people, but I want us to make sure we get our point off. And we get there. And,
Can I say just one last thing? That's it. Just please, just this one last thing. Okay, people don't like Trump. Okay, remember, Paul was on the road to Damascus and he got struck down. And he, the prophet Ananias, God told him, hey, Paul's going to come to you. And he said, Lord, well, you know what he did? You know what he did? And he said, this is my chosen instrument. Maybe God is using Trump as the chosen instrument and he can do whatever he wants to do and use whoever he want to use. Now, like they say, Lord, I prophesied, did that. He has to stand before God. That is not my priest and not my pastor. But I know that kids won't be, being transgendered and all this kind of stuff. So that's what I have to say.
So check this out. Check this out. My sister at the top, second square, she got a lot of facial expressions. I'm gonna come back to my brother. I really want to hear my brother speak in the middle because I just love my brothers. But them facial expressions so strong. Second square, you gotta speak. Okay, I'm talking to you, second square. What's your name? So unmute.
What's the name, Lano?
Hello? Are y'all talking to me?
No, not that. You third square. I'm talking to second square. I'm talking to second square. Second square about to get kicked off.
Andrea, what's up?
Andrea.
Listen here.
Hold on, Andrea. Give me your age and your location, Andrea.
I am Andrea. I am 45 and I'm from Oklahoma.
Andrea. I got you. Okay, who you voted for?
And I voted for Kamala, and I voted for her because get your head out of the damn thing. Lord G. First off, I'm a believer, been one for a very long time, and I know that I was raised to separate certain things because the world we live, I was told that you're supposed to be we're the body of Christ. We're supposed to be in the world, not of the world. So I don't understand why we think that we can put our beliefs on the world and make them do what we want them to do. We got a man who wants to make his own Bible. We got somebody who said he don't even think he never even asked God to forgive him because he never thought he needed forgiveness. And on one point with the thing with the Sandra Massey, if you go to whitehouse.org, you will see Kamala's whole page mentioning that woman. So it's like the transgender thing, that's a joke. You can't make nobody be transgender. But you can love people in their situation like the body of Christ is supposed to do. We're supposed to love and let God do the other part of it. It's like the church is so self-righteous. We thinking that Trump is like, oh yeah, he's going to save the world. No, he said, I'm going to get rid of your health care. No, I'm going to get rid of the DOJ. I'm going to give the police full immunity. I'm going to let y'all die. I'm going to throw 30 million people out in the streets. The church loves those people. The church loves the transgender. We don't have to accept their behavior, but we love them through it because God can change that heart too. But we're so hateful. We up here, this man is a bigot. He has openly said it. He doesn't like anybody that ain't white and really Eastern European, but we love him. He's going to do so much for us. Why would he? He has never done so. And that bothers me as people. I'm like,
what planet is she on? What planet is she
the
on?
planet that reads.
Planet. Like, what
The
planet is she
planet that
from?
read Project 25. The
The
planet
thing
that
that Trump
read.
is not his, that thing? Or are you gonna planet where Kamala wants abortion and you trying to sanctify that? My thing is, you want to vote for her? That's fine. But you ain't gonna sanctify it under Jesus. You're not
Hold on,
gonna do
hold on,
that.
hold on. Wait. We gotta have one mic.
Let me say this thing right here.
Let her finish, and then Benji and Rashida, I want to comment on this.
As somebody who has been raped, somebody who has went through a family of molestation, you're not gonna tell me about that. Because every person the whole thing about the abortion is it's not only abortions. I lost 5 babies before I had my one. And had I been living in Georgia at the time, I would have died on the table because I couldn't get a D&C. It's not abortion. People talk abortion, but nobody says adultery. Nobody talks about rape. Nobody talks about incest. All the other sins. Everybody ain't Nikki Lynx. Everybody's not doing it that way and getting pregnant, but you can do it. If you want your 11-year-old, I started my period at 10. I could have got pregnant then. So I guess it was God's will if somebody raped me and I get pregnant. That's his will? No, that's sin. The church is supposed to be a light. We don't have to agree with the world. We have to do what's right by all people because our job is to lead them to Christ by our behavior, not our rhetoric, not somebody who's a hater. He's hateful and he lies continuously, and Satan is the father of lies.
So
and
hold tight.
Lies so much.
So hold tight because I want to get
abortion.
And Benji, hold tight because I want you to talk about Project 2025 in just a second. But Rashida, what do you think about what Andrea is saying?
First of all, my heart goes out to her sincerely for her experience, and I hear that. And so I have no judgment for that. I send her lots of light and love, and I definitely hold her up in prayer. At the same time, in addition to that, again, she's talking about her experience, but she also was able to get the resources that she needs given her experience. So again, I think this is where we have to separate what's truly occurring versus what we're hearing versus what is sensationalized. So yes, I do believe that if it is God's will is separate from man's poor actions. Those things are not one and the same. God's will represents what happens in the Bible, all the things that we are here representing. Man is the one who is doing the wrong thing. So the people who molested you, that is not God's will. That is sinful. That is somebody who was being malicious. That is, the work of a demonic spirit. That's not one and the same. And so because you were seen to be a woman of faith, you were covered, you got you were able to be taken care of in a way that was helpful to you in that time period in your life. So now as we're talking about a presidency, again, now it's a different context. So again, we also have to be very mindful like how we're hosting these conversations. We blur things together and we have to really be mindful of like not doing that. So now the president, he has character flaws. Yes, we can run the list down. Kamala has character flaws. We can run the list down. And when you hold them side by side, they are actually doing the same thing. Kamala just looks better. It's just dressed up in a different form. But she calls names, she tells lies, she talks in circles, she name calls. And then the media covers it up because the media also just wants to hold her up as a Democratic president and wants to be in her favor. So we also have to be mindful like how we are also playing into the system by not being logical thinkers and not, scraping off the BS at the top and really look at things as they are. And so I think once we pull back our emotional experience, because yes, things are hard in this world. Things happen in this world. That is not God's will. That is man being inappropriate, man be acting in a different spirit. But when we're talking about policies, what are the policies that are going to support your cause, your family, uphold your values? And that could be the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. Vote your values. And then once you hold those things side by side and you can rest at night and under no convictions around like what your values are and aligning with the political party that supports your values, okay, God bless you. I have no problem with that. What troubles me and troubles my heart is when people get into the identity politics, get into all this emotionalism and all these playing on our trauma. That's a separate issue. What are the facts? What are the policy? What does the policy say verbatim? Not about the personality that is not the talking head. The personality.
So wait, Rashida, let me jump in right there because that's a really good point. Because I want to go back to my sister. Was it anything? Because whenever I hear people talk Trump, it's
Andrea,
mostly
correct?
Personality. Yes, this for you, Andrea. I mostly hear people talking personality, not policy, when they say they don't like Trump.
No, it was never. I don't look at personality. I've been voting and I've been in politics since I was a kid. My grandmother, we've always been reading. I've always been. I don't go based on. I read policy, so I know that the Heritage Foundation was working behind the scenes since Reagan, and they've been working on this for years. So it was like this didn't show up yesterday. And when I started reading this, the things that the person says, like, "Hey, I want to give the police full immunity," then you get the police to endorse you. I think about the things that will happen to Black and brown communities that we can't do nothing about. I remember being outside marching when Crutcher got killed by the police and nothing. He was just standing there with his hands up after his car broke down. That person shot him, had sex with her boyfriend, sent a text about it, and she got a new job somewhere else. When I hear people say, "Hey, we're going to get rid of the Department of Education," he says that we want to, let's gut it out. I said, okay, well, I live in a state where they're ranked number 49 in education. Well, education goes also to HBCUs. All this money that will come out, they say, he's like, "Oh, we're going to put this person in this position, Elon Musk, because he can do X, Y, and Z." Oh, yeah, we already said in 2 years, you're going to have a really big struggle for at least 2 years. Oh, yeah, in 6 years, your Social Security is going to be gone. Well, my family has a tendency of living to their 90s. Okay, my grandmother's 83. So what happens? Her Social Security's gone? Those are the things that I was looking at. I don't care about who these people are. I said, okay, these are things that can affect us in ways that we can't go back from. And once it happens, and if they do what they want to do, all this God stuff is going to affect non-believers as well as believers. And it's going to affect on this level. I know my home is in heaven. I know I'm a pilgrim here. It's not just about that though. It's about the people who are not in that circle. I'm not voting Christian. I'm not voting Christ. He's never on the ballot. He's always been king. He's going to be king. And when he comes back, that's a whole different conversation. This ain't about God. Politics has never been about God because it's men making decisions using the free will that God gave us. But we think, oh, abortion. I said, abortion is not limited to that. They use that to get rid of everything. I'm pro-choice because God gives choice. And with choices, you can have the time to repent and get forgiveness. I will never take it from you, though. And then make you feel some type of way because I took your choice. I don't have a right to tell you even the God you should serve, let alone what to do with your person. But the church, in my opinion, is full of it. We talk high and mighty. We so holy. But when you see a man on the street that's suffering, you pro-life, but that's a life too.
So
I see that every day. We got our governor did cut food for children for lunches, but we pro-life.
Andrea, no, listen. Let me tell you. First of all, I feel
very passionate about this.
I feel you. No, I get it. I 100% get it. I want to get to my brother here because my brother here has been sitting here pretty patient. Brother, what's your name?
Lamar.
Oh, his name is Lamar. You got to unmute yourself, Lamar.
Yeah, unmute Lamar and tell us your age and what state you
in. Age, your location, and age, your location. Oh, yeah, shit, I know his name, Lamar.
Yes, sir. His name is Lamar. I am 29 and I live in LA, but I'm from Virginia originally.
There you go. Okay, so you in LA. So did you vote today?
No, I don't endorse either of them.
Wow.
Okay.
So
and
so
tell us what's the situation.
All the way pulled back.
For sure. So I definitely, conversation has been great. My perspective is a little different because I am a journalist as my career choice. So it's quite literally my job to research and just present objective facts That's not my opinion based or not subjectiveness, but just the facts, right? So from listening to everybody speak, there are a few things that I do want to challenge, or at least try to ask them questions to get more of an understanding on. The one thing I will say that I do disagree with that I've heard so far is the sentiment that you are not a Christian if you vote this way or that way. That is not how salvation works. There's nowhere in the text that says that your salvation is now forfeited based upon who you vote for. I'm a disciple of Jesus. I'm not a disciple of any particular party. So there's nowhere in scripture can you point me to where your salvation is now forfeited. So I will say that I think that should be cleared up. I do also think that it is lacking great wisdom and discernment to tell people that you're not a Christian if you vote this or that way, or that this is the right way or this is the wrong way. I don't think there's a right or wrong way when it comes to voting, or even particularly this election. I think that you could point to both parties and say, I see things here and I see things here I like or dislike. I also feel like, sorry about that. I also feel like a lot of these topics are double-edged swords. Like for a lot of these subject matters where you see
Go ahead. We can hear you. We can hear you.
No, we can't. We can't hear you. You muted.
Don't mute yourself.
Don't mute yourself, brother.
Okay.
There
Can
you
you hear
go.
me now?
We got you. We got you.
So, but I will say for a lot of these topics, I do feel like it's a double-edged sword where for a lot of these arguments, I feel like there could be a counter argument that is just as strong. And I think that, so for example, I will say that if I ask anybody on this chat right now, what it means to them to be a Christian or what it means for them to have their faith in Jesus, I don't truly think that
just keep talking, don't stop.
Will say that when I ask you about your relationship with Jesus, I don't think that most people actually will probably mention anything about abortion or gay stuff or homosexuality, transgender stuff, anything of that sentiment. So I actually do think that this is more of a sensationalized issue that is now sparked up around the election time. On a practical, everyday, day-to-day basis, abortion does not affect majority of these people on this channel right now. Gay stuff or transgender stuff doesn't affect most people on this chat right now on a day-to-day practical basis. But stuff that does affect you on a more practical day-to-day basis is the taxes you pay, the interest rates on your house, on your cars, groceries, things of this sentiment, things of that nature, or policing of Black people, because we all Black on here, right? So my question would be then, why? And especially, I can even talk to this channel, Hardly Initiated. But this channel, I would not say that 90, and this is not attack by no means, but I would say that if I had to look at all of your content, I wouldn't say that abortion makes up a large percentage of your content, right? I would say Christian values or talking about faith and stuff makes up a lot of your content. So therefore, I do question people, and I'm asking like with an open conversation, why now is abortion placed as a priority for you as a Christian? And do you think that Jesus prioritizes that more than he prioritizes homelessness or people living in poverty or people being treated unequally, Black people, police brutality, X, Y, and Z, things of that nature, right? That is where I'm trying to better understand people, is where all of a sudden does abortion, because I'm hearing everybody who's shared their story or their sentiment for Trump has all said abortion, abortion, abortion. And I'm like, okay, I hear you, but what about homelessness? What about people living poor? What about taxes? What about policing? Like she said, the lady before me spoke about unqualified immunity for police, making them not be able to be legally charged or federally or criminally charged for anything that they do while they're on duty, right? As well as giving them a free stop and frisk bill that they can freely stop and frisk people that look like us and harm us. So I'm genuinely curious. I'm not judging or condemning. I'm genuinely curious.
I think that's a good question. I mean, at the end of the day, we talk about it because this is just how people make decisions. And when it comes to the vote, when people make decisions, it's typically based on identity, it's based on what they feel about the person's character, or it's based on what they feel about the moral issues. So, all of those things are important, like you said, day to day. But, those things don't really constitute morality. And I think that's what is most captivating people, along with character and identity. This is just how people make decisions. So we talk about the things that are important to how people make decisions. This is our duty as a platform. So this is what we do. And when it comes to abortion specifically, and you talk about, the LGBTQ, I just don't agree that it doesn't affect you, because it does affect you. It affects me every day. This is what I see. I mean, it's characters that's on my television that are, in my opinion, these people are exercising perversion. When you talk about LGBTQ, it's abortion. I was a product. I don't want to say a product of abortion, but this is something I supported. I've made decisions in my life which I no longer make. I no longer live in that lifestyle, but I made decisions because abortion was always an option, and I consider myself Christian. So I think these things are important when you talk about morality, which is why we talk about it. And I just can't say those things don't impact my life, because I was literally in the casual sex culture, and a lot of it was because at the end of the day, I knew if I missed a plan B, I can go pay $450 for an abortion. And this was something that the ladies I was dealing with was open to.
Oh, sorry for interrupting.
No. But I hope that answers your question. And I don't want you to think that, it's just something that we solely focus on for the views or because it's sensationalized. I really do think these things have importance. I mean, it's people right now, and it's ladies I talk to literally every day, that they think that casual sex is not indicative of their character. It's men that I speak to that think they're good men, great men, and they're out sleeping with Kim, Sue, and Sally because they don't think that's a part of character. That's not a part of morality. I can still be good and engage in these casual sex acts, or I can be gay or homosexual, and it's okay. I mean, we literally had Pastor Colonel here who's a gay pastor. And I think that's really wild. And I have some very strong opinions about homosexuality in general, because I think it's a full spectrum of where you can be in terms of your levels of lust and levels of how perversion entices you. And I think literally anybody can be capable of doing homosexual acts if given the right situation, if the things in your heart get you to act toward that, because you are only as dark as your deepest secrets. So this is why, and I tell this to the young man Delano all the time. I say, listen, if somebody put a plate of candy in front of you, you can say you don't like chocolate all day, but if you keep eating that candy, you're going to find something that you like, which is why it's things that you absolutely shouldn't do. You could look at one of the most major, stories that's been going on the whole year, P. Diddy. I'm sure how his life went. Hey, have sex with the most beautiful women. If the one beautiful woman is not good, let's throw in 2. Let's throw in 3. Let's throw in 10. You know what? That's not enough. Let's throw in a man. Let's throw in 2 men. Let's throw in 3 men. Let's have an orgy. Matter of fact, it's got so bad, how about I don't even want to have sex with women. I'm just going to see other dudes have sex with my women. This is how perverse it starts with, though. It starts like it's in the culture. It starts with your level of morality. So we discussed this because these things are important. And you see, we just had a young lady come on, and I know Justin was on here, and there's no shot at him, but he didn't even want to touch race. But we had a lady come on. The first thing she says is, I voted for Kamala because she was black. So we have to talk about these things. Now, understand the substance, the policy, all those things are important. But at the end of the day, it's just not how people are making decisions. So this is why we bring those conversations to the platform. So I really appreciate you asking that question, because my mother is texting me while we're bringing this stuff to the platform. So this is for her, too. This is for anybody who questions why we talk about the things we talk about. And it would not be 2,500, 3,000 people in the chat 2 consecutive days in a row if this is not on the forefront of their minds and how they make decisions.
No, definitely. I definitely understand where you're coming from. I respect your decision and your mentality and approach for sure. I'm asking that simply because, like you started off what you said by saying, a lot of people base their decision on voting based upon moral and personality, X, Y, and Z. The woman before me, you asked her to give policy, because you said that most things that she was saying was just personality traits of Trump. Me personally, as a Christian, I don't think that you can look past certain personality. I don't view it as personality. I don't view hatred or racism or misogynistic behavior, or being prejudiced toward people. I don't view that as a personality trait. I view that as a heart issue, a character issue. So I can't look past everything and just say, because you support abandoning abortion, that now I can wholeheartedly, truly say I support you and I endorse you based upon just this one thing. And that's why I'm asking. I do hear what you said, but I don't think you genuinely answer why is that your top priority? Why is transgender stuff, gay stuff, or abortion your top priority over homelessness or over inequality for Black people or over these things? Because I can actually probably point to more stories in the Bible where God is helping people or healing or giving freedom to poor people or homeless people or people that were oppressed, as opposed to him condemning gay people. So I'm not saying that I don't think that he prioritizes any of these things more than one or the other. But my question is just, why is it more of a priority for Christian people? And why are we turning a blind eye to other things that we know in the Bible are discussed And that's my question. I can't really get an answer from people who's for Trump. Like, okay, but what about all these other things? What about homelessness? What about poverty? And you said that you think gay stuff or transgender stuff affects you on a day-to-day basis. But I would probably challenge that and say that your taxes probably affect you more on a day-to-day basis, in which during his time as president, they had the worst tax inflation in the last 25 years, right? And his plan to increase tariffs that will, from every economic professor that we've seen, say that this is going to cause another inflation. So there are things that I think affects you on a more practical basis, but I don't really see people talking about that. I just see people, I feel like, and I also do feel like Trump is slightly doing what white people did to us hundreds of years ago, which was use the word of God to oppress and brainwash us into doing something. And I see this happening now. Because when can we say, I don't know why this brother's doing all this stuff he's doing, but
It's ridiculous. That's why you sit up here and you say, I didn't vote for anyone. I'm impartial. Then you spew DNC talking points. Like, please. Okay? Like, please. But as far with 2025, it's not Trump's thing. No matter how much y'all try to make it, it is not. It is not Trump's thing. Trump is not out here being racist toward black people. I know people that work for Trump. I actually have been in meetings with Trump's family and all that. This is ridiculous, y'all. You are literally spewing. If you're going to come here and say, I'm for Kamala, say that. But don't come here and say, I'm an even, I'm in the middle, I'm a journalist, and then spew DNC talking points. Like, you can say that to CNN. Like,
wait, hold tight, because I want to.
Like, come on already. Come on. And I'm reading the comments, by the way. It's don't take me 20 minutes to get in the comments. I'm actually reading y'all's comments. The comments are amazing. But it's like, come on. Like, you're not impartial. You're on Kamala's side, which is fine, but just say that.
Wait, hold tight, Benji, because
I'm not talking about personality. She sat up here and said Trump is mean.
Benji is going to roll. Benji, hang tight, Benji, because I want to talk about because I think Lamar posed a really good question. I think he posed a really good. Oh, wait, hold tight, Lamar. Hold tight.
1 second.
I think Lamar posed a really good question, and I
love you too.
And I would like to get some feedback from some of the other initiatives that we got on the platform about Lamar's concern. I think that's very valid. But so Lamar, I want you to hang tight, and we got a couple of initiatives. I want y'all to hang tight too, because I want y'all to give some feedback to Lamar about why this is such a big concern, specifically. Lamar, if I'm correct, the LGBTQ agenda as well as abortion, access to abortion. But before we do that, really quickly, what I want to do is I want to read a couple super chats. So shout out to My Mere Thoughts. The people who claim they fear the police are the same people who call 911 more than any particular group. If you know, you know. Shout out to Tanya Austin. I'm newly subscribed but not new to the show. I've been here for the start and love it. I was not talking about taxes. What I know is that people under 300K will suffer, and for the black women that have fibroid issues, say bye to any relief for that. So we'll talk about that in just a second from Tanya. And then the 2025 project keeps coming up. But really quick, Benji, could you go ahead and give us an update of what's happening with the polls right now? Lano, take us to the polls real quick.
We have new states coming out. Like I said, Kamala is catching up because the Western states have come out. As you can see, it's 179 Harris, 214 Trump. It looks like she's got California, Oregon. Like I said, Oregon, she's leading, and I told you she would eventually get Oregon because the western part of Oregon, Portland, those votes are going to come in. So she's going to get Oregon. Washington State, she's also got Nevada. We haven't. My sister's texting me. She's in the chat right now. And the chat, I can actually read your chat now. I had to wait 20 minutes. I can read your chat now. So I'm going to be chatting with y'all in the chat, especially while they long-winded. We'll kiki in the chat. And right now, Arizona, Trump's in lead in Arizona. Now, it's looking really good for Trump still. He's in a lead in Minnesota, which I said, if he wins Minnesota, that's going to be a complete embarrassment for the Harris campaign because she's literally running Tim Walz, the sitting governor of Minnesota. He's leading right now in Wisconsin, Michigan, and my great state of Pennsylvania, which is awesome. North Carolina and Georgia. They're trying to stall out Georgia. AP hasn't called Georgia, but pretty much Trump is going to get Georgia. It's 49.7%. No, it's 51% with 90% reporting. Like, y'all may as well just call Georgia for Trump. Y'all being a hater. Trump about to get Georgia too, which is a good night. If Trump gets Georgia, North Carolina, it's still looking really good for Trump. I mean, 214 and 179, he's got her by 40 points. I mean, she would have to really come through. If she's going to catch up, she would have to get one of the blue wall states in Midwest. Actually, probably would need two of them at this point, out of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. She would need at least two of them. If Trump comes up with Georgia, North Carolina, hits Nevada, and if he gets any Minnesota or Wisconsin, Minnesota or Wisconsin, Minnesota, Wisconsin, it's going to be a wrap for her. We're also looking at New Hampshire. New Hampshire has not been decided yet. If Trump gets New Hampshire is a bellwether state because there's not really any real unions in New Hampshire. New Hampshire's kind of like, it's kind of straight out. So we kind of know like where the electorate is straight out in a place like New Hampshire. It doesn't go either way. Right now, New Hampshire still, it looks like hasn't been decided. I don't think it's been decided for her yet. I don't think. She may be leading. So it's getting hot. Like I said, it's going to be down to those battleground states. It's probably going to come down to, at the end of the night, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But Trump is looking good right now.
Okay. Now let's go back. Now to go back to this conversation, because Lamar posed a great question. And Lamar, now I just do want to clarify really quickly. I wasn't saying one issue is more important than the other, but I will say this before I open the floor up to the niches. What's happening even in this election, even in our nation, even in the world, it's a collective. It's a collective of what actions we all take. So literally, all of us are doing things that impact our personal lives, but all together, the things that we're doing, this impacts everything that we see. The state of the world is impact how every individual is contributing to it. So this is why I think that morality is so important. And trust me, the life that I used to live was incredibly savage, and it was incredibly immoral. So when I talk about the moral issues, I do think it's very important that as a collective, we seek to improve. So when I see laws, in particular the LGBTQ laws, I don't have no hate in my heart for people in general. I love all people. I just personally think when certain laws and agendas are passed for this specific community, it promotes perversion. That's just my personal opinion. So I want to go ahead and open this up to the initiates and the viewers to get your personal opinions, because I think that's very important that we're having this conversation in the first place. So let's open up to somebody who picks somebody.
Honestly, Box 3 has been very patient up there. She's been here for quite some time. Let's go ahead. Look at her fixing her face up. Don't be fixing your face up at me. We're going to go ahead and talk to her. What's your name, sister?
Hi, I am Natasha, and I'm from Philly, representing. Hey, Benji.
Hey, what part of Philly you in?
I'm in East Norristown, but I'm from Uptown. No. I'm from Mount Airy.
No,
so,
we got two damn Benjis in here now.
Right.
Oh my God, no.
So tell us who you going. Hold tight.
Whoa. Hey,
hold tight with the Philly connection now. We
okay.
Philly taking over. All right.
Oh
so
my
let me
goodness.
ask, who'd you vote for?
I voted for Jill Stein. I'm 43 years old. I voted for Trump the first time. I absolutely did vote for Trump the first time. I'm gonna go real quickly because I want to make what I feel like are really important points. First and foremost, this country was built on absolute deception and lies. Okay, and we as human beings in 2024, we are trying to put our morality on these candidates, not understanding that they are actual human beings. Okay, these are not just because these people sit in office. And I held some type of office with the Department of Corrections with my union with PSCOA for 14 years. I'm a 14-year corrections officer for the state. I do not represent any organizations, by the way, I got to say that. But these people are human beings, okay? So we are thinking that the things that hold true and dear to us are the same things that hold true and dear to them, okay? Second of all, these people do not run the country. Okay. So I really encourage everybody to look up and understand who AIPAC and BlackRock are. Okay. These are organizations that if you look at the donors of these people and you understand who these conglomerates are, you'll understand why the policies go the way that they go. You'll understand why Big Pharma and all of these industries have so much say and influence over our legislative, ideals. And again, going back to my opening statement that the country was built on a set of lies and really disgusting values, nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing has changed. But us sitting up here arguing and creating more division within ourselves, especially as Black people. What needs to be, it just is in my opinion, needs to be put in the forefront is that the things that they are putting out there to divide us, we need to really hone in on it. Kamala is leading with abortion rights when that's not even a conversation that Black women are having on a day-to-day basis. I mean, literally, that's literally like not not the best of or the worst of us. That's not something that we're talking about every day. She thinks so much of Black children, she decided not to have it. Okay, so let's be clear on that. She's not even married to a Black man, so that all that identity politics crap, you can miss me with all of that. And I'm not necessarily focused on Kamala per se, because I know she's a representation of a corporation. So this isn't a personal attack on her. As far as Donald Trump go, like I said, I did vote for him the first time, and not for him personally, but for policy. However, I do believe that, unfortunately, I think AIPAC, it was just a little bit too much influence for me with AIPAC, and I had to pull out of my support for him. When we vote, we like someone said earlier, we are supposed to vote based on our personal values and then everything outward. Neither candidate is going to represent the best interest of Black people when it comes down to it. Again, I'm not mad if you vote for Trump. I understand why Black people are voting for Trump. Why you would continue to vote for the Democratic Party, they have done absolutely nothing to move the needle. Black people have held office for the last 50, 60 years, and we have not gained any generational wealth. We have not amassed any type of footholding in this country. We don't own any banks. We don't own any markets. We can't police ourselves. Nothing. None of those things that actually matter to a community and should matter to us. None of those. We literally have no say in those things. So why you would continue to stay in that dysfunctional relationship is baffling to me. And I know I'm probably all over the place because I'm looking at my notes, but
no. Listen.
Glad you took some notes.
No, that's good. That's good.
We get
we get it. You drove it home, sweetheart. That was excellent, and that's really good perspective.
What happened to Lamar too? By the way, I thought he was trying to get his question answered.
I think Lano subbed him out.
Yeah.
Lano subbing out.
So
Lano, you doing a job over there.
Can I say this one last thing? What I took from what Lamar said, I know, right? What I took from what Lamar said, I didn't take it as if he said, why are Christians, and I'm not a Christian, by the way, but I highly, highly, highly respect the part that religion needs to play in our society. Absolutely. But what I took from what he said was, I think I don't think we're giving enough credence to the role that the media plays in implanting these type of ideals in our head. When COVID came around, whatever you felt about COVID was realistically, it was based on what the media told you to feel about it. It was based on whatever little silos that you belong to, whatever little your organizations, it was literally based on those things. And again, I could be completely wrong, but what I took from what he said was, what is making abortion so polarizing to you right now? Why is this something that is so polarizing to you that it's leading your reasoning for voting for this woman, again, who has no absolute track record that you can point to and say, yeah, this is the guy or the girl. It just makes no sense. So that's how I took it. Was like, you got to kind of look at the root of a thing. Like, where did we get these ideals from, and why is everybody so supercharged about abortion when, for real, if they really wanted to protect abortion, the Democrats could have codified it when Obama was in office.
That part.
Okay. So let's just stop playing games. We've fallen for the banana in the tailpipe with these Democrats. A lot of things that they really want to do, they could have done it. She is the vice president.
And there we go. No, listen, I got you. We got you, sweetheart. Who did you vote for again?
I voted for Jill Stein. I didn't even tell y'all why I voted for her.
No, you told us earlier. She voted for Jill Stein, but
okay.
A while back she voted for Trump. When the last.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Well, I got you. Thank you
I'm
so much
done
for
with the
that.
system. Absolutely. You guys have a good night, because I waited all night, but I got to go to bed now.
No, you chimed in. I mean, I think you gave a lot of people, just in general, everybody was coming up, having a lot of courage coming up to share. I mean, we literally got 2,200, 2,300 people in the chat. So, I mean, this is really huge. We literally are. First off, I'm like, Ty, you sure we want to have a show tomorrow?
Oh,
but
yeah,
anyway,
facts. That's a good point. Hey, honestly, show tomorrow might be canceled because of tonight's show, y'all.
but we're going in and we're bringing some good perspective. And I really think Lamar had a great question. Like, why is this? why is this such a big deal? I think his concern is very valid. So let's take on somebody else to give us some feedback.
We got bottom right, square number 9. All right,
She's been very
in here
patient,
nice and patient.
And then we'll get you right there, bottom in the middle, in just a second. Let's get this young lady in this red shirt first, and then we'll come right back to you.
Absolutely, order operations.
What's her name, Lano?
And by the way, listen.
Lily?
Listen, the first few people, y'all done got lucky because I'm gonna be real strict on this brief and brilliant. All right, it's about to turn into Toastmasters up in this joint. All right, I'm about to be counting ahs, and everything else because I want to go ahead and make sure we get to the point. We're gonna have to be great. I'm gonna get our speaking skills great for my initiates.
And shout out to Benji and Rashida just hanging out with us tonight. I love this, man. We just call them in whenever we need.
Chatting with the folks, so y'all.
There you go.
Keep it popping, and y'all better support. And Rashida, send us your IG so we can put your IG in the description as well. We want to make sure. Yeah.
Hey, you made the team today, Rashida. Good
right,
job.
You sure did.
You made the team today.
But Lily, let's get to Lily.
Yeah, Lily, give me your age and your location.
What's up, y'all? My name's Lily. They already said that. I'm 25 and I'm in the DMV. I'm in Alexandria. So shout out to the VA folks.
Hey, Alexandria, VA. I've been there before. That's crazy. I've been to that.
Yeah,
That's what like the rich people stay out there, right? Alexandria.
No.
Yeah, it's where the money at.
That's what I thought. I thought the money was out there. Yeah.
I ain't see no damn money, but all right. So check it out. Who you voted for?
So I actually, similar to Lamar, I chose strategically, not to vote this year.
Okay.
Typically I would vote as a Democrat, but I'm leaning towards like identifying as an independent. And I wanted to tell you guys why. So something that Benji had said earlier that really stuck with me was like when Lamar was speaking and bringing up different points that, like if you're going to bring up like Democratic points, like you should just be a Democrat, I think the two-party system that we have currently reduces our ability to hold the tension of different things in terms of like, if you bringing up talking points that are against like a Republican or conservative perspective, then you're automatically a Democrat when that doesn't necessarily like align with our views and standards. So I think for me, I'm getting into thinking more critically about a lot of these policies and these people that are representing these parties, because parties are just a tool, and a lot of the division that we have, it's not productive in terms of our voting practices. So I feel like we need to get to a place where we can have more profound conversations about a lot of these political topics. And I'm a political scientist as well. I'm getting my PhD.
Wow.
So it's a lot of stuff that like we need to be able to talk about a lot more than we do.
There you have it. Well, thank you so much for sharing with us, sister. I appreciate you coming up on here.
And we got some people that are strategically abstaining.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, look, Hardly Initiated. We're making our impact the way we can. Pure 30. All right. That's how we take care of this. Pure 30.
No, I agree. I like Lily. Got some good feedback.
Nah, big shout out to you, Lily. Big shout out. We actually gonna move over to your neighbor over here to the left. First of all, you got the chat popping because they see that damn tear in the back. And listen, let me tell you something.
Do we need to call Bev Tucker right now?
First of all, right. But let me tell you, I know. I know a goddess when I see one. Goddess had a hold on my soul back in the day.
What's her name, Lano?
What's your name? Why you on mute, sweetheart? Hey,
Lovina, is that it?
Yes. Hello.
What's up, Lovina?
Lovina, let me read that in the back. What it say?
Oh, yes, I do tarot.
Okay. Listen. Hold on, wait.
Professionally. I wanted to answer the guy's question. I think Lamar. He said I'm not.
Okay. Yeah. Your age, your location.
I'm 44. I'm in Philadelphia, West Philly.
Philly is going crazy.
And I voted for Trump. Yes,
and you voted for
Dr.
Trump.
Rashida is my sister.
Literally?
Wait, Dr. Who?
Yes, she's my blood sister.
Wow.
That's my sister.
Hold on.
I'm actually on here. I'm sorry.
Let me talk about this because Dr. Rashida coming up on here, really, I mean, down with the set, with the Christian set.
Yeah.
And then Cuzzo right here.
No, sister.
A sister right here, down with the tarot and numerology. And let me tell you, let's first of all, my Christian gangbang is gonna get you in the chat.
Yeah. They're rebuking in the chat right now.
They about to go ahead and deliver you in this chat right now. I am delivered. So let me ask you.
I actually wanted to address that too.
Okay. So let me actually start there because that's very interesting. Do you watch the channel?
Mm-hmm. I do.
How are you able to? How are you able to watch
you guys? And I saw her on here.
So how are you?
You're kidding me. You were watching and randomly saw your sister on here.
Yes, and I texted her and said, "What you doing on early in the shit?" And she said, "Hop on."
It's a family affair.
Crazy.
It's a family affair.
I love that. So, but let me ask you, how do you, with you, obviously, I can tell my sisters that do the tarot, you probably say I'm more spiritual than I am religious. And
Absolutely.
you probably maybe rooted in more African spirituality. I'm assuming, right? I'm assuming these things. Is this true?
I take my cues from nature. I'm into nature. I think nature is the original religion. It is the original spirituality. Y'all can believe what you want, but
No,
if you don't understand,
I'm not even gonna do apologetics
Lord.
with you tonight. I'm not even. I promise you, that's not even where I want to go. I just want to
No, I
ask.
understand. I'm just answering your question.
No, I'm just curious to know. You watch this, like, what's your experience watching, our content, with your belief system, being rooted in your belief system?
It's funny because I watched you guys the other day. You had two women on. I can't remember exactly their name. One was a black woman, one was a white woman. And they were talking about this issue, abortion, and they kept dropping stuff about the Bible and about those scriptures in the Bible that would talk about not giving your children over to Molech and all that stuff. And I agreed with them. I also watched your other show that you did with Yada and I believe what's the
Anton.
other guy's name?
Yeah.
Anton.
So Tiffany
I
Montgomery
watched
and
that.
Bev Tucker, and then Yada Awakening and Anton Daniels.
Yeah,
Dope.
I think you guys are great. I watch you a lot.
That's awesome.
So how does my belief system?
Well, I'm saying,
play
like,
into
what's your
that?
so you're not offended by the content. It doesn't disturb your spirit at all. It doesn't challenge anything you believe. It's actually in line with mostly what you currently believe.
Absolutely. The reason is because I don't deal with beliefs. I deal with facts. And like I said, I take my cues from nature. One thing about nature is the sun, the moon, the stars, the ocean does not beg anyone to believe in it at all. It just is. The tree outside my door does not need my belief in it in order for it to exist. So when people need a belief or a religion, then you just tell them you don't have any facts. So I don't deal with beliefs, and I never ever get offended by people's belief. I could sit next to a Buddhist, a Christian, a Muslim, and hey, more power to you. The difference between me and them is that, like I said, I take my cues from nature. I don't have to believe in anything. I deal with facts.
And listen, I'm purely just curious, but I appreciate you for breaking that down for me, sister. But you went for Trump, and I'm curious to know, what was it that motivated you to vote for Trump this year?
The reason I voted for Trump is because I have a 9-year-old son, and I don't think any sounding adult, when people have clear minds, if you have a clear mind, I'm never going to debate with someone else about whether or not tampons should be in boys' bathrooms. I'm never going to debate with someone about whether or not you can shapeshift from a human into a cat. So when I hear adults, their brains went crazy and they convinced themselves or their children that you are something other than you are, then that tells me your stupid behind is cutting off your own bloodline. And it also tells me that you are going to stop yourself from reproducing yourself. So like I said, if we take our cues from nature, go back to nature, look at sperm and look at an egg. What people need to understand is that the ocean will always be the ocean. The trees will always be the trees. The sun will always be the sun. And nothing in nature will ever bow down to human ideology or intellectualism and shapeshift itself to fit your narrative. It never will. In fact, human beings can do whatever they want. You could try to transform and do all the cosmetic surgery you want. And all you're going to do is continue to delude yourself. And what you will do over time, because let's go back to nature, like I said. If a sperm and an egg comes together and create a child, and then let's say that's what it does. And then let's say for the next 10 years, you take sperm and try to go up with sperm. You ain't creating shit. Now, let's say you got two eggs that's trying to come up together. You ain't creating absolutely nothing. So all you're doing over time is slowly eliminating your right to reproduce yourself. So when you have grown adults in politics and grown adults around round tables and creating policies that says, well, let me pacify your feelings and not hurt your feelings. And let me join you in this delusion that because you feel like a cat, or because you're an 80-something-year-old man that now want to identify as a 6-year-old boy, and I now have to respect that, or else you're going to get upset with me, then that means if I begin to pass laws that allow your grown ass to pretend that you're a child, then that means you get to go to the bathroom with children, you get to, you have every right then to say, I like her to be my girlfriend. I want this 7-year-old little girl, because if I'm a male, pretend that I'm a male, let's pretend that I'm a white male and I've already been married, I already have children, but I've now decided that I am a 6-year-old boy. Then legally I should have the right to be in a daycare with another 6-year-old kids. And if I decide that I like this other 6-year-old kid, what you gonna do? Eventually it's going to become time where all types of things are going to be able to pass. All of them go against nature. Never mind what your religion is. There's so many people on here, and just in general, it's very insulting to assume that everybody's a Christian, first and foremost. It's very insulting to assume that in order to have morals, that means you have to have a religious ideology. None of that makes sense. At the end of the day, nature is nature fundamentally, and it ain't asking for nobody's opinion in order to be what it is. And that's just the end of the line. So why did I vote for Trump? Because
hold on, wait. I asked you that question a long time ago.
And she answered it.
Hold on, you ain't gotta go back into like what in the. First of all, I tell you, I'm gonna be Toastmasters tonight.
It's got to be a scary thing though to have a kid and to see some of the things that just we exposed to. And I could only imagine if a kid was exposed to, how they can be influenced. I think you literally had Dwayne Wade's son. He was throwing out I think it was Zaya. He was throwing out the first pitch at the Chicago Cubs game. So it's like kids, they don't know these things. They just adopt role models every single day, whatever they see they like. So, and I was literally thinking about that the other day, because of course I desire to have me, I have an extremely strong desire to have me a beautiful wife and a family and some kids. And that's very scary. That is very scary. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, once you open up Pandora's box, it's just it has the potential to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And, it becomes a debate of orientation versus lifestyle and all these things. I just don't know how we even got there and how it's looked any other way outside of perversion. I don't really understand that. So it worries me as well. So I do understand your sentiments on that.
Now, big shout out to you, sister.
I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna just tell you that I appreciate you coming up here and sharing.
Right. I also just wanted to say some things about policy, because the question was asked why we keep bringing up the abortion.
No, hold on. Now listen. Let's be super brief on this one, because we
I'm gonna move fast.
We gotta be
I'm
super
gonna move
brief.
fast, because I think it's very misleading. One, we didn't bring it up. They did. They can, like Rashida said, they continue to make this a talking point. We didn't make it a talking point. They did. The second thing, the whole Social Security thing. He wants to eliminate taxes on Social Security, which Social Security income is taxed depending on the income level. He wants to remove that, not Social Security in its entirety. I feel like a lot of things, when it comes down to a president, just like a man, protects his home. So if you cannot protect your country, right, because there's not an infinite amount of number of houses, there's not an infinite amount of number of places to live. So when people talk about, oh, why are y'all not concerned about the homelessness? Well, if anything, you about to open the door to more homelessness, because y'all keep trying to pretend that if I allow 10 million more people in who did not pay to be here, who didn't pay to play all the years that you have, where are they going? There's not an infinite amount of resources. So if they're digging into your pot, right? My whole thing is I don't understand. I'm just keeping it real. I don't understand Democrats for the life of me. I don't understand how their minds are always so concerned with other countries and other people, and let's do all this stuff. But what about your own home? And I feel like when it comes to Trump's policies, most of his policies is saying us first. It's saying America first. It's saying men, women, and children first. It's saying let's get our children out of this mindset that they're something other than they are. Okay? Because if these boys don't grow up to be men, you won't have a future.
There you go.
That's chemical castration.
Listen, first of all, we need some men. Benji, matter of fact, did we got any updates, Benji? Did anything new happen?
It's 10:30. I don't think
put them polls back up.
We're not gonna have another update until like 11, because it's every hour.
Okay, we're not gonna. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's changed is like Utah, so we're not gonna have another update until 11. But right now,
she got Oregon though. She got Oregon.
Yeah, she was gonna get Oregon. We knew that. They're hating on Trump with Georgia. Trump should have Georgia. I don't know why they're just being a hater right now, because it's what is it? What is it? Let me look at it on my thing, because I can't see it that big over there. But right now, according to AP, Georgia is 51% at 91% reporting. So I mean, I don't know why they hating on Georgia. They may as well just let Trump have that. They trying to hold on to that so tight. But Trump is going to get Georgia more than likely, and he's still looking good in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. If he gets either one of those, he's got it. He's got the president. Just like in 2016, Pennsylvania won the presidency. Right now, he gets any one of those. He's getting real close to 270. Pennsylvania is like 19 electoral votes. I believe Georgia is like 10 or something like this. He only needs what, 40 more. So he's pretty close. He looks like he's probably going to edge out Arizona. I think Arizona's like 6 or 8. I'm not sure exactly number of Arizona, but she's going to have to really pretty much run up everything left to make that 270. She's at 187 right now. She's going to have to get the whole upper Midwest to get 270. So the map is definitely more favorable for Trump right now. Oh, and I see Trump got North Carolina too. And with that, and they were saying it was going to be in danger because, you know, that governor guy was running, the governor of North Carolina, that black guy that was running, that had the Nude Africa scandal and all this porn and stuff was found. So people thought that he would drag Trump down the ticket. But North Carolina voters are very much split ticket voters. They'll vote for Trump and then vote for a Democrat governor, which is probably what happened, because I'm sure that governor guy probably didn't win. But she's got a long road to hoe tonight. Like, I've not seen Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania change from being for Trump. Like I said, you know, you always got to think about those votes that you're printing out in the middle of the night. That's always a thing. But as of right now, it's looking real good for Trump.
Wow. Appreciate that. Listen, man, Benji, Rashida, yeah, y'all, man, much love to y'all. We got to try to figure out something special for y'all just for hanging out with us.
No,
I really appreciate that.
It is.
But real quick, I want to make sure we don't got no more super chats, and I just want to clarify a couple of things too, because there's a couple of words that I use that people in the chat want to get on me about. So let's take a look at perversion, okay? Distortion or corruption of the.
Is they getting on you in the chat about
perversion? You know, it's a few. Distortion or corruption of the original course. That's it. I'm not saying nothing crazy. Sex is used to have babies. So if you're not using it to have babies, then it's perversion. This is what it is. It's not a hate against folks. This is just, listen, Webster's Dictionary for you, all right? Now, we talked about bestiality, too, right? There was another one we talked about. And I think Pastor Kurt even was like, we don't have sex with animals. I'm like, okay, come on. I would not say people having sex with animals, right? But I am educated, right? So bestiality, behavior that is like that of an animal. That's all I was saying, guys. So these are not just hate terms that we're throwing out. This is Webster's Dictionary definition of what these things are. So I do want to make sure that, you know, Tyshawn, both and I, we stand on things, and we're not here to insult or spew hate at people. We're just giving our firm opinions about how we think people should go about living their lives. This is why we have the channel in the first place. This is very important. So I want you guys to understand that. And let's get back to the initiates.
Let's get back to the initiates. It's really crazy to see this thing playing out like this. We probably gonna ride it out all the way, man. First of all, big shout out to all my initiates that's on here right now. If y'all
and my two sisters, we got the family up in here.
Oh yeah, we really do got the family in here. I mean, literally all the initiates. We even still got some more backstage. We started out having a panel. It started out with my brother Marcus Rogers, Benji, Pastor Kurt came on here out of LA. And then we also have my brother Justin. Justin Giboney was on here. He's been making a run talking politics on different platforms. And now we have evolved into a watch party where we are keeping up with the 2024 election, giving you live updates with my brother Benji. All right. And we are also talking now to the family. We ask you to come up. We asking you who you voted for and why, so we can really understand what the family's thinking, what they feel, and how they making these decisions that we gonna have to live with over the next 4 years. My sister came in here, dead center. She's been in it for quite some time.
And then I think the young lady to the right after that. I think.
Absolutely. Sister, dead center in the middle. What's your name?
Hey, I'm Morgan. I'm in Atlanta.
Morgan in
ATL.
ATL.
Okay, what's up, Morgan?
How old are you?
Yeah. 34.
34 years old. Morgan, who you voted for?
I voted for Kamala.
Okay.
First of all, you hear how the Kamala voters say that they voted? It's like they ready to fight. I voted for Kamala. Like she said, I voted for Kamala.
Listen, we don't got no beef with you. We just happy you went out there and vote. Tell us why.
So, like many that have come before me, two of the ladies that spoke, I was really conflicted on who I wanted to vote for. I didn't feel like any of the policies for either candidates, Trump nor Kamala, really were going to do anything or I wasn't going to see any significance of those policies in my life directly. I wasn't going to see any tax cuts. I don't have children. I'm single. I make 6 figures, and not under the 300,000, but 6 figures. So what are these people going to do for me, and how are they going to help me? And my answer was, they really can't. So then what else do I think of? What else is there to consider when voting? And so thinking about the policies that Harris pushed and that Trump pushed, I'm said to myself, okay, well, I don't hear Kamala saying anything that's going to hurt me, but I do hear Trump saying things that will hurt me, such as the stop and frisk and the funding the police, right? Where everyone that has spoken, everyone who's here backstage is Black. That is something that we are going backwards, right? Making America great again sounds like going back to slavery. Doesn't sound like any progressive movement. Sounds that we are going to be in trouble. Miss Lavina, she was on here and she's saying that she has a nine-year-old son. Well, yep, Trump doesn't say that he's going to support LGBTQ community. However, he does say that he's going to fund the police. So as a Black American woman with a Black son, what is that going to do when your son gets of driving age and he's out here in the street, right? So, of course, we teach at home, this is what you should do if you get pulled over by the police. Yes, you want everything to be correct. Hopefully you don't have any warrants or anything in that nature. However, we know that doesn't stop real life situations from occurring, right? Same thing goes with LGBTQ community. In the home, if you're teaching that, people can be who they are, what they are, but here, this is what we do. We live in a household where it's a male and female that pair and move to a union marriage or whatever it is that you teach in the household. What else did Trump do, or did he say during his campaigning that was going to hurt us? I feel he put 3 Supreme Court justices right in office, right? So then he has the power to sway laws that are going to be made. So what laws possibly is he going to come up with in the future that is going to hurt us, not help us? Whatever he wants to do is most likely going to get pushed and get passed. All right, that was the second one. So I spoke about, what did I speak about? Spoke about, I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous, but I spoke about, y'all heard what I spoke about already, but there's another thing that I'm thinking about.
Don't be nervous. Listen, you good.
There's a third thing that I wanted to address.
Nah, it ain't no third thing. You don't remember. It ain't no third thing. I told you I'm about to be tight on y'all tonight.
Don't be trying to cut me off after you don't let everybody come up here and be super long-winded. But I should have wrote it down, so that's on
First
me.
of all, they have been super long-winded. Y'all have been. Your sister's right about that.
You should have cut them off for us.
Super long-winded. All right, but go ahead.
No, but that's where I was with it. And so, this is what I wanted to address. So Lamar came up and asked a very great question. I don't think anybody answered it. And what I think that he was saying is that we have to take a stance. Dr. Rashida said that earlier. She said we can't be straddling the fence as America needs to take a stance on situations. And so what Lamar was saying is that just like on these platforms such as this, Hardly Initiated, why are we allowing everyone to come up here and talk about things that are insignificant or maybe not insignificant, but not in everyday discussions, right? So abortion, is that an everyday discussion? LGBTQ, is that an everyday discussion right in our faces? For some you may say, but for the majority, he was saying, is that as important when we're talking politics as our taxes and other things that we feel are going to affect us immediately? So with this platform, we can push the agenda. Hey guys, when it comes to voting, let's not focus on the fluff that's being thrown out, right? And things that are getting us off track from paying attention to what's important. But let's use this time to talk about what matters. We're not going to talk about how Trump may be a bigot and a racist. We're not going to talk about what race Kamala is. and where she came from, but we're going to talk about what they're going to do for us and exactly how that is going to affect us. And let's not get lost in abortion, right? Let's not get lost on that topic. What, are you a Christian? Aren't you a Christian? Do you believe that this is something that should happen? Let's talk about, are we going to have to pay more taxes? As a single Black female that makes almost $200,000, am I now going to have to pay more taxes? Am I going to be able to order my stuff on AliExpress and from China and all these other places that I like to, or is it now going to be 5 times the price? Am I going like what? Let's talk about conversations that are more relevant to the policies and that are directly going to affect our everyday lives.
Morgan,
I believe that's what Lamar was saying.
I'm glad you brought that back up because, like I said, I thought Lamar did a really great job. I wish he was up here.
But
Really great job of posing that
the
question.
funny thing is, I still don't think that abortion is an insignificant topic. Even when we looked at the stats, we literally aborted 25 million babies. Like, that literally changes the trajectory of a generation. Like, we literally murdered a generation with abortion. Like, so when you think about it, and, you know, I'm going to be honest, I know more women when I'm being, and this going to be a tough one. I feel like I know more women that have had abortions that have had not. Like, abortions are so common. Matter of fact, and this is going to get real crazy. In the chat, be honest with me. If you didn't have to be up in one of them clinics,
or if you paid for one,
drop a me in the chat. Brothers, if you financed one,
ladies, if you
drop
financed
a
one,
me in the chat right now. If y'all want to be so candid, you can raise your hand if you've been involved. Y'all know how we get down to Harley Initiated. And one of them claims you can raise your hand right here. But this is such a common event that takes place in our culture. I actually don't really think it's insignificant. I only think it's insignificant if both of them are pushing for abortion just as hard. Then at that point, it's both of the candidates are literally having the exact same agenda. That sentiment will then make sense to me. But I don't think it's safe to just rule off abortion as a topic that won't be significant.
But hold tight, Morgan. We'll come back because I can tell you want to say something about this. But let's bring another, because I want to, on this specific thing, I want to get on the question that Lamar initially posed and Morgan just brought it up. Why are we focusing? Is this important? Is abortion important? Is LGBTQ important? Is this something that we should be even talking about, or should we be talking about something else? Real quick, Rashida, I want you to chime in on this, and then I want to get the young lady that's next to Morgan, so I want you to give me her name real quick. But Rashida, should we even be having this conversation right now?
Well, I think we're having a conversation because it's constantly being brought up. Like the media, again, this has been a major campaign headline for Kamala and for Trump's campaign as well. So I think we're just responding to what we're seeing that's, bled across the TV screen, in addition to all the other issues. I don't think that we as a community are one policy issue voters. I think that we're smarter than that. I think that we do have several issues on the table that are important to us. So out of 3,300 million people in America, we're not all going to prioritize the same issues on the ballots the same way, or the same political policies the same way. So, I do have major concerns around like the gender politics that are coming up, because I also have a son who's going to be 14 pretty soon. Abortion is a common conversation because I also run a private practice, and I, also speak to a lot of single women. In addition to married couples. So that is a common conversation for people that I'm around. I've also worked in the Philadelphia prison system. So I know firsthand that if you are now saying that you want a transgender male to be in a female prison, that puts everyone at risk. It also puts the human being at risk, the inmate, because he can't socialize with the general population. He is at risk to be harmed. And so that plays into so many other issues, medical care that he doesn't have access to anymore. And if I'm mixing up the pronouns, again, I apologize for anybody who might be listening. But again, it just becomes a major issue. So I'm not speaking from just things that I see on television. I'm speaking from a lot of lived experience on the multiple sectors of my professional and personal life. So again, I also just want to keep emphasizing that we are smarter than that. We're not, we're not focused on one particular issue. There are multiple issues at hand that we're all prioritizing. So whether you vote for the Democrat or you vote for Republican, it's okay. You voted, and you voted your issues. You voted in alignment with whatever you value the most and how things affect your family. And that's what we all should be doing. I think the fact that we're having this conversation is a step in the right direction. That means we also can have another conversation around like how to, you know, make things better for our community moving forward. That could also be the point, because tomorrow morning, I'm still getting up to go to work tomorrow. I'm still going to be teaching classes. I'm still seeing clients. I still got to get my son to school. So we also have to think about, regardless of who's going to be in the White House, to that other sister's point, they're really not running the show. They're the talking point. They're the figurehead. But there's definitely people in the background that are controlling the people who just get on television and speak. So we still can have the conversation about homelessness, about policing, about all these things, and we should. And we also need to talk about the things that are highly publicized, the things that are part of the policy. These are things that we're voting for, and we need to prioritize them accordingly. And you vote your concern, you vote for the person that matches your interests. That's what we should be. This is the democracy, right? We all live in a democratic society where we're supposed to vote, we're supposed to come together. There are 2 candidates. There are 333 million people. Somebody's not going to be happy tomorrow. Somebody's going to be happy tomorrow. We still got to live. We still got to move forward.
That makes sense.
Speaking of that, we're going to pull up these polls real quick. Just take a look at it. 205 to 230 right now is where we at.
Stuff going on. I just saw, I haven't confirmed it, but I just saw that Vivek Ramaswamy had tweeted that we have a new senator in Ohio. So Bernie Moreno won over the Democrat in Ohio. One thing about this, whether Trump wins or loses, Kamala will be coming in with a Republican Senate. So all of her radical stuff, she won't be able to do it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Because the Republican Senate is going to stop her from doing any of her radical stuff. So if she was to win, she would be severely handicapped, at least for the first 2 years, because Republicans are, no matter how this goes, Republicans are going to pick up the Senate, because Republicans are picking up 2 seats in Montana and West Virginia, and now it seems like we picked up the seat in Ohio. So no matter what, she will be coming in, if she does win, with a Republican Senate. So most of the things that we're worried about here, all the abortion-y, crazy, radical, left-wing California crap, we will have a bulwark, thank you, Jesus, of the Senate that will stop that foolishness. Amen. Praise the Lord. Keep moving.
All right, there you have it. That's Benji there you go. That's Benji with the T. Right Benji with the T right there.
All right, Benji with the poll. So
keeping us keeping us up to date with what's going on.
Let Indria chime in on this real quick. And Indria, I know you've been waiting for a while. You've been shaking your head a little bit. Indria, what you got to say? Hold tight, Morgan. We got you. Indria, what you got?
Well, I wanted to introduce myself because that's what we've been doing. But I am from Illinois, but I live currently in Alabama.
Okay.
And I think I'm the youngest one that has got on here.
How old?
So I'm 25.
Incredible. That's
there
dope.
You go. I think that's a tie.
Do I get a prize for that?
Youth and beauty. That's it. I mean, is that not enough? Goodness gracious.
I voted for Trump. And the reason why I voted for Trump is because what he did in the office while in his first term. I know a lot of people on here. I don't know if any of you all attended a HBCU, but I graduated from an HBCU, and I didn't see anybody touch on this. Besides the $250 million that he allocated towards HBCUs, there was also an executive order that was actually in play before Trump. And when it came to Obama's term, he actually made it difficult for faith-based HBCUs to receive federal funding. That was under Obama. But I don't see a lot of people talking about that. And so when Trump got in the first time, he went ahead and allocated the federal funding back to the faith-based HBCUs. But I don't see anybody talking about that. But people continue to say that he's a bigot, he's a racist. If that's the case, why did he do that? What would have been the reason? Why would he have even touched it? He could have left it the same way that Obama did. And actually within the executive order, it stated that under Obama, that they actually had to go through loopholes. The faith-based HBCUs had to go through loopholes, and they had to have another secular option before a faith-based option, which I think is just wow. Another portion is the First Step Act for the prison reform. Trump did pardon Alice Johnson, which she was an American criminal justice reform advocate and former federal prisoner. Okay, and she was convicted, I want to say in the 90s. But we have people that are on here saying, well, if my son gets pulled over, he's going to jail, all of these things. So why is he even touching prison reform? What is the point in that? So nothing is really making sense. I could not go with the Democratic ticket because I'm sick and tired of Democrats. It seems as if though that they love to pander to the Black community, but don't want to do anything for the Black community. And if we've been rallying for Democrats for as long as we have, why are we not further off within our communities? Abortion is a topic within our communities because the majority of babies that are being killed are Black. Kamala is not Black. I'm sorry. If that offends you, I'm sorry, but she's not Black. I think somebody else said this earlier, but why don't they put somebody up there that, may actually represent Black women? She doesn't. She just got up there and pandered. I hate that, and I just can't rock with it.
No, I feel it.
Listen, first, I love your preparation, and I love that you brought some different perspective, and it was based on what's actually happened with the policy. So that's excellent.
No, 100%. 100%. My sister's doing her research. She said she's sticking up for them faith-based HBCUs.
Right. She did take shot at us who went to PWIs, though. But I'm not offended.
She did. First of all, I seen them facial expressions. Them facial expressions was acting up. What's my sister name in the middle? I don't know if she making her face because was she hearing? Or that's just her natural face.
Where? Which one?
What's my sister name in the middle?
What middle? Oh,
Morgan.
Morgan.
Yeah. So I was I heard Andrea. I hear you, but I believe that Trump's policies going forward is that he wants to stop all public education, which includes your faith-based. Correct. So Lavina, we can't hear you, but if I'm incorrect, I haven't read the policies fully. However, he does want to do away with, I'm somewhat correct, and y'all can come back on and correct me and say what is true. Public education, funding public education, wants everyone to pay for their schooling.
Hold on, wait. That's an important fact right there, Benji.
That's not a fact at all, actually. I'm in the chat.
So what is the fact?
No.
Y'all gotta stop with these lies.
Yeah,
That's not
the
a fact.
dismantling. Okay, so the dismantling of the Department of Education, because the thing is that in the Black community, we seem to have this thing where we think that like government is like good or government is inherently good. The Department of Education sucks. We didn't always have a Department of Education. Department of Education came through, I believe, in like the Carter administration. It's not a new. It's a new thing with the Department of Education. Since we've had it, America used to be #1 in education. We're now 8,385 because of this large bureaucracy. When you have these big, that's why I support Trump and Elon Musk going in and tearing down.
Okay, but Benji, answer the question. Going forward, we weren't talking about when it was established. We're talking about going forward.
But what you're saying is not true. What we're talking about is what he's trying to say is that we're going to have what's called school choice. So you can have public and private and parochial, and the money will go with the child. We right now in America spend more money per child than any other country in the world, yet what is our education? It's crap. So what Trump is saying is, rather than take the $20,000 or whatever amount is per year per child that the government spends, let's give that to the parent and empower the parent to be able to pick what school their child wants to go to. So when people say, he's just mandating the part education, doesn't mean it's not going to be in any school. What we're saying is we're taking out the government bureaucracy and all the people that get paid for not educating your children. Whereas that's why people are going. That's why it kills me, because Black people with this whole racial thing. I have a friend who's very smart. He went to all the Ivy League schools, and he was a principal of a charter school. Yet he's like, I can't support Trump. But you support the Democrats who are against charter schools? You're the principal of an effing charter school. Like what? But at the end of the day, we have to take our education back to our own children and say, okay, we can go to public, private, parochial, whatever, and have competition. Because right now, until COVID, we didn't even know how bad our public schools were. This whole awakening with the trans and that's always been going on. We didn't know because we were asleep. I feel like on some days, like God literally must have sent COVID to open up everybody's eyes to the evil that's going on in this world. But dismantling the Department of Education does not mean your kid's not going to go to school. We're just going to take that same government money that we put in that bloated dinosaur Department of Education and give it back to you, to empower you, the individual, the parent, to say, like, for example, we have a lot of Afrocentric schools. I don't know if anybody out here follows Michi X. She's like a big, like, black, radical, whatever. She has a school, so you can take your money and put it into her school, or put it into Dr. Umar's school. He ever gets to school, whatever. You can take your money and put it there. That's all that is. So this scare tactic of he's gonna shut down the part education is fucking evil, and they don't teach our kids anything. It's horrible. Why should you want that?
I think people need to know a difference.
What I don't get is how we as black people,
administration.
we're so against white supremacy, and we so don't trust the government, and the government is this, and the white people that. Then why do we vote for more government? Like, make it make sense.
Well, what Benji is saying, I haven't heard expressed in
You
any
ain't been
debate.
listening.
I haven't.
But you
I
wanna
haven't
say
been.
what you
I
wanna
haven't
say.
been.
Wait, hold tight, hold tight,
I
Benji, hold
haven't
tight.
read the policies in full, but it has never been expressed in that way. And so, like this platform, what the people are hearing is saying that public schooling is going to be dismantled. Not that the money is going with the child to wherever the parent or whomever decides to put the child in whichever
Right.
schools. Schools have been existing since whenever, whether that's a private school, a public school, a provoking school, all the different types of schools that have been named. No one has said that money is being given to the parent and guardian for the child to.
But nobody talking to you is
where
going to say
they're-
that because they want to make you vote for Kamala. So why would they tell you that? You have to seek the truth.
The same amount of platform Kamala has had, Trump has had, and that hasn't been said. So Benji,
When last
maybe you
time
need
you
to
watched
have
Fox
been the
News?
spokesperson for
last
Trump,
time
but
you
that
watched
is not
Fox
being
News?
said. So someone should check that. I will check that, but I don't know if that's 100% correct.
Check it.
Also, when we go back
Benji,
to
can I
talking
ask you a question?
Hold tight.
Hold on, wait. No, because I like this. We about to battle Benji tonight, okay? Because obviously, I want the
common sense here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I'm curious about that. I'm curious about everybody.
I mean, I think he has some Trump sense, but I think he's
I'm
also
really
adding
gonna ask
his
Benji a
sense.
question.
I don't know if all
to
that
ask you
sense
a
is
question,
correct.
Please.
Hold on, wait. We call
Please,
this some.
can I ask
What's the
you a
question? What's the question?
We got to get
Benji.
right.
So you seem to understand the difference between school and administration.
Right.
That's what he's dismantling. So my question to you is, when it comes down to government granted privileges like free healthcare, free schools, all these things, right? All the things that we've ever gotten free from the government, how did it turn out? I'm saying when you look at welfare, when you look at Section 8, when you look at the Tuskegee experiment, wasn't all that under the banner of getting free something?
And you can't get any of this if you want to have illegals up in here. So everything y'all talking about, I don't see how we're going to do anything because we can't have reparations, socialized healthcare, all these things, but then have 20, 30 million people come in the country, which, by the way, are your replacements, black folks. I hope you know that because those people are coming to replace us. They're coming in Democrat Party, the party that we vote for, to replace us. Like, you do know that because, I mean, I hope if you're going for black issues, your black issues ain't gonna matter in your party with now 20, 30 million now illegal immigrants, because now your Republican Party is gonna have to respond to them. Let's look at, for example, like in Maxine Waters and things like that. She's not gonna vote for reparations now. Why? Because her district is full of Spanish people. So she's not gonna F up her vote to go for black stuff. This is why when we sat around and let these people import all these people in our country, a lot of our needs are never gonna get met. Like reparations, that's done. That ain't never happened because we don't have a black and white country anymore. If we were a black and white country, that'd make more sense because you got a whole bunch of people now who are Spanish and whatever. They outnumber us now. And at the end of the day, all politicians want to do is get elected. So you can say whatever you want to say, all this black, whatever. But if you're outnumbered by the Spanish people, they're going for the Spanish people. Let you know that now. So really what we effed up as black people was we allowed them. And like I said, it's not just Democrats, because it started with Republicans in '86 with Reagan's amnesty. And then now we've allowed, even in the last few years, like Reagan's amnesty on steroids, we have like at least 20 to 30 million new unvetted people in our country that they're trying to put on the voter rolls. Every illegal on the voter roll takes your power, your voice, black person, because they coming in your party. They ain't coming to the Republicans. They coming in your party and taking away your power. I don't understand why black folks don't see that. And if anything to support Trump, to get the fucking illegals out. Then after that, we can do what we want to do 2028. But these illegals got to go.
Benji, do you understand my question, though?
Benji, where your MAGA hat at, man? You might as well throw that MAGA hat on right
Benji,
now.
go get the MAGA hat. Benji, please. Hold on, wait. Pause. Benji, please go get your MAGA hat.
I actually do not own a MAGA hat.
That's a lie. I got you. Matter of fact, put a
I've
video
had
up with him wearing that MAGA hat.
I've had a MAGA hat.
We
in
got
years.
a video of you wearing a MAGA hat.
When I see that, I said we got to get this dude on the show. He's
Please
crazy.
don't go get that hat.
Morgan, Morgan, it's triggering. It's triggering, Morgan. It's gonna trigger.
Right.
This is a real question. If we're being told continually as black people that they're going to remove the Department of Education, right? my whole thing is if the Democratic Party was founded by the Ku Klux Klan, if they blocked slavery, if they blocked Reconstruction, if they block all these things that's in Black people's best interest, I'm trying to figure out why we still believe that they're in our best interest when everything we ever stood for they block.
They run all the ghettos. They run every ghetto. They run every ghetto.
Like, how is it working out for you? Your cities, like he said, look like shitholes, and we got mad because he said it. But it's true. Like, what are we mad about? And then we talk about this, police immunity. Guess what? Most of these cities got Black mayors. Most of these cities got Black senators. You got Black everything. But guess what? These white cops are not getting off because of the president. They're getting off because you have literally Democrats. I'm keeping it real. In these Democratic
are funded
cities
locally, which is the funniest case of this. Not funny in like funny sense, but when you look at Eric Garner, for example, when Eric Garner was killed, remember the guy from Staten Island? He was killed for selling illegal cigarettes, right, in New York City. He was killed. Now he was killed. Now you think because New York City is run by Democrats that we would be outraged. Because I was in New York City at the time. I'm born and raised in New York. That we'd be outraged. We would say to Mayor de Blasio, we're not going to elect you again because you sat there and allowed this to happen. Because mind you, Eric Garner was killed for them cigarettes. Why was he killed? The cigarettes themselves, because they were not taxable in New York State. So New York State killed this man because he was denying the state of New York tax money. That's why Eric Garner died. So instead of punishing the Democrats like we should have done in New York, no, we reelected de Blasio in 2017 because de Blasio said, oh, Trump this, Trump that, blah, blah, blah. And we jumped on board and reelected him. So and then I don't understand how you expect Democrats to change when we're a bunch of pussies and we don't ever push back and we keep reelecting the same people. If you keep reelecting the same people, the same stuff's gonna happen. That's why I want Trump to win so bad. Not even so much for Trump, just for to show the Democrats and Black people, we have a backbone. We're not gonna go with your curry queen and you're having somebody out here saying, oh, she's Black and putting out Megan. This is so disrespectful. And for people like us who are so sensitive about everything that Trump do, when Trump walk right, walk left, Black folks are offended. We're never offended by the things that Democrats do.
Now, Benji, hold tight.
Never offended by Obama coming and telling Black men, oh, well, you got to do this. We don't have to do nothing.
Benji, once Benji gets started, hold tight, because guys, this just in. We're getting ready to put in the order of chicken. We about to get some chicken. We're gonna be up here all night.
Yeah. We about to order some food, y'all. Hey, Benji, how you feeling right now? How's your win? Are you good?
I'm good. This is fun. I like this.
How late, how late can we expect for
the poll? When do the poll results get finalized?
I mean, right now, 12 o'clock. Let me see. Some polls probably just closed right now because it's 12 o'clock. Let me see if there have been any. It's probably going to take a few minutes for any changes.
Ooh, tight. Looks tight.
Right now, 2:09 to 2:30. So she must have got. What did she? She must have got New. No, it looks like she got Minnesota. Did she get Minnesota?
She got Virginia.
No, not Minnesota.
She got. Looks like okay.
New Mexico, and Colorado.
No, Minnesota she's leading, but it's not one yet. I see Colorado. She got New Mexico. That's what it is.
New Mexico and Colorado.
New Mexico.
Yeah,
that was 4 electoral votes, I believe, in New Mexico. So it's still the same battlegrounds. They hating on Trump with Georgia. I don't know why they don't just give Trump Georgia. They hating because 50.8%, 90% reporting. They're hating. Arizona's probably going to go for Trump too. So we're still.
Didn't we have trouble with Georgia last year too? Like it came in.
Well, there was a little bit of an issue with Georgia, but I trust that the governor, what's his name? The Republican governor, I forgot his name, that was having an issue with Trump. They just got back cool. He is pretty much an honest guy and can go both ways. So, I mean, I don't really see a lot of foolishness in Georgia. I feel like whatever comes through Georgia, because Brian Kemp is the governor, I probably can trust it, but it's going to be a little while, I guess, till we get those results too. But I think they're just hating on Trump right now because, I mean, he pretty much got that.
They don't want to give not last year, Ty. I meant last election. Listen, first of all,
2020.
I need some chicken, all right? So we about to order.
I'm literally ordering some chicken
so we
right
about
now.
to listen, y'all. If y'all want us to stay up late, just put late night in the chat right now. If y'all gonna be up late with us, just put late night in the chat because
chicken, let me see how much.
I think we're gonna be up here all night.
We are already up.
Let's get some more super chats in. The total for this chicken came out to $64.29.
Yeah, somebody paid for our chicken tonight.
3 small buckets of chicken for 3 Black men. So please send that over to us because we need those. And real quick before we continue with the poll,
Lano, we gotta show our Black man behind the camera. Come on, young Black man.
This is an actual Black man we got.
Yeah, come on, we got an actual third. Let's
we are
let's
equal
have proof of our Black
opportunity
man.
employer. And let's show this gentleman right here.
Yeah, right here. Come, hey, just stand over here by the fireplace. Stand by the fireplace.
Yeah. We're gonna get you a seat, man. We
gotta
get
absolutely.
you a seat. Just run the seat.
We got 3 Black. We gotta feed these 3 Black men here tonight. All right, send your super
Right,
chats
send your
in.
super chats in.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm literally ordered this in DoorDash. This is legitimate.
Yeah,
So go ahead,
absolutely.
read some of them. Matter of fact, let me read some of these super chats real quick. Shout out to Montana Beach. She says, there are spiritual implications for the decisions we make on earth, so it does, in fact, impact us more than you think. Everybody wants the salvation of the Lord, but lacks the fear of the Lord. Revelation. Shout out to Winter's Lighthouse. As a Christian, we can chew gum and walk and talk. All my brother mentioned God provides guidance for. Absolutely.
Hey, Elise set this up. Shout out to my girl.
Yeah, shout out to Elise. As long as it ain't KFC, it damn sure is not.
Wait, that's only $10. That ain't enough
Yeah.
to feed 3 black men some chicken now.
No. But listen, all monies count, okay? Shout out to Sub-Zero TV says, saludos to the real people that don't mind what name you may be called for not being a follower of the 90% Democrat voters in the black community. In my opinion, if you're called a coon, you're doing something good. Oh my goodness, they wild. Shout out to Lydia
Wow.
Weir. Shout out, Lydia,
word
we
coon is
miss you.
changing.
I have not seen Lydia in the chat in so long.
Lydia, where you been?
Member for 15 months. Hey guys, it's been a whole while since I've been on because my work pattern has changed, but I'm up tonight anticipating the result. I miss you guys. Lydia, I literally miss you too. Like, it's
Yeah, we
fun.
miss
It's so
you too,
crazy.
Lydia.
I be telling type like, yo, like, where? I'd be like, where's this person? Where's this person?
We
gotta
be
check.
seeing y'all names in the chat. We got a
Exactly.
relationship with y'all.
And I be a little stressed out I be bugging out a little bit. Tyler like, no, we just gonna keep putting out because sometimes I be thinking maybe we're not putting out what the people want. So, but Lydia, now that you back, I understand we on the same page. Shout out to My Mere Thoughts. The people who claim they fear the police are the same people who call 911 more than any particular group. If you know, you know. And that's all the super
Karen
chat.
just sent one in.
Shout out
Nah.
to Karen.
Shout out to Karen. Hey,
Shout out to Karen K.
You got to put chicken in the super chat though to know, because we got to know for the accountant. We got to know for the accountant that goes to the chicken budget only. Okay,
That's a fact.
all right, because the other stuff go to the rent and to the bills. All right, this is solely going to the chicken.
I'm telling you, I'm putting this
All
on
right,
there
no,
right
put that
now.
order in right now. So we actually gonna get back to the family right now. And yeah, we're gonna be up late. Shout out if you in Cali, this gonna be good for you because right now it's 12 a.m. midnight. We on the East Coast, all right. We are on the East Coast right now.
And shout out to
ATL
Life at
Georgia.
Christie's late night chicken chat. Let's go. We got pretty much close to 2,000 people in the chat. We've never done this before. I mean, I think we're definitely going to break a record tonight for how many people we kept on live.
My boy put $2 in with a damn ranch.
Shout out to Feed the Wolf who sends over that Dabbler Ranch because I did order. I like blue cheese myself, so I did order a couple extra blue cheeses. Shout out to Yali. She says Para el Pollo buen provecho.
Yeah. See, I just came back from El Salvador. I know what that means.
What's that mean?
Pollo
For
chicken.
the chicken. It means for the chicken. Good.
Provecho.
What's that?
All I know is pollo. That's chicken, baby. That's all I need to know.
For
right
the chicken.
there,
For
all
the
right?
chicken. Para el pollo.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Purpose Over Potential for y'all chicken going crazy, guys.
Yo, I think we hit the budget.
I think we
I
did
think
too.
we hit the budget. Don't stop now, though. Don't stop now. We need more chicken. this for
This is
tomorrow's
excellent.
chicken.
But let's get back to the conversation, Tyler. Let's do it.
Let's
Chicken
absolutely-
on the way. No problem there.
Let's get back to it, y'all, because we getting back in here. It started getting real spicy.
Kayla Cowherd, y'all are amazing. Cecilia Durley, get them some chicken. Thank y'all. Go ahead, Ty.
It's actually it's coming back to the conversation here with it was getting kind of spicy in here. My man Benji in here. First of all, we're gonna have a battle Benji section, okay? Anybody first of all, Benji's off the damn chain. Hold that back up
I
again.
don't have a MAGA hat, but I do have these from the Trump event. I actually, if I went to the Nazi rally in New York, I was there at Madison Square Garden in New York. That's where I got this
you
from.
can't say that kind of stuff, man. You like
Well,
you
that's what the fake news calls it.
all right. Well,
I'm
Jesus.
just saying what the fake news called it.
All right, Ben.
Hey, I have
Benji.
a question.
So, by the way, you know, here's really what I want to do just for anybody that has a statement, a comment, something that they want to challenge for the Democrats and they want to challenge Benji. I want to go there tonight. All right, let's turn it up tonight because in that just exchange that Benji broke down with public education, I actually learned a lot. I really just learned a lot. So I actually think it's a lot to learn in these exchanges for people that actually want to come up. But I'm going to let you go to your question. I'm just really inviting everybody to come up here. The link is in the chat for everybody that wants to know in the chat, but go ahead.
Yeah, this is an invitation for those that may have voted for Kamala on the propositions that she had for Black men. I did go on her website and I did look at some of those things. I don't know if those apply to the Black men that are in your life, but some of them don't apply to the Black men that are in mine. So I'm just using this as an invitation to kind of talk on those points and how will that benefit the Black community?
Okay. So was that a question?
Yeah, I mean, you say you wanted the Democrats to come on here to.
But you ain't a Democrat though, right?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, but can you
Not
expand on the points that you said didn't apply to the Black men in your life, but you're wondering if they apply to others? What did you read?
One of the ones that a lot of people were talking about was the access to marijuana. That was one of the talking points on there for Black men. That was up on her website. That wasn't a lie. That wasn't nothing that somebody was exaggerating. Do you think that that's an important issue within our community?
Oh my gosh. Unfortunately, there are some of us that celebrated marijuana. Okay? There are some of us.
Yeah. I used to be that person.
I'm going to be honest with you. The people who are celebrating the marijuana, I question your decision making at the polls. I question your decision making at the polls if the marijuana was what really the straw that really broke the camel's back. Like it was the deciding factor. Like I didn't know what I was gonna do, but the recreational weed really got me there.
Yeah.
The thing about marijuana is that like marijuana now, I mean, it's pretty much legal for the most part everywhere, and it's ran through. So it's like Johnny come late. Like you want to give people dispensaries now, they on every block. The Arabs got that already. If you go to New York, all the poppy stores got the weed already. So it's like you giving it to us like 5 years too late. Like that would have been hot 5 years ago, 10 years ago, but like it's ran through now. So and the thing is that her black male initiative, she had to go and take it back. So it's like y'all don't say Kamala Indian, but she's certainly an Indian giver because she had to take that mess back because it was unconstitutional. You can't say we're gonna give black men this, that, like you can't do that. You know, like so she had to take it back and put it to say and others. Whereas you wouldn't have to do that if you ain't import 1 million illegals in this country, we'd have something. You don't have to come Johnny come lately, but she was trying to get the black vote, but she knew she was losing black males like myself in Philadelphia.
Well,
is she going to pardon the black males that were locked up already for marijuana?
That part.
Is she going to remove their sentences?
That part.
Probably not.
And listen, I want to hear from a couple of more people. We got this young lady in the corner, in the very corner with the glasses and the headphones.
She looks familiar.
So I know she's tuned in. Well, what's her name? What's her name?
What's your name? Unmute.
Jennifer. What's up, Jennifer?
Jennifer, you got to unmute so we can hear
Jennifer,
you.
we got to hear from you.
You see, you got sign language going right now. I'm trying. I read. You got 3 more seconds to try. I'll tell you that much.
No, she said. All
right.
Wait, what's the
now,
issue?
Look,
what's
how
the
about
issue,
this?
Lana?
How about this? No, keep them muted. We go into
Okay, finally.
Here we
Yes,
go.
Oh my God.
Here we go.
Let's do it.
Here you go.
That's because I got the old phone. I don't got the new one.
You good.
Apple's trying to work against me. So.
Jennifer, what's your age and
Yes.
location?
Yes, I am 34. I am in Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay.
And yeah, that's my location. We are in a hot spot here.
Who you voted for?
I actually did not vote for any candidate. I voted actually for Robert F. Kennedy. Even though he did dispense his campaign, his policies is something that I aligned with more than any other candidate that was available.
I have a question for her. Because Robert F. Kennedy put out a tweet saying that if you want to vote for me, vote for Trump because that's what would get me in the White House.
And that's okay, but I still have the right to vote.
I'm not saying you don't. I was just wondering, like,
and that's okay. I support his policy decision making, but as far as the personnel, I don't support Trump. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay,
so I'm in a red
Trump.
state.
We got that. Go
No,
ahead.
I didn't. I mean, yeah.
You didn't want to vote for Trump, Benji. That's why.
Yeah, she
I chose not
yeah.
to vote for Trump, and that's
So mad. I
that's
asked
like
a
an.
question, and
Now hold tight. Hold.
Thank you.
And hold on.
Hold tight, Benji. Give us the reason, Jennifer. Give us.
And Jennifer, by the way, what's your background, by the way? What's your ethnicity?
I am Afro-Colombiana, so I'm an immigrant. Yeah.
Got it.
Wow. I'm Afro-Colombian. Mm-hmm.
So based on your family and
yes,
who you
we are like Encanto.
the conversations that you guys have, is the
Mhm.
Afro-Colombiana like community, or at least your family, your section of the community, are they all anti-Trump?
No. Actually, I have a Republican father, a Republican stepfather, and but the women in my family are Democratic.
And see, that's the thing.
Oh,
That's
family
the thing.
divided.
Yeah, the ladies
Mm-hmm.
going one way, the fellas going
Honestly,
the other.
I don't know how to feel about my woman voting in a different direction from me. I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh, I could tell you about that. I mean, my husband, we've been married for 9 years. He's sleeping. He's wonderful. But
He's a Republican?
No, he voted for Kamala, and I voted for Robert. But that doesn't mean there's any indecisiveness. We voted on policies, and we respect each other and respect our marriage enough to, if that's the decision he chose for himself, then that's fine. And the decision I chose for myself, then that's fine. But we respect democracy at the end of the day.
Now I know that couldn't have been easy. I would imagine y'all probably had some heated conversations about it, or was it just like you do you, I do me?
No, you really just gotta know, like, us and how we have spoken. Maybe this would have been a bigger issue if we were younger and early on in our marriage when we did not know how to communicate properly. But we are a faith-based family, so we are Christ followers at the end of the day, and so we go into prayer and whatever pulls at our heartstrings and what we believe that Christ is speaking to us directly and God speaking to our decision making, and that is what decision we go with.
I am curious because we actually ran into a young lady earlier today at the coffee shop. You remember that, Lano? And she was telling us about she's dating a guy former military guy. He's actually an Asian guy. She's a black woman. And she stated that when she asked him about voting, she actually had to help him register to vote. He was not planning on voting. And that was a huge issue for her. Said she really liked the guy, but she just thinks that's, whack that he didn't vote. Yeah, so my question is, especially we got so many ladies
That's
on here.
a good question.
Yeah, my question is, how much does that take into, or how much does that impact your
Let's put a poll on that.
Willingness to be in a relationship?
If your man is just not, could you seriously pursue a man with no interest in politics? I think that's the question.
Or who doesn't vote.
Or who does not vote. And I would probably take this. I mean, if you don't vote, you probably don't have any interest. But I'm really curious about this. Now we're going back to the relationship side of this thing. Y'all know how we do it on Harley Initiated. I'm really curious to know. Wait, we got the brothers backstage? We got the brothers backstage. Okay. Lano doing something crazy back here. Do you think, Lano? Lano be kind of getting crazy with the views back here. So I see what's happening. We're going to get the brothers active in a little bit. But ladies, what's your thoughts on that? Y'all don't have to go one at a time. I mean, like, it's just a yes or no. Could y'all take a guy serious? Wait, what's happening, Lano?
Oh, the sound on NDI.
I don't have my people. Oh, the sound. Hold on.
Go back to this one. Let's run this one for a second.
Yeah, let's run this one for a second. Ladies, go ahead.
I don't think at the beginning of the dating stage it's is as important as to what your non-negotiables are. If that happens to be one of your non-negotiables going into the dating scene, then run with that. But don't switch up. But I think the biggest problem that we have when it comes to that deciding factor is people don't know their non-negotiables going into dating. And I think that is an issue.
First of all, I ain't gonna lie. If a woman tell me that she passed up a good man because he ain't voting,
tripping,
I'm gonna say you a damn fool.
Tripping.
That's what personally, that's what I'm gonna tell her.
I would agree with that.
I mean, historically speaking, the entire context of what our
now this I'm assuming,
and back in my country, like just being able to battle for the right to vote in the 1980s in general.
Wow,
like that's 1980s.
Wow.
Okay, we had a lot of guerrilla wars going on back in the 1980s. For my grandmother to be able to get over the village to just go and vote was distress in general. So for me to not do that is disrespect to the lineage that I came from. Period. So but mind you, I'm just passionate about that because someone either died or struggled or had hardship for you to have that vote. So for you to not have voted, I just feel as if, and not have a proper, I would say, proper reasoning, whether you're sick, whether you can't get up, there's so many different options that you can take in order to vote. So for I mean, that's just,
I'll
I
tell
don't
you
know,
this.
ladies.
Let
No,
me tell you
that's
this.
that's a good
Here's
take.
what I'll
And
say.
I want to hear from some more ladies on this because this is
I want to hear from y'all too. But one thing I do know is a good man would have a bigger impact on your life than a president. But here's what I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and give y'all thoughts on that. But go ahead.
Well, I can't say yes or no. Like, I know Jennifer's asking, like, is it a non-negotiable or not? I'm not gonna say that it's a non-negotiable for me, but like, what's the reason that you're not voting? So like Lamar came on here and he said today he didn't vote, but he had an opinion and he had things to say, he had thoughts.
He had research.
Right. So if you have a reason why and you can substantiate and say that and articulate that to me, then I might look past you not voting. Every time, that voting comes around and it's time to vote, are you going to say no, you're not voting? Then that may become an issue. Maybe it might be something that we need to discuss harder, or maybe this is a great conversation. Like maybe we need to add this to the Hardly in Love dating cards, or
right.
And start asking
I
this
agree.
question during the dating stage, because it's really honestly something I really didn't even think about. A question like, do you vote? What do you think about voting? What is your involvement in politics? And so I think this is really great conversation.
Well, we got my brother. We got a new brother here on the
And
stage.
then, don't
here.
forget my two ladies at the top too.
Okay.
And guys, listen, this is an open forum at this point, so chime in if you feel so compelled to.
Yeah,
But
and put it in the chat too. Let me know your decision in here in the chat. By the way, y'all are part of the conversation as well.
and matter of fact, because of that, let's just go through and do some brief introductions. So we'll start with the young lady right at the top in the middle. Introduce yourself, then we'll move on.
And by the way, it's just name, age, and location.
Yep.
That's it.
Let us know. What's her name? Crystalline.
Christy.
She like Christy.
There you go,
Listen,
Christy.
give us your name,
Yeah.
age, and location real quick.
My name is Christy. I'm 24 and I'm from Louisiana.
Okay, Christy, you have officially entered the conversation. Okay, so matter of fact, really quick, let us know who you voted for.
I voted for Trump.
Okay, you have officially entered the conversation, so feel free to chime in on a topic that you might be interested in. And what about you? I see her. What's her name in the burgundy?
To the right.
Marian.
Marian.
Marian. Yes, I live in the DMV area, and I voted for Kamala.
Okay,
There you have it.
okay. And how old are you?
42 for one more day.
There you have
Happy
it.
birthday! Wait, one more
Happy
day. As
early
in,
birthday.
so not midnight. So the 7th.
The 7th, yes.
Okay, I'm a November birthday as well, November 24th.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ryan's birthday coming up, y'all.
And then
Okay.
and then my guy. What's good, my guy? Errol.
And my name is Errol, 37, Delaware.
Awesome.
Who you voted for, brother?
Ooh, plead the fifth. I plead the fifth.
Wait. Hold on. What the hell?
I'm just playing.
You done waited up here the whole time.
Just playing. No, just playing. Kamala.
Don't be embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed.
You
No,
see the
it
cop,
was-
bro. Say it with your chest, brother. Wait, we gotta run that back. Bro. Who you voted for?
Kamala Harris.
There you go. Gotta get that man right real quick. All right. So he went Kamala with it. We're gonna come back to. A matter of fact, we've already got the. I want to ask my brother that question. Are you gonna could you take a sister seriously? The chicken's here.
Yep.
The chicken's here, everybody.
The chicken's here.
Celebrate. The chicken's here. That was fast. All right. So let me ask you this: would you take a sister seriously that does not vote? She's a good woman, by the way. Would you take her seriously?
Yeah, I would. Just because, I mean, what is her reason for not voting? And then listen to her and kind of go from there. There's probably a lot. It could be, you've seen both sides, Republican, Democrat, and you haven't seen change on either side throughout the years. So it's like, why vote? That could be another thing. So it's always good to hear the person out, see where they're at. And I do have a question kind of on that a little bit that ties in with our community as well, because, it's the back and forth, We've seen Republicans, we've seen Democrats, we've seen Republicans, we've seen Democrats. But then in our community, it seems like we always have the same struggles. we repeat the same cycles, generation after generation, whether it be instilling that fear in the previous generation or the next generation, and then that cycle continues. It seems we're the only community to be divided, whether it's the white community, any other community. They're together, they're one, they help, but we're always divided. And I want to know, what could we do? You know, we always say the same thing. We'll sit, we'll talk, the town halls, but what can we really do to be united instead of divided?
Man, what a question.
Let a man lead.
Wait.
So,
who is that? Okay. Let a man lead. You saying that's how we stop being divided. We let a man lead.
I'm saying you need to. Sorry. I'm saying that you just, biblically speaking, I'm going through biblical aspects. God, man of the household, women. That does not mean, ladies, that you are just bowing down to your husband. I feel as if we have this misconstrued ideology of what submissiveness is and what it looks like, what it's been portrayed to be, what has been perverted in our faces to be, is not it. I feel as if we need to let men be men. And there's so much more context in that, but I believe it starts centralizing in the household, in the family unit, letting a man lead. That's one of there's so many different aspects and so many different variables and stuff like that comes into it that I understand and comprehend. I can only speak of what generational curse that I have broken and what I've seen it being shown and implemented into our children.
You know,
and the effects of that.
I'm gonna give a different approach on this one. You know, because when we talk about, you know, the community getting together and getting on the same page, let's actually shift the conversation to, you know what, let's look at the strong communities that we've already built, like historically, because, you know, there were, like, you can do research, there were tons. We only highlight Black Wall Street, but there were actually many Black Wall Streets that were built around the country that many people don't really speak about. And when you look at the infrastructure of those cities, they didn't need to have everybody in the country and the community on the same page. And I'm not saying this to, promote us being divisive, but I think it's actually very encouraging, because it's actually remarkable what 200, 300, 400 Black people, 100 Black people on the same page can do. Black and brown people on the same page, what we actually can do. I think it's really, we're really not, monolithic. And when you integrate into American culture, we've already weaved ourselves into so much. So to ask that all Black people get on the exact same page, I really don't even know how realistic that is in 2025, to be very realistic. I think it's more realistic for us to start building our communities how we're doing it now, where, it's interesting because I'm with you to the fact, I think the last 4 years, y'all, and somebody might really not like this, but the next 4 years is probably going to be not too much different from the last 4 years outside of our own individual efforts. And see, us as a community, with us being able to work together, live together, build together in the groups and the pockets that we find, I think that's actually how we create real change that we see and feel on a day-to-day basis. I don't really think it's going to be any one policy that changes my school system that I grew up in the hood. It's going to be us, grassroots as the community making a devout effort to go into the schools and actually change it with our own hearts. So it's really, when you talk about, I'm interested to hear your guys' perspective on the entire community now getting together at this point. I don't even know if that is a practical solution for all Black people in the country to get on the same page at this point. And I don't want to be pessimistic, but I do want to be realistic. But what's you guys' thoughts on that?
Yeah. Can I speak? Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello? Yes.
First of all, the
So-
chicken is here. Y'all can speak.
Yeah.
So I wanted to address a few things. One of the questions you asked was if I will disqualify a guy who doesn't vote. Yes, I would, because my values don't align with someone who doesn't exercise their civic duty. And like someone said, as Black people, as a woman, there was a time where I couldn't vote. So I think it's very important for me to be aligned with someone who votes. Now, in terms of voting for different people, I don't mind if we vote for different people. However, I will not deal with anyone who votes for Trump. That is a non-negotiable. The reason why I voted for Kamala is because I want someone who is respectful, someone who holds decorum, someone who doesn't spread hate, misogyny, that are against my values. And Christianity is not just about abortion and LGBTQ rights. Christianity is about showcasing the fruits of the Spirit. Christianity is about loving everyone regardless of their race and their gender. And that's not what Trump stands for. Christianity is also about giving rights to minorities. In the Bible, it talks about caring for the orphan, caring for the sick, caring for the widow, caring for the alien. So it's not just two issues. And number two, the US is not a theocracy. So in my personal life, I'm pro-life. But I cannot say that everyone has to think like the way I think. If we live out our Christian lives, then it doesn't matter whether abortion is legal. It doesn't matter who gets to do what. It's when we change, we become living witnesses for Christ. And that's when we as a community will impact change. Now, this is why I align more with Democrats, because Democrats, as I agree, they haven't done as much as they should for minorities. But Obamacare, we have a situation where a lot of people don't have access to healthcare, and the Republican Party is not in favor for expanding access to healthcare. Civil rights, Black Lives Matter. What was Trump's reaction during the Black Lives Matter movement? Now, come to stimulus checks. People suffered economically during COVID. When it comes to funding for war, both parties agree. They open the wallet, they open the checkbook. But when it comes to things for the middle class, the Republican Party is against the middle class. So I cannot, in good conscience, as a Christian, it's not just about abortion, it's not just about LGBTQ. What about me as a Black person? What about me as an African? Is it Christian-like to refer to Haiti and African countries as shithole countries? Even the language. I mean, I'm sorry, but
Hold on.
Jennifer,
Hold on, wait.
Jennifer, what do you think about what's being stated right now? Because I can see that you haven't.
I mean, she's speaking, period. But the main thing is like the biggest thing that pinpointed me to what she was saying is fruits of the spirit, fruits of the spirit. That's what her spirit was just speaking to me. It was just fruits of the spirit, fruits of the spirit. If you need to make a decision about any decision in life, see what the fruit of the spirit is telling you, period. And it is not, Trump is not, he's not giving me those types of things because of the things that he has spewed and has said, and the way that she stated, when it's like you don't say that people are trash, you don't say or invite people into your platform that state or even joke about those matters.
Yeah.
Like that, you don't do that. If you are for, or you know what, and if you're not for it, because he has stated and he has had people state that, oh, he's not for that, that's not what he means, then make him publicly state that he is not for it. That's the one issue that I really had with Trump, is that if you're going to do this, then verbally speak and deny in front of cameras and in front of everybody. Don't say it in a tweet, baby. Speak it out.
Let's actually get a quick poll update real quick. Benji, can you give us a quick update?
Yes.
I think North Carolina just came through, right?
Me. Oh my God, my mind, Jesus. Okay, so back to things that matter. All right. Well, we are still at 210 to 230, but the funny thing to look at is not just the states, because that hasn't really changed, but let's look at the Senate right now, because a lot of those races have come through. So right now, like I said, Kamala, if she wins, will be coming in with a Republican Senate. Right now, we are at 51 seats for the GOP. 42 for the Democrats. As far as the winners go, Scott won re-election in Florida, the Republican. Michigan still out for, we still don't know between Rodgers and Slotkin in Michigan yet. Sheehy and Tester in Montana, but I mean, Montana, the Republicans going to win that one. Nebraska is Fisher and Osborne. Looks like the Republicans winning right now. Bernie Moreno, as I said before, Vivek Ramaswamy tweeted that we got that as a pickup, the Republicans. Ted Cruz won re-election in Texas. And right now we're still looking at Wisconsin. The Republican is in the lead, but it's still not called just yet. As far as governor's races, let's look at those, because those are very important, especially when it comes to elections. Delaware, the Republican won. Meyer, Indiana, Delaware, the Democrat won. Meyer, Indiana, the Republican won. Braun, Missouri's been called for the Republican. Kehoe, Gianforte in Montana has been called the Republican. Ayotte in New Hampshire won, I believe that's re-election, the Republican in New Hampshire. Stein won North Carolina, which I told you, the black guy who's running as Republican was doing really, really bad. Even though Trump won North Carolina is a very big split ticket slate. So they split tickets. Trump won the presidency, but the Democrat won for the governor, Stein in North Carolina. The Republican won in North Dakota. Armstrong, Utah, of course, the Republican won, safe Republican state. In Vermont, the Republican won up there. Washington, safe Democrat state. The Democrat won. And in West Virginia, another safe Republican state. The Republican won. House races are that's kind of into the weeds, but I don't care that much about that. But that's where we are right now. And we're still sitting at the 210 to 230 Harris Trump. We're still waiting on Arizona, even though Trump's in the lead right now. Georgia, they're hating right now. 93.1% is already in. Trump's in the lead. He's probably going to get that unless they find, fake votes in Atlanta in the middle of the night like they did last time. Michigan is 56% in, so we're still not sure about that one for Trump Harris. Nevada, for whatever reason, none of their votes have come in just yet. For Nevada, North Carolina, we know Trump won that. Pennsylvania, Trump is in the lead right now with 83.6% of the votes reported. And in Wisconsin, Trump is in the lead right now with 82.3% reported. So it's still a very tight game, but it's looking exceedingly better for Trump. If he gets Georgia, that will bring him up to 246, in which he'll only need another 24 electoral votes to win. And it's looking like he's going to bring it out in Georgia. So you'll see. It's
coming down to the wire, man. Wow. Even the popular vote is pretty close here. So
thank you, Benji, for that.
You're welcome.
No, thank you very much, Benji, man. This is
breaking it down.
Oh, right now Trump is leading in the popular vote. She's at 47% with 59,264,422 votes, and Trump is leading at 51% with 63,813,422 votes, which is crazy because it seems like the voting is actually down this year. Because I think wasn't like 150 last time, I believe. Even though if you believe that Biden got more votes than Obama, I don't. But if you believe that, the voting is actually down a little low this time than it was before the participation.
Wow. Incredible breakdown.
I think substantially low.
Like,
yeah, it's definitely lower than
yeah.
it was before because it was definitely the participation was higher last time because we're only at 59 and 63. We're less than like 100. We're like about 120 million right now. So, and we don't have that many left out. So I think before it was like because they said Biden got like 81. I think Trump got 75. So that's like 150 something right there. So it seems like the participation is a little low. 2024. The folks stayed home.
Sounds like a lot of people are abstaining. And Benji, thank you so much for that breakdown, man. It's been crucial this whole conversation.
Facts.
Guys, we've been live for almost 5 hours.
This will be our longest live ever.
Absolutely. I just want to shout out to everybody who showed love tonight and fed us because I was very hungry. Shout out to Miss Fitzgerald who says send the wing to Philly. Shout out to Indira who says chicken need big bottle of Frank's hot sauce, Ohio love. And shout out to AG Chicken and Chat Combo. Blessings. Much appreciated. We really love y'all. Thank y'all so much. And the conversation will sound like it's getting a little spicy because I actually have a question because this thing, Jennifer brought up a really great point. Okay. And I'm gonna go to Rashida on the answer to this because why wouldn't Trump just come out and say, hey, listen, I'm not racist, I'm not a bigot. I don't know what they're saying. I don't know why they would
Trump
say
has
things.
said that, actually. Trump has said that. But they don't play that. Trump has said that. I can actually pull up the video of Trump saying that, actually. But they don't play that. And also look at Trump's policy. What I don't understand, I was even say Trump is racist. Where are the policies, though, to people? Oh, Trump said this or someone else said this. Even the shithole countries comment. That was not a quote from Trump. That's what Dick Durbin said that Trump said. But there is no recording. There is no video. You're choosing to believe that because you don't like Trump. And I understand if you watch the MSNBC and that garbage, I guess you would believe that. But you're not saying things that are actual quotes, and you cannot name the legislation. I'm trying to find what is the racist against black people legislation that Trump has come out with. It's not there.
Wow.
I'm still trying. I'm hearing a lot of feelings. I've been listening to y'all.
Somebody who voted for Kamala, chime in on this.
Trump says things like the black and the Latino jobs. The black and the Latino
jobs. Yes, the black and yes.
What
He's
is
saying that
those?
immigrants are taking black jobs. What is the?
What are those?
So we can have black job. We can have black joy. We can have black joy. We can have any other black circumstance in the world, but black jobs are the problem. But black joy, black mortality rate, black people, anything else black is fine. But a black job.
You're trying to contrast two very different things. What is a black job? What's the Latino job?
Any job that a black
jobs that black people used to have.
Latino job is any job a black person holds. If you are a black person holding a job, that is a black job. If a Latino person from the other country takes it from you, they're taking your black job from you.
You are trying to make this.
I'm not trying to do anything. These are the meaning of English words. These are things that English words and what they mean in the dictionary. You're trying to make them mean something else because you don't like him, and that's fine. But the rest of us who are normal and sane believe in words and what they are defined as.
May I ask really quick?
Wait, hold on, one at a time.
All the white people want to do is argue.
Hold on. Bring that gentleman up.
Wait, but can we please go back?
Pause. We got a brother. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm tearing this chicken up, y'all. I'm so sorry. I'm not even in the show.
Nate, bring on Nate.
Where's he at?
Oh, I'm right here.
Hold on, Nate. We can't see you.
Oh, Nate, I love your personality.
Go with your go.
There you go. What's up with you, Nate? How you doing, brother?
Oh, how y'all doing?
Man, better now, man. I was hungry as hell, man. I feel
Nate?
better now.
Nate, give us your age, what state you in, and tell us your thoughts.
I am 43. I'm from California, San Francisco, but I live in Seattle, Washington.
Okay.
And
who you voted for?
Huh?
Who you voted for?
I vote for God. I don't vote.
Another person abstaining.
Huh?
Another person abstaining, sounds like, right?
Yes. I don't vote. I'm an ex-con, so I try to stay up out the politics. But all of us black people, we need love. Trust me. We need love. We need to stop all that hating, all that rap is fake. We need positive podcasts like y'all. My wife love y'all show. She watch y'all every night, and I like what y'all doing. We need love.
Tell her we said what's up, and we appreciate her. Both
First
of
of all,
y'all.
shout out to this brother here, man.
Right.
Benji, you hear that? We need love, Benji. All right.
We need
We're
love.
not majoring in the minors. That's what we need to
And
start
guess
doing.
what? Love don't make you abort no babies. Love don't make you betray black people by bringing 20, 30 million illegal immigrants, having them stepping over homeless black people to put them in hotels. That's what love
know
does.
what?
Love
Who
don't
was
do that.
building the
If
wall,
Democrats
though?
loved us, they would treat us better. They would actually give us 90% of the act. We give them 90% of our vote. They don't give us 90% of their anything. We don't get their time.
Right now, Biden is
We get
building
Megan
the
Thee
wall, by the
Stallion.
way.
That's what
I'm not up in no politics. What I'm saying is my whole mind frame is not how it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I used to go shoot motherfuckers for a living.
Wait,
Excuse me. For a living.
No one's for that.
Now Nate
about
almost made me choke
change.
on my chicken.
I'm about change. That's all I'm saying. I'm about change. I don't give a fuck about Trump, Kamala, whoever
Language, guys,
else.
language. Cause we got
sorry.
language. Listen, we're
Sorry
trying to stay
about that,
monetized.
brother. I apologize. I get kind of, hyper. But at the end of the day, all I'm trying to say, we need love. I don't know about politics. All I'm saying is that I could really see where this about to go, and have a good night. And that's all I got to say, is we need love.
We appreciate you, Nate. Give Nate some love.
I agree. I really agree with what you said. The whole we need love.
Bring that person up.
We need, we need love. We need peace. If we think about it, like seriously, it doesn't matter what political spectrum you're on. We are so divided. And in our community, I hate saying that in our community, but if it's not, we're divided, Republican, Democrat, we're Republican as a community, light skin, dark skin. There's so much division in our community. Like, what would it take for peace? Like, and the things that we even see, like, think about the next generation growing up, right? In the 90s, we had TV shows, Black families, people were together. If we think about Fresh Prince, Family Matters, whatever, but now it's all rap, it's all killing. That's what people want to see. We can't think outside of these are the jobs we would want to have, or we might think different jobs would be basketball, sports, rap, hair, but there's so much more in our community that we are able to do and accomplish, whether it be coding. Yeah, and that might not be the glamorous thing or what celebrities think is like the cool thing, but that's gonna get you from point A to point B.
Well, now let's pause. Let's pause right there, because I'm actually curious. You brought some things up about what's happening in the culture. So I'm curious for the ladies specifically who voted for Kamala. What did you all think about the type of women that she brought to support the campaign?
It was disgusting. It was disgusting. And I voted for Kamala, and I could not stand watching those rallies, honestly. You said earlier about race baiting, and I feel like that's exactly what she was doing. However, the other side has been doing it as well. And let me just say, I'm in Georgia from New York. I don't know Trump personally, but I know him. And when he first ran, I really, really was rooting for him. The only reason I didn't vote for him was because of the way he was race baiting. I knew that economically he was going to be a benefit for us. I do believe he did. I agree with everything Benji has said tonight. I agree with everything he said tonight. But what Kamala has done has thrown rocks and hide her hands, the best way I can say it. I have yet to see any policy out from her. I heard someone else say it, and I saw it too. Her website doesn't speak to anything specific that she's going to accomplish if she gets into office. I think she was thrown in because Biden is too old and too senile to continue on, and they couldn't figure out who else to go run in his place. I honestly do believe that. The reason I voted for her is more like what, I don't want to mispronounce your name, Marianne said. There's so much division that he is propagating that I don't even believe is him. I don't believe that's in his heart. You can bring up whatever you want about the 90s in Central Park. I was there when all that was going on. I don't believe that that's what's in his heart. if you look at what he was doing while he was in office, he did more for us than even our savior Obama did. Let's just be real. He did. I don't agree with the stimulus package. I think it's a big part of why we're in the situation we are now economically. But there are other things he did, like these tariffs. I really, really hope if he wins that he does it, right? We need those things. Our jobs are disappearing. I work for a global network. I've got trophies on my awards too in the global network. My job was just dissolved. I'm now being pushed into another position. Same pay.
Wow.
But it's moving to India where they'll work for 5% of what I make.
Wow.
That's a problem.
Now,
and I haven't heard to any of it.
That's excellent perspective. And we're going to get you up top. We're going to get you because we want you to chime in. I think you've been the youngest, but is that Clarity Speaks right there? That's Clarity? Clarity, listen. What's up, Clarity? Listen, Clarity been rocking with us since the beginning.
Wait, is she frozen?
Yeah. Hi,
You've been rocking, listening. You repping.
Wait, that's Clarity
Speaks.
Right
there, yeah.
You've been here since
the beginning.
Since 3
years
ago.
Look, since y'all was calling people on the phone and thanking your initiates, I'm an OG initiate. Okay?
You are an OG initiate.
On an annual basis.
You like the very first person I ever spoke to that follows on YouTube. Remember we called people?
Yeah, I remember that. We spoke to you in our very first ever survey when we were looking to grow the channel.
Yep.
Man, let me tell you something, Clarity. Now you got on the all red suit, gang banging right now.
Can we get a close up on that, Lano?
I am really curious to know. First of all, because I ain't gotta ask you who you vote for, but I do gotta ask you why you repping so hard. Like, what got you so fanatical about Trump?
It's not fanatical. That's just the thing, you know. It's just like so much to unpack. And one thing that I really wish that we would all do is when we are ascribing things to people's character and motives, that we would please bring facts to support that. You know what I'm saying? And I know that there's a lot of narrative around Trump and his conversation and things like that. But it's a lot to unpack. But I'll just tell you, the reason I'm voting for Trump is, especially right now, I'm not only voting for him, I'm voting for the team that he's assembled around him. The other reason that I'm voting for him is because I paid attention in Accounting 101, Econ 101, Finance 101. That's why I'm voting for him. Jesus is my savior. Trump is my president. I'm not confused by that, and I think it's a very much a red herring when people try to when someone like myself, or say Brother Benji here, and some others who may support Trump, and we say that we're Christians, they want to take a moral high ground, right? And suggest that because we're voting for him that we're part of a cult, or that we are as you said, what did you say a minute ago? I forget what you said. Repping my set, you know. I know you were kind of playing with that. We can all joke around with that, but there is a sentiment out there relative to the division between Christians about Trump supporters, and that if you're voting for Kamala, you're voting for the moral. She's moral. She's good. If you're voting for Trump, he's bad. You know. And here's what we're trying to say, at least me and the conservatives that I know, and what we've been saying for decades, and trying to communicate with our brothers and sisters who are not Democrat. We're saying, hey, we don't think you're dumb. We don't think that you're immoral. We just think that the ideas are bad. But when y'all are looking at us, we're bad. Right? The Trump supporters, they are radicals, and all of these things that are being painted. And all I'm saying, we need to lift the hood, kick the tires. And if we're going to fact check one side, we need to fact check others. And there's other facts that have been suppressed. And if we're too smart. We're not at this point. It's no denying it. The conservatives have been suppressed. There was election fraud. I have so many receipts. I was there on January the 6th, by the way. So many receipts. And the reason that we showed up there, by the way, is because we saw the fraud. We watched hours and hours of hearings across those swing states that the media that many of us are watching would not show you. But they showed you that January the 6th committee indicting him, that they have now since had to basically table. And there's even stuff going on right now in the Senate that is coming out about they threw away a lot of evidence that was supposedly indicting Trump and indicting the supporters. It's like so much, and I could ramble on and on and on, but hit me with your best, whatever questions you have.
I have a question from the chat. 414 Big Ken asked, he said, Benji, can you ask them if character is so important, what do they think of Kamala funding the murder of innocent women and children in Palestine?
It's horrible.
The Kamala people.
It's absolutely horrible. I didn't vote for Kamala because I think she has good policy. I'm going to be very honest with you. I voted for her because I do not trust Trump. I don't trust his ability to control the riots he incites, even if the reason for his banter and for riling up the crowd is a righteous one. I don't trust
What about all
him.
the George Floyd riots that were incited?
Yeah, I don't believe me. I'm not a BLMer either. I'm not trying to defend that, but I live in the state of Georgia. Okay, I am a New Yorker from the state of Georgia, and I live in the town that my grandparents left in 1954, leaving Jim Crow. Okay, what I have around me and the Southern hospitality that I grew up coming down here to spend summers to see in these evangelical churches, it don't exist anymore. And it doesn't exist because they think they know a man who doesn't really even have their best interests at heart necessarily. And they're not paying attention to what he's saying and doing.
Does Kamala have our best interest at heart?
I don't necessarily.
I believe, as I said before, she's not going to hurt us like Trump will.
But what she has is the historic system that we've always had that will allow us to at least infiltrate from the state and local level.
How's that been working for us for the past 60 years? Because the hood look crazy.
But it hasn't been. Who's showing up? I go to my commissioners' meetings every first Tuesday of the month. We ain't there. We are not there. Board meetings. Nobody's there.
And I will say this:
we get all riled up about this presidential election.
My thing is like, don't think that I want all black people to support Trump. I don't. What my goal is, I want black people to be middle, 50-50, so that we have a leverage so we can play Democrats and Republicans against each other. I hate this whole, we gotta all be, that's the whole,
I think that's a terrible idea. I think 50-50 is a terrible idea.
Leverage is a terrible idea?
I think that's not leverage. That's
duality is a wonderful idea.
Comments is right about you.
And I think Dr. Rashid is agreeing with me, and I think that this goes back to Errol's question, very first question that he asked. Being 50-50 split is being just what that is, split. We need to all be on one side.
We have to be on one side. It's not working.
When Tyshawn
taking it for granted. 20 million
Tyshawn said that he didn't think it was possible.
Hold on.
He interrupted me because I was talking first.
Probabilities, you're right, but we're talking about politics. Right, so numbers and probabilities, you can take that to your statistics class and do your research and run your numbers on that, and all day, I agree with you. But we are talking about politics, where the majority will rule, right? Where the vote is what counts. So we can't be 50-50 on anything.
No, we
what
cannot.
we need to do is force duality so that everybody gets a chance to have a say, and that everybody's say gets heard, and that the vote can be voted on the majority, so all voices are heard.
Where I say 50-50,
very different than
a vote on 50-50. I mean, it needs to be okay in the black community to support the Republican. It can't be, oh my God,
no,
So I have a question. I have a question.
We don't have both sides working for us.
I have a question here.
Republicans ignore us, the Democrats take us for granted.
So let me ask you this.
I don't vote for
Hey, y'all, pause.
So check it out.
400 years.
Passionate discourse here. So check it out. For my brother down there, he going crazy. Let me ask y'all this. Because of the situation that we're in as a community, should we be claiming any party?
No.
Or
we should not.
Should black people all be 100% independent?
Here's the deal.
I want to put that out there for everybody. Should we be claiming loyalty to any political party.
We should be
Absolutely
loyal
not.
to whoever is going to push our agenda. And our agenda, we need to all be on the same page. You might not like every piece and part of the agenda or what's on the page, but when you become part of this party, this team, this group, this is what we're going to do and this is how it's going to be. And then we're going to get entities to push that agenda through what? Through the churches. There can't be the pastors that are saying, oh, I have Republicans and Democrats in here, and so I can't say which way we need to go. No, we're going to use those places to push the agenda that we need to push collectively as a Black race and group of people. We get celebrities on board because they get to say out to the people, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is, as a Black people, this is what we're doing. This is how we're voting. That will carry weight. That's what everybody else does.
Propaganda, honey. That's not
it's not anything new. It's not anything new. There's different religious groups that have already done it, which is why Trump says, okay, you want me to do X, Y, and Z? Sure, vote for me and we'll do that. There's religious denominations that have already been together and said, okay, we'll go with Trump. And most of them are Caucasian. All right. So these are things that are done. Anything that's backing, that's supporting the campaigns, like there was a lady on that told us about different organizations. Look those up to see what they stand for, and that's what they're backing. It's already being done. We have to come collectively. It is possible as a group. It may take some time, but everyone is going to have to get on the same page.
Hold on one second. So let me actually, I want to really propose that question back out there, because again, what I'm trying to figure out here, I want to get a unanimous, just for everybody here. Should we be claiming loyalty to any political party, or should the Black community be absolutely independent? Benji, what you think about that?
Well, I think that, no, like I said, I feel like it should be where we can go back. And when I say 50-50, we can go back and forth, meaning that it shouldn't be a curse word, be a Republican, because there may be a situation where, I may need to vote for Republican to get this. I may need to vote for Democrat to get that. Or I may be able to split a ticket. Like, that's all I'm saying. We need to get to a point where it's not a curse word one way or another. The reason why I support Trump so much this time is because the Curry Queen, the illegals, the Megan Thee Stallion, they've just taken it too far. This is the level of disrespect to the Black, and Obama coming out. Like, if they lose this time, they'll realize, okay, we got to actually go to Black people and be real. We can't George Floyd them to death. We can't do the scare tactic. You have to actually come with finances and with things that are actually important. So in 2028, which will be the free-for-all election on both sides, there won't be no more Trump, no more boogeyman Trump. So now we can actually get to the issues. We can't use that as a thing, and we'll have people on both sides having a different conversation. My fear is that if Kamala is to get this out, what if we told Democrats? We told Democrats, we like Megan Thee Stallion. We like fake-ass Kamala, who's not really Black. We're accepting that because we voted for it. So what Democrats going to keep doing the same thing? It's getting us elected. Why would we change? We need to have change in the conversation that the Democrat Party is having with us. They have been playing a sick joke with us ever since LBJ in 1968, when he said we're going to keep these niggas voting Democrat for the next 200 years. They've been playing this same sick joke with us. They have imported illegals in front of us while we are begging for reparations. I need you to stop Trump, all that. Put that to the side for a moment. F Trump right now, okay? I said it. F Trump right now. As Black folks, we effing vote for. The niggas that we vote for have imported 22 million motherfuckers here and are putting them up in 5-star hotels.
Wait. Can we one language for sure?
And we should
language
not be
for sure. Let's speak on immigration.
But let me
speak
finish.
on immigration.
Hold on, one second. Let him finish.
Let me finish speaking. What I'm saying is that for Black people who are struggling, that is the worst slap in the face. Y'all know Trump said this, he said that 85 years ago. They're importing illegals today and giving them your reparations resources today in your face in New York. They are stepping over homeless Black people walking into the Roosevelt Hotel.
All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. Breaking news. Breaking news.
That's not true. Hey, listen. Put him on mute. Put him on mute.
Hey, breaking news, guys. Trump just got Georgia. Pull the polls up.
Yeah.
This is big. This is big.
And the New York Times is saying right now, which I'm shocked at. The New York Times, let me give you what New York Times is saying. The New York Times says that Trump has a 95% likely victory, and he's going to be 306 to 232, the same quotient that he beat Hillary on. That's the estimate right now. So Trump beat Hillary. He's about to beat Kamala the same way he beat Hillary. It was too big to rig. Like I said, Jesus won tonight, and Jesus is still winning. Trump is my president. Jesus is my king. God's sitting on the throne. The abortos will not. I'm so glad Jesus loves us. I prayed for this. God loves us too much. Let us fall into the hands of Kamala and the Satanists of the Democrat Party. Thank you, Jesus. Keep on moving.
I think Ms. Sharice was about to say something about the border.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Let's please talk about immigration.
Border, but definitely his comment about New Yorkers being black homeless people being stepped over so that immigrants can get. That's not true. First of all, I'm from New York. I'm from Queens. Right?
I'm from Brooklyn.
Okay, so you know that.
Then I know because I saw it.
Wait, hold tight, Benji.
Why can't we have a civil conversation?
You mute him? He muted everybody?
Everybody got muted, guys.
Oh, I love that.
Guys,
I love that. Hold on, wait.
Listen,
This is what I got to hit him with. Hey, for everybody that want to act crazy, all right? Don't play with me. I got the sounds over here now, okay? Y'all better get right. I'm not playing no
Just one at a time.
games with y'all. Let's get it.
And Benji, listen,
And I'm sorry for cursing Ashley. Ashley just told me stop cursing. I'm sorry, Ashley K. And everybody in the comments, I love y'all. And panelists, I love y'all too. I mean, I'm hot, but trust me, I love y'all. Were here, we would be having a good time and whatever. This is nothing personal against anyone. Love everybody.
I've been enjoying you all night. That's why I got up.
I've been enjoying y'all.
They won with me, sir.
You know, we New Yorkers. You know what? You know how we feel. You know how we talk. You know how we do it. How we talk.
But tell us about that homelessness.
Hold on, wait. Hey, Benji, this for you. All right, hold tight.
Even in the 90s, the airport JFK has been surrounded by hotels that were shut down specifically to turn them into homeless shelters. Most of the people in those shelters have been Puerto Rican and Black people. Okay. Now, once the COVID happened, a lot of those buildings are empty. They did those sweeps. Everybody on the streets, not just immigrants, everybody. How do I know? I was there when they first did the sweeps. I was in New York at my grandmother's house watching it, looking at the mayor, that's a crook. Now I know. Going, wow, he may actually be doing something with these buildings. That's wonderful. My uncle, who was here, went back up there and is now in an apartment because he got caught up in the sweeps, sleeping on a train. So they were not stepping over Black homeless people so that the immigrants can get first. That's not true. And it hasn't been true, at least in the state of New York. I'm not going to claim. I know what's going on in the other states that are.
It's true in that Black people are voting for Democrats and they are bringing in people when Black people stuff ain't been taken care of yet. Until the Black community is right, I don't want to hear about no immigrant.
You're from New York, like I'm from New York. So, you know, projects is kicking and our ends is living and paying.
But I also, like I said, I saw the video. I saw the video of the migrants getting pushed past.
I'm talking about life, though, baby.
I'm talking about the video I seen. I'm talking about what I saw.
Benji, during Trump's first term,
let's hear from Morgan.
Wasn't he pushing for the wall to be built and immigrants to be pushed out? Was the wall ever finished? Did he ever finish that policy?
Well, your lovely people in Congress stopped it. Did they not? Yes, they did.
The Democrats sure did. Yes, they did. And kicked it out.
And Clarity, you over there shaking your head.
Toward the end, talking about she want to build.
Hold tight. Clarity.
Paid for it.
Tell us what's going on. You over there looking like you got something to say over there, Clarity. What's up?
You said Mexico didn't pay for it. What Mexico did pay for is they paid for the Remain in Mexico policy. They paid for it. They paid to actually secure their southern border and our southern border.
Benji's like a bad kid, man.
Yes, Benji, chill, Benji. Okay, we got the young lady up here at the top. Give me her name.
In every corner.
All the way to the top. Then we're gonna go back to Clarity. Right at the top, where waving her hand. Christy, what's up, Christy?
There was so much said, and everybody was just speaking. And I'm just like, why can't I say anything?
You better jump in.
Yeah, no, I would say something, and my audio just would get buried under everybody else's audio. So it's just like, wow.
What's up? Tell us what's going on.
Just go now. Come on now.
Okay, so there's a lot said from some.
What is that?
Wait, can y'all hear her?
We can't hear
her. You're muted.
You're muted.
We weren't talking over you.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
This your last chance, sweetheart. This your last chance.
Okay, so they were talking about why don't Trump just come out and say he's not racist and whatnot. And Benji fact checked that. We love Benji. And then it's just like he's been saying from the beginning that he has no affiliation with Project 2025.
I want to hear it.
And they keep pushing that rhetoric onto Trump, and they keep running with that fear tactic that 2025 and this and that and everything that they had on that list, and it's just not true. But at the end of the day, they listening to all these lies about Kamala, and people like the news is not fact checking Kamala, but there are people out here fact checking Kamala, and they really don't want to hear that. They just hear the smile, and they hear it like it is really blasphemous that somebody said Jesus is king at one of her rallies, and that she gonna sit up here and say, "Oh no, not at this rally," and then immediately follow to go to a church and speak.
Jamal Bryant.
Hold on. That was a lie because she was talking about the Trump.
Right.
She was talking about the Trump supporters, not
they said
the Jesus.
She wasn't talking about what was
abortion.
said. She was talking about the Trump supporters that were inside of the rally and what they were cheering for that was contrary to
They said Jesus is
or
Lord.
against what she was saying.
No, well,
Because
they
she's
said
talking about
that. She was talking
abortion.
about
I
them.
feel like
That's more important.
everybody has their viewpoint on Trump, and whatever y'all believe about that man, and whatever y'all believe about Kamala, y'all are going to stick to, because that is the rhetoric that y'all want to feed yourself and that y'all want to believe. And
it's hypocrisy at this point. It's extreme hypocrisy that we keep getting upset about so-called insults. This man said that your rap artists say you're very black men in your own community. Right. Y'all driving me crazy with. He said this, I need somebody with more decorum. She brought on a bunch of musicians that disrespect you to your face daily. They continually talk on podcasts how black women are the least married. Black men don't want us in your face. They play in your face, but we keep wanting this white man to be a savior. We want him to be perfect and talk to us gently, and your own fathers don't talk to you gently. Okay, you do not get this in your community, but you keep expecting something from this man that ain't real. Y'all blowing my mind here. He's a man, and he's reflecting back to you exactly what you expect every single day. Kamala brought on every single musician there was, and every single lyric they had disrespect you to your face. So make that make sense. Make that make sense.
And I agree with
y'all retarded. It's bullcrap. Y'all keep getting offended by insults that he allegedly said. My ex-husband was Jamaican. When I asked him why he never took me to Jamaica, you know what he said? They're gonna rob you. My current boyfriend is Haitian. He never took me to Haiti. You want to know why? Because he has beliefs about his own country. You got Africans that talk trash about black people. You got black people that talk about Africans. We talk about each other. The minute a white person talk about us, oh, he's so offensive. You know what y'all really prefer? Y'all prefer the racists behind closed doors. The people that are going to undermine the very fabric of your life and hide their hands. But when somebody's in front of your face showing you who they are, you have a problem with that. You talk about abortion, but yet to chemically castrate a child is abortion in advance. If I take out my reproductive organ at 13 years old, fuck abortion. What does abortion mean? I've already aborted every future baby I could have. This is how I know we're retarded. Something is wrong with our brains because we easily insult it, but we insult ourselves daily. Every single day we insult ourselves. And I went to the poll today. Do you know I was so afraid to even mention I was going to vote for Trump? Because the hostility that I was receiving from women, it wasn't a single white person in sight. It wasn't a single white person in sight. They looked like they wanted to jump my bones because I wasn't voting for Harris. And the first thing they say is, we got to stop Trump. From what? We ain't going back to what? Inflation? What are you saying you're not going back to? He didn't put us in chains.
Trump isn't a problem when it comes to that.
Hello. I agree with everything.
Hello. I hear.
Hold on, one mic. We but listen, one mic, guys.
Yeah, y'all are getting real
First of all,
passionate about this.
First of all, the chat is going crazy. The chat is going crazy. I literally see somebody
said the witch is
somebody
cooking.
said the witch is cooking.
just silly. Listen,
hey, you winning them over.
Listen, I want to get Rashida in, and then I want to move to Jennifer because I can tell the guys something to say. Rashida, I just want to check in with you real quick. What are you thinking about what's being said? Rashida?
The witch is cooking is crazy. Guys, look, listen. Honestly, listen. I'm gonna be honest. If we just keep over talking, I'm gonna just have to start removing people from backstage, y'all.
And I still right. She just going.
Right, hold on, wait.
She
No, listen. Start it back up.
What's being said is that
Lano, play it. Stop doing that shit.
Hold on, guys.
Yo, hey,
guys, they're moderating. They're moderating.
Guys,
Hold on.
you gotta understand.
we're being sensitive.
Lano, you gotta remove some people. Y'all about to get removed. Remove middle. She gotta go.
Take her out.
She gotta go. I'm sorry.
She too
Hey, listen, y'all don't understand. Y'all gotta have some. Y'all gotta have some decorum back here. Move somebody else from backstage. No, like move them out of the room, like out of the whole Zoom. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. But we gotta have some self control, people.
Yeah.
All right, we gotta have some self control. Because
listen,
and I know that look, it's a whole black room of people, so I know this whip is very triggering. But y'all really haven't.
I hate that we had to use Morgan as an example because I like Morgan, but you know how when you was in school they like, listen, somebody had to get up out of here.
Somebody had to get it right.
Right. Sold off the island.
Had to make an example. I had to make an example. You see what you made me do to her?
But listen, shout out to Morgan. She been rocking with us for over an hour tonight. We appreciate her. Shout out to Jen Nelson who says thank you for staying on and giving us a voice. Absolutely.
We brought the brother up in this joint.
It's 1:16 a.m. It looks like people are saying all over line that Trump has officially won this thing. Benji's gonna let us know if it's true or not. I see the memes coming out about Kamala.
Right now, it's like as far as New York Times, it's still 95% chance of victory. They just have not officially, and this is New York Times, so this real. They giving that up to Trump, that it's real. They have not officially called it as of yet, but let's see as of right now, as far as the called electoral votes right now. I just want to get an update. I'm waiting for it to upload. I want to get the update.
And it looks like
at 210 to 247. So yeah, it's
about
looking
to be
really,
called here.
Really, close here. Let me look at the
looks like Kamala states that she won't be speaking at Howard University tonight. So I think that might be an indication of what her campaign might be thinking. So
is Hillary 2.0? Why is it when they lose to Trump, they don't want to come out and talk? Like Hillary they come out the next day. It's because they talk all that mess. That's why they talk all that mess and they feel embarrassed and blah 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 because they got beat by Trump. Right now, hard. Let's see where the states are. They didn't call Arizona yet. Georgia was called. Michigan has not been called yet, but Trump is 52 to 45. So Trump gonna get Michigan. Nevada right now hasn't been called. It's 50 to 47 with 75%. Trump's about to get that too. He got North Carolina. Now Pennsylvania is 51 to 47 with 90%. Trump about to get Pennsylvania too. And Wisconsin is 51% to 47 with 86% already reported. Looks like Trump's. This was a whole blowout. Jesus won tonight. That's all I have to say. Thank God.
First off, every time he says that, I want to.
Much. For those in it, I know my little word now. I knew that word.
Actually, you don't, because Jesus wins every time. He's the one who can pass the lots when he decides.
He surely does, but he won double tonight. Praise God.
Let's introduce. Listen, we had to let one go, but we got a new panelist that's joining us this evening, brother. What's your name, your age, and your location?
Oh, what's good, me?
Yep. Oh. Right in the middle of the blue hat.
Oh, he's
my bad.
Mr. Moore.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Mr. Moore, man.
Mr. Moore.
Yes, sir. From the Central Valley, California, man. And I didn't expect you to pull me in so quick, man, but I appreciate the work y'all doing tonight.
Cali in the building, man.
Yeah.
And how old are you, brother?
I'm in my late 30s.
What the hell is
he
late 30s?
He been ambiguous with it. How old are you, man? What's it?
I'm 38.
Okay. Late 30s. I don't know. We trying to flex. We
said
late 30s.
Yeah. I know what the agenda was. right now. Hey, so who'd you vote for, brother?
Man, I voted for Trump, man. I'm actually a registered Republican. And
what the hell is a registered Republican?
Like he on the,
what's a registered Republican?
That just means that you are registered. You can vote all it means you can vote in the primary. Just like if you're a registered Democrat, you can vote in Democrat primary.
Okay, I didn't know if it was like
on Jennifer's face,
on his birth certificate.
I had to. I'm sorry.
She's like, "Are you American?"
I apologize. I'm like, do you?
I know what I mean. It sounds certified. I know if it was like a certification.
I can't hide my facial expressions. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so Okay, I got you. So and why'd you vote for Trump, by the way, brother?
Yeah, man. It's a good question. So it's a couple of reasons, man. You know, I grew up in the church, man. So my leanings, you know, through and through in my soul and my heart tend to be more so conservative. So that's, you know, I tend to have a different ear for the Republican Party and what they're saying. Because the Democratic Party tends to be, in my opinion, somewhat liars. Like they come off as liars. And, you know, it's interesting, man. I walked into the office to vote tonight, and I'm in line with people, and we're talking, and you know, the Democratic Party is talking out of both sides of their mouths, man. They're liars. Okay, so for example, when they say, and I'm just going here because I'm shooting straight, when they say reproductive rights, right? You got to understand what they're actually talking about and what they call it, right? And so it's like they think people are stupid, right? So in other words, if someone's going to, like, why can't they just be honest and be more detailed and more thorough in their explanation of what they're saying? Why do they have to frame it in such a way to make it seem as though it's one thing when it's really something different? And I think that's part of the reason why they lost this election tonight, because Americans can see through the lies, the games that they're playing. And so, you know, that was a big thing for me. The other thing is the border. You know, again, like I said, I'm from California, and I understand the complexities of the history of America, you know, and how this country was taken, et cetera. But listen, we either got a border or we don't. And if we have a border, we have a country, then we have the right to have laws in terms of how that thing's supposed to, how it should happen. And listen, like, we already one of the most lenient countries as it relates to the border, as it relates to birthright citizenship, et cetera. We already one of the most lenient. And so when we're talking about millions, tens and 20s of millions of people coming in illegally and their children automatically being given citizenship, this is a big deal. This is something that if you underestimate, in my opinion, you know, you probably shouldn't be in politics.
Now,
and the after effect of that is evident in our communities. Meaning what? Meaning for a lot of entry-level jobs, if you're not bilingual, can you qualify? You see, and I've seen things change over the years in the city that I grew up in, et cetera. So, you know, I prefer Donald Trump, and I think that he's in better position to lead this country. And that's not even talking about the fact that we are so close to potentially World War III in a real way. This is not just a figure of speech. If you look at what's going on around the world, we're close. And so we need, in my opinion, again, you're asking my reason, we need a strong leader, someone who will be respected throughout the world. And I didn't think that Kamala was a better choice than Donald Trump for that. Because again, a lot of people don't realize, and I didn't realize this until I traveled internationally, that American politics control a lot of the global politics. So who is the American president, whoever the American president is very, very, very important in the global landscape of politics throughout the world. So this is not just some local thing. This is not just, a black woman in office and let's get it. It's way bigger than that, y'all. And so I had to remove my emotion from it and just look at two people and say, look, A or B. And I had to go with A.
Wow.
Can I ask a question in regard, because I haven't heard that yet tonight. One of my issues is I don't know that I can trust Trump in a war situation where even our generals don't necessarily trust or respect him. And I'm just wondering other people's thoughts on that.
Well, under Trump, unlike any other president modern era, we didn't have any wars. So more than likely, you won't have to worry about that. Praise God.
Oh, it's coming, baby. You see what's happening?
Oh, no, don't speak. I rebuke that war.
And Jennifer, what you think? Exactly. What you think about that?
What? Y'all that mad at Trump? Like, for real? Like,
Benji, your facial expression.
Your facial expressions, mama.
No, I'm saying when you respond, how you were responded, you were like, you just popped up like from texting.
But go ahead, Jennifer. Go ahead. Let us know. No. Hold tight. Go ahead, Jennifer. Let us know what you think.
Mr. Moore, I first and foremost, amazing. I'll give you a round of applause when it comes to that, because you were able to just really bullet point. This is why, and it was perfection. So chef's kiss on that. But he did hit on a lot of things, and I want to hit this because I haven't said anything about when it comes to abortion. I personally am pro-choice, and that is me and my personal intake on it and the experiences that I have from it. I've never personally had an abortion, but I have been in the abortion clinics holding hands with friends who had made that difficult decision. Abortion is not an easy decision, period. And if you've never held hands or been there or seen somebody experience the aftermath and have to take care of somebody in the aftermath of that and the complications of an abortion, I wish that upon nobody. But the biggest thing for me, it's like, if we have laws on abortion, why do we not have laws on abandonment? My biggest take. Period. If you want to have laws on abortion, then have laws on abandonment. Both sides. Not just put it on women and reproductive rights. Okay, let's go ahead and go also for the male's responsibility in this as well.
Wow.
So just to confirm, when you say laws on abandonment, you mean laws on a man not taking care of
abandoning his seed. 1 Timothy 5:18, I believe.
Well, I thought that was child support.
Child support does not raise a child.
No, I'm saying, but isn't that
child support does not put in forth the responsibility of raising a child? That's the basis. That's the basic. Being able to give the fundamentals that a child needs: clothing, food, shelter. Child support, yes, that's fine. Obviously, that should be number one. But sorry, I apologize. That should be right up there with ensuring that you are actually having an active role in that child's life, not just paying the child.
No, but you said no.
18 years.
I know. Ideally, they're in the. But you said abandonment. So
yes,
obviously, they're not in the child's life. So
they're not. Playing an active role, like actually being in the child's life, visitation, all that.
No, I get it, but that's what child support. You put a man on child support. If he doesn't pay, he literally can go to jail.
Men and women pay child support. So she's asking for something specifically that deals with the male organ. When reproductive rights is a penalty on a woman's organs. So what is the penalty on a man's organs? Like, in other words, are we snipping his sperm? Child support, men and women pay child support. So that's not a penalty.
No, but she said no. She said abandonment of the child. No, the child is already born.
No,
the child
she's hitting on it.
This is what she means.
She's hitting on it.
Abortion is legalizing a woman's organs, meaning if you don't have this baby that's in your stomach, then I'm going to penalize you for it. So she's saying, what is the penalty for a man's organs for shooting his sperm into a woman and you did not take care of this child? Not just money, because that's something totally different. Meaning, what penalty are you putting on a man's organs? How are you controlling his organs?
Wow.
Penalty on
Lovena, please give her
like castration.
I'm sorry, but she hit that so well. I cannot communicate like that. But thank you for communicating for me. Absolutely.
Let me tell you something. I ain't voting for that.
I have a question when it comes to, I know we're talking about abortion where it's killing a child, but what about the other side of it when it comes to a woman who is pregnant, but then something happens to the baby and there is a medical thing? And I experienced this and it was traumatic for me to watch someone hemorrhaging, and it's like, all right, well, we need to take these babies out because you're hemorrhaging. And that's your and it was, I'm grateful that the doctors was able to, while it was sad because it was a miscarriage and everything, was able to assist, but they put it as abortion on the medical chart when technically we're like, no, it's not, but medically it is. So what do you do in circumstances like that? We're talking about, oh, well, you're killing a child. It's my body, my right. But what about the other side where women are going through that, where you could hemorrhage, and it's like either you're going to die or you're going to die. or you're gonna
Claire,
get sick.
so hold tight, Clarity. Give us some perspective on that. What you got to say about that?
I was going to say that is there's provision for that. There's a medical procedure for that, right? That's it's a DNC or DC or something like that. I need someone to correct me who had
DNC. You said it right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
DNC,
you
something
said it
like that.
right.
So that is not in dispute. That is can be done and should be done. And the young lady who took the abortion pill and was had sepsis or whatever was going on with her, that was the negligence on those doctors to not have done that procedure on her to remove the dead fetus out of her after it was aborted, via the pill. So that is kind of a moot point relative to the abortion issue. It's really kind of a red herring, right? Because it's what women like to proffer to say, legitimize this procedure of basically abortion as birth control, because that's really what it is. We don't want to call it what it is, but that's while we're fighting for the reproductive rights, that's why we had to rebrand it and remix it and call it something else. But what we're doing is using abortion as birth control, and we're claiming that as that's really all what we're doing. And here's the other gag. If, say, for example, if that woman, she can say, my body, my choice, I don't want the baby, right? And she can go and do what she wants to do. But then she decides that she wants to keep the baby. But what if that man says, I don't want to be a father? Guess what he's going to have? He's going to be hit with some child support. He's going to be forced based on her choice, right? So instead of it being a joint choice, it's always my body, my choice, and all of that. But then as soon as she decides, okay, I want to have the baby, but this man may not, then she's upset with him because he doesn't want to be a father. It's like so much to unpack, but the solution to it comes down to just self-control. Really, just personal self-control, personal responsibility, and stop trying to get the government involved in your life. And this whole other red herring narrative about, he's doing a national abortion ban. All of that is a lie. He's not doing a national abortion ban. And then also, if you understand Roe v. Wade, that was not even supposed to have been a law in the first place. It shouldn't have been at the federal level in the first place. And Ruth Bader Ginsburg even said that it's supposed to be the state. We are a republic, and the design of our government was that the state and the local level is where they're closest to us, and therefore we should be making laws. They should be making laws more for us. The federal government is really to provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, that sort of thing. It should not be that involved in our lives. Our state and local governments we should be deciding those things at the local level.
I have an update, by the way, whenever y'all ready.
And I'm gonna make a quick stat, and we're going right to you, Benji. To your point about those health concerns, I actually whipped out a stat yesterday to that. In 2004, the Guttmacher Institute showed us that it was about 4% of women cited health concerns, either their own. Pretty much 4% of women pretty much had to have abortions due to those health concerns that you're speaking of. So relative to the massive amount of abortions, it's really very small in proportion when you're talking about health concerns. It's crazy when we even talk about rape, which is another very big one. Rape is 0.2%. And incest is 0.3%. They're very, very, very mild cases. It's really, again, to her point, it's birth control. It's birth control is where this is really being used. But let's go to my man Benji. Benji, could you go ahead and
Benji at the polls? What we got, Benji?
And also too, the amount of black babies that are sacrificed to Moloch by abortion should definitely be a concern to everyone, because it's more than white people. So no matter what we say, more black people are being killed. And
what you know about Moloch?
I know a lot about Moloch. I grew up in Bible way. I know the word. Okay, I mean I follow it all the time. But I know it.
Delivered. All right, go ahead.
I ain't delivered, but I know the word. Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna read this to y'all. This is from CNN, because basically I don't like to announce until everybody's announced. Like the AP right now is being a hater. because Fox has already given Trump Pennsylvania. CNN's about to. This is what CNN has said. This for my Philly people. We just made a difference tonight. I'm gonna read y'all this. With 93% of votes counted in Pennsylvania, Trump has just over a 3-point lead. Though the vice president could build her lead in Democratic stronghold of Philadelphia, staking a win on outstanding votes there is improbable at the moment. Let's just be honest, but it's not impossible. Philadelphia County came in at 1 a.m., had reported 78% of its votes, 78.1% for Harris, 20.3% for Trump. Former President Joe Biden won that county by 81.4 to Trump's 17.9. So not only did Trump improve by 3 points in his major Democratic city, meaning my vote, your vote, our votes within this, the former president has generally overperformed in 2020 by 3 points in red counties. He won also in 2020. So for my Philly Trump voters, we made a difference tonight. We definitely were a part of this result. But as far as where everything is going, the numbers have not really changed. I mean, they're saying 214, 247. Fox has it at, let me see, Fox, I think Fox gave him Pennsylvania. So Fox has it at 267. So he only needs 3 more electoral votes to her 226. So we're going to see what else is left out as far as what's left right now. And New York Times still has a 95%. This is NYT. They do not like Trump. Has a 95% chance of victory. And check this out. Trump is on trail to win the popular vote. A Republican has not won the popular vote since George Bush in 2000. So there we go. Trump not only won, but he has a mandate on top of that.
Wow.
I'm shocked. Honestly, I thought they was going to cheat a little better than this. I really did. Like, I'm be real with you. I was like, oh, they going to find some house in Philly. They going to stop this somehow. Too big to rig.
Yeah. Okay, we got a brother with a deep voice. Come on.
Who's asking? Who's asking to speak?
Right in the corner. He right in the corner. Brother, what's your name? What's your age? And where you calling in from? What state?
I'm actually calling from Wisconsin.
No, that's not him. Hold on, wait. That's not that brother. Hold on, wait. Let's get the brother that's speaking on the screen, man. Wait, why is Clarity upside down?
That's not me, but I definitely want to get on for sure as well.
We gonna get you on there.
Wait, first of all, y'all go speakers need to just calm the hell down back down. What's going on right now?
Upside down in the corner.
Yeah, no, it's getting too late. It's getting too late. It's getting crazy in here now.
Oh wait, my camera fell.
Well, at least you don't got your panties on like homegirl before. You give us a free show. I'm like, this is a Christian program. You see your pink panties.
So
I'm fully dressed.
It's getting crazy back here.
Listen, first off, we know we can't stay on after midnight with y'all no more. Go ahead, sir.
Ratchet. Go ahead.
So I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I'm 39 years old. I voted for Kamala. I want to start off
we know her name.
Wait. Hold on. Stop.
I got a question.
You are trolling me. Let's make him. What's her name, brother?
Kamala.
Come on. Hold on, wait. Stop. Y'all stop it. Y'all stop it.
Racist. He said her name wrong. He racist.
This gonna be one of my clips tomorrow. I need you to say her name one more time, brother.
Kamala Harris.
Ratchet. Okay. All right. So you voted. You voted for Kamala Harris. Go ahead. Tell me about her.
Yeah.
Why'd you vote for her?
Because it's one thing. It's 2 types of black people in America that always have been the same. Can I tell the truth, or do I gotta butter things up?
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
The ones that can't pronounce the name and the ones that can't.
Just don't cuss. That's it.
It's 2 types of black folks. You got black people. Then you got, I'm just gonna say niggas, right? And I think I fit into the category of niggas where I think niggas is more is more of us niggas than it is black people. The black people assumes that everything about white society applies to them as well. And when I be hearing these black people speak about Trump and all this other type of stuff, they assume that they gonna be he there for them. And whereas like when he talking about giving cops immunity, right? I'm a nigga, so 9 times out of 10, if something happened to black folks, whatever the case, we're gonna be affected by that. Then I was hearing that he was trying to terminate the Constitution, where us niggas the one that fought.
Hold on.
Hey, take him off the Zoom.
Right.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
Honestly, this
I'm joking with you. I'm joking with
this
you.
This is crazy because are you trolling us right now? Are you trolling? Because I'm very confused about
What in the Kamaya?
yeah. I'm honestly, you not helping Kamala's case right now.
No, but I
with
get
this
the way
one.
you break it down. You saying it's basically it's a whole nother group of black people that think completely different.
I think us black. It's two types of black people who think and feel totally different. Like mainly the ones that come from like single mother neighborhoods, who appreciate, who was brought up like on Section 8 welfare and all that other type of stuff that black people would call handouts and stuff like that. I think it's two different types of black people here, and it seems like whatever. How could I put this? It was just so much when you look at the difference between us and black people, it's disappointing when I hear these black people speak about Trump and stuff like that. It's very disappointing. It angers me every time I listen to them. It reminds me of when Malcolm X made his speech about the house Negroes and the field Negroes. I consider myself to be a field Negro. They remind me of a house Negro. They are conform, right? When I look at not Negroes, but the black folks, the black house Negroes, to me they comes off very conform, and they don't have their own mind.
So let me ask you this, brother. I just want to know, because I just want to know a little bit more about you. Why do you consider yourself a field Negro? Just curious about why you think of yourself that way.
Because when you think about the word Negroes and the field Negroes and the thugs, those were the people that got us in a position of freedom. Those were the people that went against the grain of United States of America and stood up there and took risks, went to prison. Some got deleted as far as like getting killed or whatever, fighting for what they believe in, where the conform niggas, the only thing they did was conform and did what master told them to do, just like they are doing today. They not brave. They don't have not a lick of courage. Only thing they do is by the book. Those are the black people that follows by the book. If the white man don't say it, that you give you permission to do it, they will not do it. Whereas field Negroes, we feel like as though we could do what we want to do, just like America. Right, us field Negroes created the image of black people, the recognition of black people. It wasn't the conform black people. It was us. When you think about music, when you think about dancing, when you think about sports, when you think about the richest black people like Jay-Z, Kanye, all of those type of people come from the field Negro movement. The black conform people, they never done nothing. That they don't have no type of influence. Only thing they do is trying to mimic white society. So I really don't look at them like they part of us. When I see them as like a slave catcher. They won't go after nobody else but people who looks like them. This is the reason why you can see I hate to say it, like a Candace Owens or people, any black person that can get on screen and take accountability from white society and put all the accountability on blacks, they the ones be the voice of us. They the ones get recognition where
that's very
How do you think Jay-Z became a billionaire?
Oh, pull her up. Pull her up, because I get what you're saying, brother.
No, that's her.
Okay, go ahead.
How do you think Jay-Z became a billionaire? How do you think he made his
money? He started from the streets though. He started. Eventually, he had to play the game, but he come from the Negro movement. His story, everything he rap about, it don't sound like the type of lifestyle of a conformed Negro will go through. The stuff that most black folks rap about, sing about, it talks about the pain and the struggles that the field Negroes done went through. Conform Negroes do not associate themselves with our pain, with our struggle. In fact, they try themselves to forget about it. They try to make themselves move away from it. That's why they move out of the neighborhood.
How do you define sellout then? Because that is what I consider Jay-Z. If we're using him as an example, he did. I agree with you. grassroots, right? When he had the Hawaiian shirts on and all of that. But once he was hard not lifing it, he wasn't really hard not lifing it no more. He was actually president of Def Jam and deciding to sell off what he built on his Negro field. Okay, I'm just using an analogy that's in the.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest. That's
actually
gonna start a whole separate argument because I get the spirit of what my brother's saying here. I get the spirit of what he's saying.
Can I speak to that?
Well, first of all, who is
I'm
speaking?
on both
Can I finish my statement then? Or no? Okay.
Well, now you gave us some good detail. We know exactly where you stand on this thing.
I got you, brother. No, we understand you.
And I do think it's interesting perspective
because I want to touch on that abortion stuff. She had me real hot steaming.
It's too much. We can't touch on 4, 5, 6 topics in one breath. That's what we be trying to do. Is take us so long.
Yeah,
we got to just hit one thing at a time as best as we possibly can.
But I haven't laughed that hard in a while though. He's got a big personality.
No, he does, man. I thought he was Whack 500. He kind of got that sound.
Whack 100.
Whack 100. Is that his name?
Yeah.
You kind of got that. I thought you was trolling us.
I used to work with Anton. I used to be on. Me and Anton had videos together. I worked with him for about 3 or 4 years.
That's
okay.
Dope. That's dope.
So somebody in the backstage, somebody backstage wanted to come up and speak, right?
That was me.
And by the way, let me tell y'all, listen, this is not. I got a pretty strict night routine. I don't know what my morning's gonna look like. This is crazy.
Yeah,
for me right
I'm
now.
pressuring
so we
him. By the way,
wrap,
I'm pressuring him. By the way,
we about to wrap this thing all the way up. So this is the time I need everybody to be at the most briefest and brilliance points of getting our points out at this point. So my next brother that comes up here, I want you to represent and be the example of how we need to speak moving forward here. Okay, who is he?
Clarity, fix your camera so we can make sure we get your whole outfit going.
Can I please?
Yeah. Where you at? Bring him up.
Yo, hey, replace Lana. We need to refresh the initiates. I love y'all, but we're gonna bring some new initiates up here because we got to get some new voices. I'm hearing 10 voices in the back begging to speak right now.
Yeah.
I've been begging to speak for a while and waiting on.
This is hilarious to me.
Me too, from Sweden.
Look, I've been on both sides of the coin, on the black side and the white side.
Hold on, wait. We got to do it right if you're gonna speak though. Give me your name, your age, your location, really quickly.
Okay, my name is Spanish Burns. I'm from Dallas, Texas, surrounding area, which is Louisville, Texas, and I voted for Trump.
There you go. So please give us just one simple point here. What's the point you're making?
The point I want to make is I've been on both sides of the table. I come from Louisiana. I was born and raised there, but I was taught to hate white people. But that just was the era. I'm 56 years old. That just was the era that I grew up in, where things were segregated, where black people could only do this and white people were allowed to do this, where they can kick down your door and drag you out and beat the crap out of you in front of all other black people. That's the era I grew up in. But by me growing up in that era and seeing all that happen, I grow up and I come to Texas. But then when I end up in Texas, the very people they tell me not to trust is the people that end up helping me. Now, my mother is a black woman that was raped, but I'm a product of that. But the person that took me in with a rap sheet a mile long was a white guy that took a liking to me, and my whole criminal record went away. So when they say Trump this, Trump that, there are some good white people out there just as well as there are any other races out there that is with anybody else. So it just depends on what type of relationship that person have with anybody else in this world. So if you have a relationship with something, like if you have a relationship with God, then you're on this side. But this guy, he went to bat for me and didn't have, remember, I'm saying I got a criminal record a mile long. But even with me having all that's going against me, that white guy stood in the gap for me. So he became my Trump, where all that negative stuff, now I have a whole life where I have a lot of things moving forward. I don't knock what other folk got going on, but I just would like people to look at the facts for what they really is and stop falling for information that people say. Now, just like anybody else, People have made up their minds about anything. But on the white side, my dad don't pressure me to vote the way he votes. He never did. He could care less whether I voted Democratic or Republican. And he's a white guy that's well off.
Okay.
Can I respond to that a little real quickly?
Hold on, no. You can't respond to that really quickly, no, brother, because we just got too many new voices on here that I got to get to. I want to get my new voices.
Get this gentleman down here in the
really
corner.
quickly.
Get this gentleman down in the corner.
Yeah, he's been patient. Box number 9, bottom right. What's your name, age, and location, brother?
What's up, guys? First and foremost, thank y'all for having me. I really love this show. It's dope. So keep doing what y'all doing. My name is Mel. Yes, sir. My name is Mel. I am from Georgia, but I live in North Carolina. I'm 28. Me personally, I didn't vote. I identify myself first and foremost as a God-fearing man. I'm a business owner. I'm in the military. Went to college, graduated, all that. So there's layers to the perspective that I have as far as this whole voting thing. Particularly with these two people that ran. My thing that I really want to speak on is just moving forward with unity and love within the Black community. Regardless of who's going to win this, there's work that has to be done, specifically for the kingdom of God, because there's division, man, between people voting for this person and people voting for that person. And people have created idols. They have created idols out of these two people. And first and foremost, we're supposed to be all rooting for the kingdom. And I know a young lady kind of spoke on this earlier, but she was saying that it starts with the body of Christ, meaning churches, starting with leaders, starting with pastors, being able to govern change, being able to stand on solid principles and say, hey, as the church, this is what we stand on. We're not for abortion. We're not for LGBTQ. We're not for any of that. It's too many times when there's leaders now, especially in church, when you ask them, hey, what's your preference on LGBTQ? It's like, I don't know. It's no, let's stand on the principles. Let's stand on what God's word says. People don't want to do that because we by nature, we want to live in our flesh. We want to live in our pride. We want to live in our lust. It's in our nature, which is why we need Jesus. But when we align ourselves to solid principles, morals, and values, which are perfect from the word of God, we're able to then say, it's not about what I think or what I want, but what's perfect. It doesn't take a perfect person to create a perfect policy, right? If we, as the body of Christ, bred and led a group of people who said, look, these are the principles that we're going to stand on. This is what we're going for. And this is who we want in office. And we're not going to vote for your Trump. We're not going to vote for your Harris. We're going to vote for this person. And this is who we're going to back. I think we will see bigger change as far as who we want. And that's pretty much it.
There you have it, brother. I appreciate you sharing that, man. That was solid. That was solid.
Start with God first.
That was solid. No. I actually agree. I agree with a lot of what you said, brother. I'm with you on that one. You got your sister on here too. She just got up on this joint. We're gonna close out with you, sister. You're gonna be one of the last ones here that we bringing up on here tonight. What's your name?
Let me give y'all an update before we go.
Let's do it.
Yeah, Lano, pull it up, Lano.
We ready for you.
Let's get it, Benji.
All right, so I'm going to read you this. I mean, they're not, okay, like I said, they're being haters. They're not trying to move the map. But I mean, basically, everybody knows that Trump pretty much won this. But of course, they're going to try their very best not to announce it at the last minute. The AP and New York Times, or New York Times already kind of announced it, but AP. CNN is already about to give Trump Pennsylvania. So this thing is pretty much done at this point. But I will read you this article from the New York Times. So to give you a gauge of what's going on. This is from 18 minutes ago. most people leaving Harris's watch party at Howard University are leaving in silence. The scene feels different from when Hillary Clinton lost in 2016. There does not appear to be shocked or stunned tears. Several of the attendees I spoke with tonight before the results came in told me that no matter what happened, they believe Harris had done all she could to win. Yikes. Okay, so there's that. Right now, like I said, they're showing the 248. Some people are showing up to like 267. Either way, they're not doing the exact announcement. They're trying to hold out to the last second, but most of the votes are already in. The House, we're not going to know about right away. The House right now is 188 Democrats to 188 Republicans and 161 Democrat. The magic number for control of the House is 218, so all the House races aren't in yet. And as far as the Senate's concerned, it's right now 51-42 to the Democrats. So like I said, it's definitely going to be a Republican Senate, and there's probably going to be another 2 or 3 seats on top of that 51. And the Electoral College estimate, as far as the New York Times is concerned, is 236 to 30. I'm saying 236 Harris to 302 Trump, which is the same exact number that he beat Hillary 8 years ago, which is like amazing that will happen again. And Trump is also making history being the 45th and 47th president. He's the second person to do that. What's his name? Grover Cleveland was our 24th and 26th president. So Trump is the second person to be president twice in 2 non-consecutive terms. But that's all, folks.
There you have it.
Wow, looks like it's just pretty much a wrap.
Yeah, that's really what it sounded like. Thank you very much for that.
And also, Vivek Ramaswamy has said that they are left from Mar-a-Lago and are heading toward the convention center. So Trump has not given an actual speech yet. I don't think it's been a concession from Harris just yet, but they are headed over there. I guess they're waiting for the last minute. I mean, it's about to be 2 o'clock, so whatever last minute stuff is going to come through is going to come through. More than likely, Trump, being the night owl he is, will give some sort of speech tonight. Harris is not saying anything. Very reminiscent of Hillary Clinton 8 years ago.
Wow.
Trump will be on Twitter.
There you have it.
Wow.
There you have it.
What a night.
So
for the person in the comments didn't like me saying that, Jesus won.
This man Benji is crazy. Yo, let's go ahead and get my last sister here. I'm sorry, sister. Bottom middle. What's your name?
Help us out.
You're muted.
My name?
Lana falling asleep.
Oh, say it one more time.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We talking to you. What's your name?
Oh yeah, my name is Ima Olsen. I'm calling from Sweden.
Ima.
What time is it in Sweden right now?
It's at 7:57. I joined you guys since 3:45 in the morning, so it's now 7:57 in the morning.
Wow. You spent your entire morning with us.
I love that.
Yeah, we actually been considering coming out with a morning show.
First of all, look, you actually zoom in to Ryan's eyes right now. Ryan's eyes look hella tired. Listen, you got to be brief. Look, see them eyes? Them eyes is low and puffy.
Yeah, I'm tired.
It's time to get up out of here.
You see me? I'm holding on the table. I'm so I can have my arms active right now.
Hey, so look, go ahead and get us up out of here, okay? What's your who'd you vote for? I don't know what the hell I'm saying right now. Who'd you vote for?
My name is I'm 48. I choose Trump. I choose Trump because like the other guy said, he's gonna lead us into a better place, and I believe, like I am a Christian. I finished from USA. I just came back to Sweden in August. I actually studied in California, Southern California, and I also pray about it. And I believe that's what God said. He's going to use him to lead us into a better America. So that's why I choose Trump.
Well, we about to see if your prayers was right. And if that voice was right over the next 4 years, because it's looking like he's about to smooth, straight win this election here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we won't be able to see here on this very live because it's time to wrap it up.
Yeah,
but it's pretty.
In Sweden, they're actually celebrating Trump. They really like Trump so much, and
in Sweden,
they respect Trump a lot in Sweden. Yeah.
Wow.
So
That's
they have
incredible.
like somebody said globally, the guy talks about when you go globally as a leader, they respect because they feel that he might be clumsy in certain things, but he is the only one that could challenge certain situation and lead American forward. So that's why the Swedish celebrate him a lot. Yeah.
Incredible. Well, look, I appreciate you for calling in.
The plane.
Yeah, and also I'm also a psychologist. I study, so I came back. I'm waiting for my green card to return back and work in US. So that's why I'm here.
There you go. Get that green card, sister.
And look, with these people, so go ahead and close out all the other people on Zoom. We got this last. I hate to not just it's the one more right at the top in the middle with this blue. I know he's got the flag.
Go, man.
I know he's got the blue jacket on, the blue hoodie.
What
I
the
want to
hell
get
are-
you because he's already on there,
What's that?
brother with the blue hoodie.
What kind of flag is that in the back, man?
Oh, it's Liberia.
Oh, Liberian brother.
Okay.
See,
Well,
you get paranoid. So you get paranoid. You see the red and white stripes, that one
Yeah,
star,
I
and
know,
then you got paranoid.
I know.
He's
He was
from-
down.
Yeah, he's come on. He's from Liberia. Go ahead, brother.
Well,
Name.
no, I'm actually from the Stone Mountain, Lithonia area.
What high school you went to?
L-Town?
I went to Arabia Mountain.
Oh, yeah. I graduated from Lithonia.
Yeah, I know. We got mutual friends. But yeah, I'm 31 and I voted for Trump.
There you go.
And Rashida and Benji, we're gonna leave y'all alone for y'all final thoughts, and then we gonna. So tell us, you voted for Trump. Why do you vote for Trump?
I'm a veteran, and just I will say this: when Trump won the first time, and he was talking, building the wall, and doing all this other stuff. As many presidents I have seen in my life, he's probably one of the few that has done some of the stuff that he said he was gonna do. It wasn't necessarily just blowing smoke up your behind to word salad or whatever. And I think just living in other countries and traveling the world when I was in the Navy, Trump is a leader that is respected everywhere. I feel like now that he's going to be president, different countries are going to think twice when trying to do funny stuff or pull funny moves or whatever the case may be.
Wow. Man, the brothers, the ladies, the brothers. We got to do a poll, send out a survey for the entire initiatives. But it seemed like, it has to be 80% voter red.
For
the initiatives.
I feel I'm just naturally, just more conservative. If I had to just think about like kind of where you just look at just basic value alignment, I'm more conservative in my nature too, and it seems like it makes sense that we would attract, an audience. Very much so similar. So it's dope to see that the initiates, we on the same page, baby.
Well, it's just dope to see that the initiates are willing to have a conversation. And no hate, just conversation about how we can make decisions and what things are important to us. And they not having this conversation like we having it. It's much different when the conversation is being had on these other platforms that don't really show us, like literally just us. But brother, we appreciate you for chiming in on it. And I want to go ahead and go to Rashida, who has just, literally became a panelist for the night, for her closing statements, and then we'll close.
Damn, somebody literally said in the chat, I won't be watching y'all anymore.
We'll close off a bit.
That's sad. Eve,
yeah.
I can't believe people really would do that. Like,
you
listen, would watch us because we was getting all this value in the past, but because you figure out
first off, and that's why I told Tarshawn, I said, first
off, being a conservative, I lost half my friends and I voted Trump, so that don't surprise me at all. That's very petty, small-minded thinking of people who can't even back up their arguments. So,
but notice, we never actually stated
more for the ones who left.
We never actually stated who we did vote for, and
exactly.
And the reason we did that is because we have a platform, and just with the way people are, we really want them to focus on the value that we're providing. But I still thought it was important to bring up the initiates and our viewers. And hey, if this is what the initiates are, we brought them up. This is what they're doing. It's no hate.
Yeah, it was like no judgment. We didn't plan on who was coming up. This is just what it is right now.
This is what it is. So it's just like we run a poll vote. You see what happens. It's not we choosing sides, this and that. We wanted to hear from the initiates, and the initiates have spoken tonight. At least everybody who came up. Obviously, we don't know how every single person is voting, but at least the people who decided to share, most of those people voted for Trump, and the people who voted for Kamala, they came up and shared their piece too. And you saw it was some agreeing on both sides. It was some disagreeing on either side, but it is what it is. So hopefully you continue to support the channel and the platform. But if you don't, it's all good, because God said, listen, as long as you communicating and doing truth, you ain't got to worry about nothing else.
That's a fact.
And so I'm not pressed.
And we're going to keep working hard. So everybody that's a part of this platform, let me tell you, it's only one way we going up, and that's up, baby. Mentally, physically, spiritually, financially, any other damn Lee you can think of, Bruce Lee, we going up, baby. All right. So with that being the case, I love you guys. I'm tired. My brain is gone. Okay.
Good night,
It's
everybody.
actually time to go. Yo, Benji. First of all, Benji, this is my first time ever meeting Benji in the flesh. And me and Benji, we have worked together. We brothers tonight. All right. Shout out to Benji, my
I
brother,
appreciate it. I
my
would love to
conservative
come
brother
back
Benji.
Anytime y'all would love to have me come on and start trouble, I'm good for it. Y'all have any Trump related? I mean, looks like Trump's about to win. So if y'all have any Trump related questions, concerns as time goes on, anytime you want me or need me, I will be here. I appreciate it tonight. I appreciate actually having Black people of different, just different thoughts, different votes, different whatever. I appreciate everybody. Had a great time. Had a great time in the comments. Please follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Real Benji Irby. I want to talk to everybody. I want to get in touch with everybody. I want to keep this conversation going. And I've had a great night. I want to thank everybody I want to thank y'all for having me.
Benji,
I appreciate it.
Hey, Benji, they said we got to get Benji saved.
Right. But I'm just trying to figure out in creative ways.
The saints that know the words of prayer, please pray much for me.
Right,
please,
and I think
I appreciate the prayers.
I think it's creative ways we can actually work with Benji in the future. But
I think so too.
Rashida, what you got for us as we get ready to close out in just a minute?
I was just going to say, I hope we don't lose the momentum of being able to have this dialogue, because that's the most important. So we talked a lot about like things that are separating us based on certain issues. However, this is another opportunity for us to come together. So please don't lose sight of this conversation. We need to transition this site from this platform back to our community, because everyone said in various ways around like what's important. So we know that we have to go back to our families. We got to go back to our community and do what's right. So I'm challenging us all to do that. The results are in. The president is who the president is. So no matter what, we still have to live life on life terms. So whatever that means for you and your family, get the support that you need so we don't have to get tangled up in these dialogues or tangled up in policies that will be oppressive towards us if that is the case. However, get the support that you need so that you can be on top and be able to move forward. So whatever you need from me, I'm here. I'm sure everybody else on this platform will be able to offer some sort of service to be a support system, again, because that's what we need. We need to come together. So I hope that this conversation continues.
Absolutely. And Rashida, please email Tyshawn and I. We definitely want to thank you. Obviously, we got Benji's contact, but email us at info@harleyinitiated.com so we can give you a call, let you know how much we appreciate you.
Yeah, Anna, you the official. You one of the official aunties of Harley Initiated at this point. We absolutely appreciate you. We love you. We love everybody that actually tuned in, man. If y'all roll with us at 2 a.m., you are special.
And I don't care who you voted for. I mean that. We love you.
Been a part of the longest live in Harley Initiated history. We have went for over 6 hours live, kicking it with the family. We ate some chicken with y'all. We done ate with y'all. Y'all done bought us food. Look, we did. Listen, this is a very intimate experience here tonight.
Yeah.
We watched the election together. This was special. I love the initiatives. Please, y'all, hit the subscribe button. Help us continue to grow however you can. For those of you who want to continue to pour into us, you already know how to. Delano, pull it up and show people how they can continue to support the campaign. We have such big plans for what we're doing, y'all. You're going to see what we got coming later on at the end of this quarter, even next year. We got some really big plans for where we want to take the community, because even in all of our planning, our ideation, we think community first and where we want to take you guys. So just stay with us, because it's only up from here. Hardly initiated. We are out.